According Bulbapedia, the Masuda method uh, is a 1 in 683 chance for a shiny, right? 1 in 683 without the charm. I don't know if you guys are aware. I think that's a lie. Because I've seen 3,410 Bounsweet. Masuda method. So basically, I think it's about time I found Bounsweet. I think it's fair to say that I need this. I started this in July. Did I find Finny? The entire Tapu video is out. Came out yesterday. Yeah. So I've been looking at I've been looking for this since July. I kind of need to find it. This is, as far as time spent, definitely not encounters wise. Time spent. This is the longest a single Alola Dex target has taken, and it's not even close. I think like 2 months for Poplio, 2 months for Araquanid. Those are like the only ones in the running. This has been 10 months. We got hat time. Mr. Beast! So I'm live currently because the plan is I still got a bit of a cough. I would like for that to go away before I start the buddy run. So it's not quite buddy run time yet. I think only once I'm feeling all the way fine will I want to start that, because, you know, that's going to be a video on the channel for like ever, and I'd rather not be coughing during it. No, I didn't have a lot to say about Finny. In the video, I asked for people to comment if there was anything I missed from like the anime or manga, and someone wrote out a whole comment about how the Tapus are represented in the anime, and Coco, Lele, and Bulu all feel very in line with their dex entries and how they're portrayed in the games, but Finny, I think, is the most different between like the games, and like the games are missing out on the most lore-wise. Finny sounds really interesting in the anime as far as like what all it has to do with the story. So I found that interesting, but yeah, it's the one I had the least to say about specifically in the video itself. Everything I wanted to say about it, I kind of sprinkled in the other sections, like it being a swordfish and all that. No, the buddy run will be recorded. I actually streamed the first buddy run, but that was when I averaged like 3 viewers. And then there was a part where I was getting like incredibly frustrated, so I ended up recording the rest of it instead of streaming it. I have more fun with those when I can record them, I think. Alright, first egg of the stream. Alright, we're in for the long haul, you guys. What does Finny do in the games? As far as like what we get to see the Tapus do, it's actually the only one besides Coco that we get to see do anything. We don't see like it physically, but it grants Hapu Roll of Kahuna. He prays in the ruins to it, and it gives her the Z ring, like via magic without actually being physically. Yeah, so the buddy run Pokemon are going to be the bonus Drampa, that is the parent Drampa was the Alola Dex entry, and Destiny Mark Knackley. Those are going to be the buddies. Drampa and Garganical, which, fun fact, were designed by the same artist. It's pretty cool, and they have very thematically tied shinies as well. 6 encounters in 20 minutes. Is it weird that I'm nostalgic for the starter resets? I think it is. Those are awful. Kill me for a burger? Do you think I drop one like a video game character? That's my loot table. Hamburger. Bounsweet's actually old shiny odds. Oh, okay. I do have flame body. Yeah, I'm using the second shiny mag cargo that I found from Wormhole Wednesday. I don't know how long it takes, but it's pretty quick, I think. Alright, that was a full batch with no shinies. How fun. I don't really stream Masuda hunts. But it's been so long working on this one that... Because, like, the goal usually for the Alola is, like, the intention was to find this off recording in my own time while chilling. Because that's, like, the way I prefer to hunt Masuda method. The way I find it most enjoyable. But it's been so long that I'm, like, actually gonna have a reaction to this. So I feel like I gotta stream it. But also, it's weird because I don't typically stream Masuda. And, like, the bulk of the hunt itself, nothing's actually happening. I think the totems all have locked abilities. If I'm remembering correctly, Totem Marowak has Rockhead, right? The thing that prevents it from recoil. I think so. That's awesome. I really like the concept of a buddy run. It's so silly because, like, solo run, like, the challenge is, like, can you beat a game with a single Pokemon, right? And then you have 6 Pokemon for a normal team. Buddy run is so funny because, like, why 2? You know? I just find it really fun because, like, they have to work together. It really does, like, if you let yourself get immersed in the playthrough, it does feel like they're just friends. Like, those two specifically. It's a really unique experience. I still gotta paint the new buddy profiles. There's a lot I gotta do. This is the least prepared I've been for a buddy run. And also, like, typically, I kind of speed run through making them, like, the second home updates. But I'm taking it real slow on this one. I hope it turns out fine. I'm a little bit nervous about my ability to commentate during the real-time battles of ZA. I'm a little bit nervous. I have no idea how the video is going to turn out. So, a buddy run, I started... The first one was, like, at the beginning of uploading consistently on the channel, where the idea was, like... It originally started as me wanting to solo run through Ultra Sun with a shiny Cubone that I got from the Harkold Safari Zone. So, like, that Cubone got the Living Legend ribbon from beating Red. And I found it really interesting, the idea of evolving something with a Johto exclusive ribbon into an Alolan Pokemon. So, like, that was the initial... I'm miscounting here. There we go. I need to up the counter only when they start hatching. So, yeah, the idea was, like, solo run with this special Cubone, evolving into an Alolan Marowak using a ribbon that it can only get as a Johto Pokemon. But the thing is, I got to Araquanid and realized that there was no shot that I was going to solo run successfully, especially with, like, over leveling. It would start, like, disobeying. No, this is Masuda method. I'm so over odds. But yeah, so me being a coward, I added a second Pokemon to my party to take care of Araquanid. And it was just like a Krabby from the Harkold Safari Zone as well. The thought process there was that, like, when I was done with Ultra Sun, I would transfer it up to Sword and Shield and a living legend, Krabby, would become a Gigantamax Kingler. So the initial idea was kind of like not really fully fleshed out, but by the time Legends Arceus came out, I was like, okay, I gotta do this again because they revealed Weird Ear. So I basically did the same idea again, but I've got like Virtual Console Stantler, where it would eventually become Weird Ear, and then the buddy I only picked after Legends Arceus came out because I didn't know like what else would be there, and I think the pattern I've established now is that like the main buddy is something that gets something new in whatever game the run is in. And then the secondary one is just an interesting Pokemon use in a playthrough of that game that would be like something that you typically couldn't use. Like Krabby isn't in Alola for some reason, so like the only way to play through it is by transferring one in. And so in Legends Arceus, I transferred in a shiny Alolan Vulpix as the buddy, because like for whatever reason, Alolan Ninetales and Vulpix were the only Alolan forms in Legends Arceus, and also the gift is shiny locked, and it's on the fourth area, the last area. So in a typical playthrough, you couldn't play Legends Arceus with an Alolan Vulpix, let alone a shiny one, for like the bulk of the game. So yeah, the buddies there were interesting. Where like the first one got something new in the game, and the second one was just something interesting to use. And then same thing happened with Scarlet and Violet, where I played through with a Girafarig from Virtual Console because Farigiraf was introduced. So it got a new evolution in Scarlet and Violet. And then its buddy was Hisui and Zorua because Scarlet and Violet was the first time that you could play through a game using Hisui and Zorua with its ability. Since there are no abilities in Legends Arceus. Art moment? Why am I pondering my orb? Glowing ass Bounsweet. I need to stop coughing. Anything mildly funny kills me. But yeah, so the plan now, this time around, Mega Drampa for ZA as the thing to get something new. And its buddy is going to be the Knackley line because it's like, as far as like a normal playthrough of ZA goes, you can't do a normal playthrough of ZA with a Knackley unless you transfer it in because it's part of the DLC. So that's the idea. It's probably like the least special second buddy, except for like maybe considering Kingler in the first buddy run. Yeah, it was added as part of the DLC specifically, so it'll be a fun thing to play through the base game with. Gotta stop counting when I pick up an egg. I gotta only count when it hatches. How does transferring a Pokemon to Legends Arceus work logically? The way I did it was like, the first buddy run, I'm like, I'm not doing lore. And then the second one, I'm like, okay, I'm doing lore. The idea was that they're like time traveling buddies because like Virtual Console Stantler is a game from like the 2000s being transferred into a game that takes place in the distant past but came out in the future, kind of like time travel style situation. And then like the way it showed up in Scarlet and Violet later was a whole thing. They're turning me into objects? Why am I a Game Boy? Grem Boy? This screenshot isn't even from this stream. Did you get a random screenshot from last stream? Why am I a Grem Boy? They're going to do this to you tomorrow? What the hell? Bounsweet is playing video games. Boy Jumpers 1? Alright, that's it. Why did I open my calendar app? Man, I'm misclicking all over the place. Oh, finally, there are no tapus in the way of my books. I can actually pull them out easily. Boy Jumpers 1, random page. Let's read a full random page of Boy Jumpers 1. Guys, I write books. Here is an entire page of Boy Jumpers 1. You're a guy who flew the sky and killed harvesters, then claimed to work with something called an extroverse, Cora clicked. If you're not a god, what are you? The man buried his face in his hands and sighed. Okay, one more time. I am the Paradox Master. My job is to prevent and repair paradoxes. In other words, I'm supposed to make sure that literally all of reality is working the way it should be. The little operation you've got going on here is running in direct opposition of that goal. Wouldn't you agree? You clean up reality? Keenan butted in. Sure. I clocked you as a Superman type, but you're more like a janitor? Or a space plumber? The Paradox Master paused. He took a deep breath and continued. I'm going to have to kindly ask you all to please stop doing what you're doing. If you don't, I'll have to be a lot less kind about it. He snapped his fingers and his hand burst into purple flames. I have no reservations eliminating bugs in this. What are we doing wrong? Hell asked. You want to bring peace to the multiverse, Cytron said. You'd stop us? Boy Jumpers! Read it! He explodes into a million billion pieces. Oh, good news. Cytron mentioned, I think I have COVID. That's crazy. So there is a Kindle ebook of Void Jumpers 1, and then there is also an audiobook of Void Jumpers 1 that I live streamed. It's exactly 10 hours long. Exclamation mark Void VOD in chat for the link. First SOS hunt? That's awesome. I love the SOS method. It's gotta be my favorite. Ooh, that's awesome, Medic Man. I almost just instinctively did the soft reset button combo on this Bounsweet. That's the bad thing about doing so many soft reset hunts back to back. Coco, Lele, Ditto, Greninja, Pulu, Finny. I've done 7 soft reset hunts back to back, and now it's like muscle memory to soft reset my game when I see a Pokemon. Art moment? Why am I an onion? What is this screenshot even from? Why does my face look like that? Why am I objects? Yeah, Charmander too, although it's a slightly different button combo. Why is the onion so big? Man, what a weird Bounsweet I just hatched. What the fuck is that? What is that? What the hell is that? What did the Pokemon breeder do to my Bounsweet? I want a refund. That's the original image? I don't even remember doing that face. Oh my god. Bounsweet stream is off to a normal start. Oh my god. My Bounsweet dog, I'm putting it down. Right, no shiny in that batch. Speaking of Shrek, do you guys see that they're making Shrek Lego sets now? It's really funny. They made like a full built figure of Shrek and Donkey, but like because of the scale, Puss in Boots is there also, but he's literally just a minifigure. Which, like, I understand that the scale works out that way, but it makes it look like Shrek and Donkey are ginormous. Rego sets is crazy. Oh, White Rock Arts, it's because the prefix of the emotes changed from the Gre 382 to Grem 2. $34.25 is awful. Yeah, Masuda method, by the way. No charm, but Masuda method. So, like, the hell is going on here? You know? Yeah, I don't know why, because people aren't typing them out, I imagine. So I don't know what's up with, why, like, clicking the emotes isn't translating right. What is this thing? Wild Chicha has a... It would be quicker if I did the Toro spin of the fence, but I'd have to leave the fence every time I wanted to collect a new egg. And I kind of sometimes hatch eggs faster than I can collect them. And so I run out, and I don't want that to happen. So I don't really ever... I don't like stockpile eggs in advance. So I never really use the Toro's fence thing. Why is she squirming? She does that. Feature featuring the creature image. I don't know why, but streaming Masuda feels weird. Because, like, nothing's happening. Oh my god, I'm literally Twitch. Because, like, nothing happens for a few minutes until, like, 5 things happen all at once. Also, I had to switch my Ultra Sun cartridge from my Ultra Sun 3DS into my Ultra Moon 3DS. Because, remember, a while back, I sent in my Ultra Sun cartridge, get a capture card, and Loopy, like, switched out the circle pad because it was falling apart. Which, like, on the one hand, I appreciate that. But on the other hand, I got stick drift now, which is new. So I can't reliably run in circles while hatching eggs on that 3DS anymore. So I don't really know what to do about that. I think I need to replace it again. But, like, I didn't even replace it in the first place. So I don't know what's wrong with that. Bounsweet. Bounsweet, it would be really, really, really cool if you were shining in this stream. That I don't have to stream this a ton. I don't know if you knew this or not, but, like, I'm already over odds. So... yeah, I think it's more of a thing simply because it is already a replaced stick, so maybe was, like, added weirdly or something. I don't know. I need to look into it, but, like, I'm a very paranoid person when it comes to, like, repairing tech myself, so I'm a little scared at the idea of, like, opening it up. What the hell? Why has my face been added to the Arachnid stream? It is insane to me that you are still stuck in Arachnid purgatory. Seeing Arachnid stream with my username that has the little verified badge is, like, the most incongruous. Like, this feels like this is like the what's the thing I'm looking for? Mandela effect. What's going on here? What the hell, BK? That's so freaked up. Art moment? What's going on in art moment? What is this? Ow. Made the Grunion as a me? What the hell? That's crazy. That was fast. Who are you? Who bouncing on they sweet? Crazy. Thanks for 9 months. I really appreciate that. Speaking of 9 months, I've been looking for this Bounsweet for 10. Isn't that crazy? I've been looking for this Bounsweet for 10 months. Obviously not like consistently. For a while I was only hatching for it while on the bus, but it was around. I haven't looked for it in about a month. It's around like when I hit 3,000 something, I stopped, and decided I wanted to shift focus to be an on-stream hunt. So it hasn't been like consistent 10 months of hunting, but still, I started looking for it back in July. More art moment? Oh my goodness. Bounsweet. Thanks for the shiny luck. Bounsweet with a wizard hat. Bounsweet with a wizard hat sitting on top of me pondering the Bounsweet orb. The Bounsweet art reminds me that this Bounsweet hunt is the beginning of the next Alola video, which is a return to the meadow. You'll notice by the red meadow background and the purple wisteria flowers behind the face cam. I'm going to be looking in Ula Ula and Pony Meadows simultaneously for Oricorio and finally Rabombi. So you guys remember over a year ago now, we did the first meadow hunt and collected so many pieces of Cutiefly art. We're gonna need to do that again. Once the Rabombi streams start, we're bringing it back. We're bringing it back. Thanks for 10 months. The exact amount of time I've been looking for Bounsweet. Good luck on your hunt. Yeah, so once the Rabombi hunt starts, Rabombi art, and we're gonna do the same thing again. This time, we're gonna look for. Last time we were trying to find the worst Cutiefly art. We gotta find the worst Rabombi art once those streams start. Oh, prediction's a good idea. I almost just hit the end stream button. Wouldn't that have been funny? How many Alola things do you have left to hunt? Let's see. They list out all the things I still need to get. Primer, Muck, Diglett Dugtrio, Oricorio Bailey, Oricorio Sensu, Rabombi, Rockruff, Lycanroc, Lycanroc, Bounsweet, Sandygast and Palisand, Hypnull, Graveler, Vulpix, Jangmo-O, Hakamo-O, Como-O, Cosmog, Cosmoem, Sogaleo, Lunala, Nihilego, Buzzwole, Theramosa, Xurkitree, Celesteela, Kartana, Guzzlord, 2 Necrozma, Poipole, Naganadel, Stakataka, Blacephalon. That's it. That's all I've got left. Kind of crazy to think about. Like, there are some pretty big things left. Like, there's a lot of, like, full odds hunts left. There are still... Episode 20 just came out. There are 10 episodes left. That was my Ninetales entry. I still need a Vulpix. So I got the Sandslash entry in that video. And then I got my Saying True entry in my birthday video. But I didn't go back and get Vulpix yet. I'm gonna get Vulpix at Worlds this. At least that's the plan anyway. Rockruff line is on hold for a bit. Because I want to find Rockruff SOS in Hawaii, and I'm not going there until the end of September. So I've got a couple things I want to do before that. But yeah, I'm holding off on those so that they start at the right time for that to happen. Any more plans for side quests? Here are the other non-Alola things that I've got in the rest of the document that I still need to find as well. Rotom, Partner Cat Pikachu, Solrock Lunatone, Toro, Stoutland, Machamp, Lapras, Sharpedo, Charizard, Snorlax, Pikachu, Eevee, Tyrantrum, and Aurorus for Fossil Week this year, by the way. The Lycanroc are in the wildest phases for Jangmo. Oh, that's part of the video as well. I'm going to SOS Rockruff for the Rockruff entry. And then full odds random encounter for the Lycanrocs. Yeah, and then we got the modded Wormhole Wednesday finds. So Mantine, Magnezone, Delmise, Kingler, Absol, Ursaring, Vespiquen, Zigzagoon, Girafarig, Delcatty, Honedge, Duosian, Stantler, Hoot Hoot, Druddigon, Vikavolt, Sharpedo, the Viper, both the Jellicents, and Marine Pattern Vivian. And then we've got the legendaries from the wormholes. So Lugia, Latios, Kyogre, Uxie, Mesprit, Azelf, Mewtwo, Raikou, Entei, Dialga, Cobalion, Terrakion, Virizion, Reshiram, Zekrom, Xerneas, Articuno, Zapdos, Moltres, Ho-Oh, Cresselia, Tornadus, Thundurus, Yveltal, Regirock, Regice, Registeel, Groudon, Palkia, Gran, Regigigas, Suicune, Kyurem, Rayquaza, Landorus, and Giratina. And then that'll be everything from the document. What's going on in art moment? Oh my goodness. Oh. Alternate universe. Why isn't it shiny yet? Why the hell is it not shiny yet? That's so funny. Oh my goodness. Oh, that flipped it. We don't need the bottom screen. Layout's already getting so filled up. Any gremlin? It'd be a red cape to reference Kogar instead of Rogar. Damn. I'm counting up. I need to only count when the egg hatches. Okay, there we go. Now I can add to the number. Oh my goodness. Guys. Hey. Guys, oh god. Guys. Oh my goodness. Guys, any Bounsweet. Holy, oh. Oh. Oh my goodness. Guys. Tiny Bounsweet. They're whipping their stem out. Oh my god, shiny. Real shiny Bounsweet. Oh my goodness. Wow. And the best part is that's real. Yeah, what a normal stream. It's so funny to me how quickly. Is it just because Bounsweet is small? Is that all it is? Bounsweet's just easy to draw, huh? Actually, I say that. Most of the images in the layout are just edits of me. Such a normal and easy stream. Ruby just walked past the window and waved by. She's going to work. Icha. Summon. Tiny Bounsweet. What a weird thing. Dude, what is this thing? Why does she look like that? On purpose? Yeah, right? The way her head moves? Yeah, she's so bird with it. Void Jumpers 1, page 1. Guys, I write books. We're going to read a page of Void Jumpers, specifically the first page of Void Jumpers 1. Chapter -2. Pell Ironleaf becomes the hero. Everything about Pell's story was typical. Everything about Pell's fantastical world was fantastically mundane in its fantasticality. In the stories of their childhood of dark lords and castles, dragons, wizards, and magic, certain aspects of life had become expected. And of course, like the stories of their childhood, Pell's begins in quite the same place. The journey ahead of them was clear and cliché, and their heroic destiny was certain. They could have never guessed that their story was about to end, all before it could get the chance to properly begin. That's page 1 of Void Jumpers. I like the way that one starts. Man, now I'm thinking about Pell. Oh, Pell. You guys don't even know. You guys don't even... 10-year time skip between Void Jumpers 2 and Thrones 3 going into Thrones 4? You're not even aware. Asking for a friend, how many pages is Void Jumpers 1, Chapter 1? Well, it's Chapter -2. Starts on page 1, ends on page 21. Lamvax. Alright. It's a box of Bounsweet this stream already. What book is the best to read first? I'm glad you asked. So, I wrote an article on my website about it if you want to check that out. That's what the link in chat is right now. But, Thrones 1 through 3 and Void Jumpers 1 and 2 are designed as alternate starting points. I'm working on Thrones 4 through 6, which is a sequel finale crossover between both Thrones of Time and Void Jumpers. Where you want to start is a personal preference. It depends on a couple of things. I wrote these books in high school, having written 0 books. I wrote these books a couple of years ago, having written like 6 of them, right? So for me, these are higher quality on like a sentence level, pacing, structure, that sort of thing. If that sort of thing doesn't bother you, I would start with where I started. Or if neither of those things bother you, it comes down to which one you think would hook you the best, which is Void Jumpers is a 2-part single story that is about the multiverse and is more lighthearted, adventurous, and comedic. Thrones 1 through 3 are 3 distinct stories that connect to each other that are focused on time travel and are a lot more lore heavy and a lot darker. So it depends on which one you think would interest you most. But I don't think there's a wrong place to start. It's just that if you're interested in the books, you will have to have read both series to read the ones I'm working on currently. That's sort of the only requirement. Yeah, so these 3 are a lot more lore heavy, and I will say you will get more out of Void Jumpers having read Thrones first, but also you'll get more out of Thrones having read Void Jumpers first. However, because like in real life I made these first, necessarily you'll get more out of Void Jumpers reading Thrones first than you would reading Thrones having read Void Jumpers first. There is still like connective tissue and ways to get things out of the other, but like I think reading them in the order that I came out with them is probably the ideal way, if the quality starting off not as good as it ends up doesn't bother you. I think in the past I'd be more down on my own stuff. I used to be a lot more self-conscious about the first 3 Thrones books, but given how many people have read them now and have liked them, I'm more willing to suggest them. I just will preempt with the fact that I started writing Thrones 1 when I was 14, so definitely keep that in mind. Oh, that's why I haven't found it yet. You're so right. I love that the ice cream still has watermarks. That's my favorite part. Watermark flavor ice cream. There was a SPOB earlier? Okay. I think that happened during ads, but that kind of feels fitting in a way. Thanks for the Prime sub, Enterprise. I really appreciate that. Oh my goodness. I have so much writing I need to do. Why am I live right now? I should be writing EQS. New vid slaps ass, man. That's a great phrase. Yeah, Ruby and I went to the park to get footage of the Tapus. Shout out Ruby. I'm like, hey, do you want to go to the park specifically just to get shots of the Tapus? He's like, yeah. And then we went to the park with a bag full of plushes. Took little videos. I almost lost Tapu Lele. Tapu Lele fell off a rock, rolled down a hill, and I fell a little bit and caught it right before it splashed into the water. I also like got real dangerous with Finny, where I put it was like one wrong move away from falling directly into the water. It didn't almost fall, but Lele did fall and almost hit the water. Yeah, classic Tapu Lele activity. The Pell. Scared and excited about Pell, as you should be. No, you don't need to be scared. Pell, the direction I'm taking Pell, I'm actually worried about it coming across as favoritism because they're going to be the coolest character, like, ever. Not like the coolest character ever as far as like every character known to man. Specifically Nova Storm Chronicles. Countless cultures call them by different names. Some call them fate or destiny, more commonly coincidence, karma, chaos, Haglos. Yeah, Lele almost escaped. Yeah, I guess it is deserved. Thomas, where did you go? I needed you.
Oh my goodness. Oh my lord. Who is that they, them?
So, fun fact about that random quote in chat from Void Jumpers 2. Dude, no, you're joking. That can't be right. That can't be right. That's not possible. So that yeah, I redeemed Spob during ads, my bad. So that quote is a Keenan quote in Void Jumpers 2. And fun fact about that quote specifically, when I was writing Void Jumpers 1 and 2, the rough drafts, I wrote them both back to back in the span of a couple weeks during a vacation, and that vacation took place right after Safari Week 2021. And it was like the first big video on the channel when we started uploading again. And I had spent so much time editing it, by the time I uploaded it, I was like really keeping an eye on how it was doing, and I was rewatching it a ton. Absol commented on it, and I was like, oh my god, this is crazy. People are actually watching my video. So I was watching it over and over and over on vacation because I had it on my computer, and we didn't have internet access. And so it was like burned into my brain as I was writing Void Jumpers 1 and 2. Oh my god, thanks for the raid. Guys, you know the rules around here. Whenever somebody raids, you are legally obligated to follow. And if you don't follow the raider, you literally explode. You're all rigged to explode. So do that or else. Thanks so much for the raid. Welcome in. If you'll notice, I've seen 3,440 Bounsweet. This is Masuda method. I don't have the shiny charm, but this is Masuda method. And I'm at 3,440. Also, welcome in a bunch of new people. I'm in the middle of talking about book stuff. I write books. I talk about them a lot. If that sounds like it's going to be annoying for you, I don't have a live view count. Feel free to leave. You won't hurt my feelings. I'm sorry in advance if you do choose to stay. But, yeah, so I was so obsessed with that video, and it was like the only thing on my computer when I was on vacation writing these things, that quote in the chat, that random quote, if you recognize it, it is 1-for-1, straight up just ripped from one of my shiny reactions. So Keenan reacting to a massive lore drop in Void Jumpers 2 is just one of my shiny reactions from Safari Week 2021. I didn't know how else to express the feeling that he had, and the video was so burned into my brain and recent that that's just how his reaction in that scene ended up. So if it sounds at all familiar when you get to that part in the book, it's just a shiny reaction. We got book lore. Guys, where are we talking about? Yo, speak of the devil. Hell Ironleaf. Yeah, it is the Cubone. Yeah, so this is Pell, main character of Void Jumpers. And yeah, speaking of that they, them, hold on, you guys get a free one.
Oh my goodness. Oh my lord. Who is that they, them?
So, the cut to the actual key art is so funny. Yeah, this is Pell Ironleaf, as the video indicates, they, them. Main character of Void Jumpers 1 and 2. And the character arc that they go on is, I think, you know, I started writing when I was 14, and my first main character is the Sentinel in Thrones of Time. And don't get me wrong, I like the Sentinel. I really like Eve as well, who's also one of the main characters of Thrones. But I think Pell is my favorite main character. And part of the reason is that, like, the Sentinel, when I was writing, you know, Thrones in high school, the character came very easily to me. I didn't really, like, struggle a lot or put way too much effort into, like, building up the idea of this character as far as, like, my outline goes. And that's not to say that's a bad thing. I think it's good if, like, your main character comes easily to you, because especially if it's more of a plot-focused story, which Thrones is. But one of the reasons I like Pell so much is just because, like, I almost gave up writing Void Jumpers. And I knew I wanted Pell to be the main character, but, like, it was so frustrating trying to figure out how to get them to work. And for like a year, I really struggled with trying to build up Pell as a main character. By the time everything started clicking and Void Jumpers actually started working, I realized how much effort I put into building that character specifically that I ended up really, like, I hated Pell for a while because it was such a struggle to write. But then once I figured everything out, Pell has ended up being like my favorite main character. I think as far as main characters go, that's the most effort I've put into one. The time. Have fun. That sounds awesome. How long was that Starship? 15 months? That's crazy. Thanks so much. Glad to hear it, Wahlberg. I'm really appreciating all the comments in the Tapu video. I'm proud of that one. It's one of my favorites. I think like the Alola is a nice mix of like talking about what Pokemon personally means to me, or like the technical aspects of it, and then in this case, like as far as celebration of Alola lore, I think the Tapu video is probably the best of the series so far. As far as actually talking about like what exactly it is about Alola that I like so much. I'm really happy with how it turned out. Yeah, there were some short stories that I wrote on my website that I've since like hidden and privated because like they just weren't up to the standard of my quality. But there is one on there, a very Void Jumpers Christmas, the canon short story that takes place after Void Jumpers 2. That's like a little Christmas special. Thanks for the shiny luck. But yeah, no, Pell, I think, you know, it's difficult because on the one hand, I feel like I'm giving this character favoritism in Thrones After Time with my current plans, especially considering that they're from Void Jumpers and they're kind of like taking the spotlight in a throne-centered story. But I do think it makes sense. And I think I'm only worried about favoritism because of how much I've had to think about building up Pell as a character, but there's a lot of like really subtle foreshadowing in Void Jumpers that like will make the trajectory of this character not feel out of left field in Thrones After Time. Yeah, Cove. Remember though that the reason why I took those off the website is because I'm repurposing them as part of EQS, so they will return in some form. The Dad's Boat stories are bits and pieces of flashbacks in EQS. So yeah, they're not gone forever. Thanks for stopping by, Y Rock Arts. EQS is calling my name. Yeah. Okay, update on EQS. I just got a message from Skyfish Jack yesterday. I'm like halfway through the sent chapters right now. Don't have anything particular to give feedback on now, but I'll let you know once I get to the part where he gets kicked in the balls. So he's not quite there yet. I'm pretty like solid on most of what I've written all the way up until the point where Keenan gets kicked in the nuts by a 5th grader. So I think once Skyfish Jack gets to that point, he'll probably have some feedback for me because everything past that point, I'm not too confident in. But once I start getting feedback, I'll definitely jump back in full force. It's almost done. It will come out this year. The plan is after Worlds, because I want to get some footage in San Francisco, ideally. But I don't know when that would be. I guess sometime in September. Void Jumpers Keenan is Keenan. But you know what's really funny? Is that, like, by nature of a prequel, you would think to know what all has happened to Keenan. But there are some things that happen in EQS where it's like, wait, that happened before Void Jumpers? So you're telling me Void Jumpers takes place post this happening to Keenan? There's some crazy stuff. There's like one scene in particular where I feel like people reading it are gonna be like, wait, what? How is this not mentioned? That's awesome, Mockingbird. That's really cool to hear. These freaking enormous quantum particles. True. That is true. That is mostly the point of a prequel. Although the point of this prequel, it's a little bit different because like in Void Jumpers itself, Keenan kind of spells out what all exactly happened during the Exquisite Quantum Showdown. So a lot of what the point of this story is like every other line, there is something happening that is like the most not subtle ever foreshadowing to events that you already know. It's like it's really fun actually. EQS, the way I see it, is like Void Jumpers in miniature. Like in Void Jumpers, Keenan is like in the Machma boat going to different universes. There's a plot happening, and in EQS he's in the hot air boat going to different islands. The plot happening is like a mini lower scale version of Void Jumpers in a way. It's really fun. But there's also like a ton of connections to Thrones as well. It's just like a really silly, fun time. Ooh, that's awesome, Wahlberg. I just got the denim jacket from the Pokemon Center that has the patches of each Pokemon region. I'm excited for that. 1 in 683, I think, is the Masuda odds without charm. Yeah, I really like the Toucanon on the Alola patch. The denim jacket is cool. It's got the patches. It's got on the front Paldea, which has a Scream Tail, and then Alola with the Toucanon, Kanto with a Butterfree, and Unova with a Zorua. Then on the sleeves, it has Dodo with a Marill, Kalos with a Floette, and then on the back, it has, I think it's Latios for Hoenn, Galarian Ponyta for Galar, and what's missing? Oh, Togekiss for Sinnoh. Very interesting choices of Pokemon to represent each region. I'm glad it isn't just like the starters. I think because like in Kalos, you kind of have to go out of your way to find a Flabebe, but in Alola, there's that part in the story where you have to go through Melee Meadow, and like you will see one. So it's kind of like you can't avoid it. Moment. I miscounted. I need to lock in the way I'm counting these. Bounsweet B Shiny Challenge, level impossible. How the city lights always block out that beauty in the night sky. Sure, there's a reason why. They don't want us up there. They don't want us to think about it. Bounsweet art. Oh, we've got a couple to add. Yeah, I wish the Paldea one had... Like, I understand why they did a Paradox Pokemon, but I would have loved, like, Knackle Stack or Low Kicks or something. This Bounsweet directly. This one is going to be a PNG bomb. Oh, okay. It's not as bad as I thought. What a joyous creature. Oh, it's upside down now. Alright, we got book lore. Guys, who are we talking about? Yo! Ew. So this is Adam Jaminsky. Technically, this is the main character of Thrones of Time. I say technically because this specific art is approximately 5 nanoseconds before he bursts into flames and changes into a completely different guy. So, like, basically the premise of Thrones is that this mad scientist who wants to literally nuke the world and fully start fresh and try again on humanity. He's like, hey, bro, you're literally evil. Try again, idiot. and then they turn him into a new guy, with his memories erased, with the goal of protecting humanity. Which is fun. But he's still got the nukes. The nukes are actually very plot important. It's why I named my Pyukumuku Nuke in the Alola Dex. Every single nickname is a book reference. That is what Pyukumuku is referencing. Oh, I see what you're doing, Helios. So earlier I read Void Jumpers 1, page 1. Now we're going to read Void Jumpers 1, page 2. How many points is this going to be? There are 600 pages of this, by the way. Alright, well, we've read page 1 of Void Jumpers. Here's page 2. Warm and quiet mornings outside the forested edge of Resno were a sign of the peace the world of Eldiria had achieved and hoped to maintain. Though not too far over the hill sat waiting in the elven inner city was a task of utmost importance. The world depended on it. On the outskirts, where the village houses were scattered, a lonely blacksmith shop held within it a hero to beat. Top floor, hidden behind the old blue shingles of the roof, grown over with moss, Hell Ironleaf stood in the attic. Artifacts littered their bedroom. Artifacts, of course, meaning stones smoothed over by a river, shells left empty at the seashore, and old childhood toys, like a slingshot and an elvish steel throwing knife. As much as this house was homely, it was never truly home. The outside world had so much more to offer. It was vast, endless. Nowhere could possibly be more expansive, more endless, than the mountainous lands and the ravenous seas of Eldiria. Hell knew this to be true, for Eldiria was the end-all be-all. It was all that existed, all that mattered. Are you going to go through with it then? Alexander Ironleaf, the blacksmith, asked. I really like that paragraph, because, like, picking up a book that's about the multiverse with a spaceship on the cover, and then being like, Eldiria's the only place. It's the vastest place. There's nothing else. It's like, Pell, you idiot. You stupid dummy. You don't even know. I love that paragraph. How many points to read chapter 1? Exclamation mark void VOD. It's literally right there, and it's so much better because little profile pictures show every time someone talks. Yeah, I've been looking for this thing for 10 months, so I don't know what Bounsweet is on. I'm so excited for Pell Ironleaf will return at Avengers Endgame. I'm excited. Killing them with my mind laser. We've got another Bounsweet edition. I like that this one is sitting. Is it Chudsweet? Chudsweet.png? That's crazy. That's crazy. I actually don't know what the cooldown for book. Yeah, Chudsweet.png. That's what that one's called. Beautiful Chud daughter. Crazy. I hope this one's shiny. I'll break my book rules and call it Chudsweet. Okay, thank God. The Bounsweet will be named Eldiria, by the way. It's not an apple, but I'm relating it to the Eldirian apple tree in front of Pell's house. But I also really like that Bounsweet has taken this long to find, because Eldiria makes even more sense, because even though it's a baby, it's an old baby. An elder. Which of your characters is the most chuddiest? I was also thinking Siriv. Yeah, probably Siriv. Actually, there's a real answer, but it's literally not even a book character. Uh, oh god, I gotta remember. Yes, that was his name. Okay, so I did a Void Jumpers D&D campaign with my friends, and they were all Void Jumpers under the like. There's the main Void Jumpers, and they were all like the rest of the Void Jumpers on the station, and they frequently interacted with other Void Jumpers. So like, other of the smaller Void Jumpers, so like Random Nolo. This is post Void Jumpers 2. A bunch of other Hermit Crabs, all of the other students from Serpent Core University. And there was a one NPC that everybody universally hated, who was definitely the chuddiest of the Void Jumpers. And oh god, I forget his relation. I remember his first name, but I'm forgetting which last name he had. I think it was Boyle Brightshell. So Brightshell, if you'll recall, is the last name of the podcast host, Hermit Crab, Garamond. Garamond has a son named Boyle Brightshell. And just picture a chud Hermit Crab. And you've got it. His son became a Void Jumper somehow. Should not have been there. Boyle Brightshell sucked. And what's really funny is that I think like a week into the campaign, or not like a week, but like 7 days. So that's probably like several months into the campaign. One of the days just turned into a murder mystery because Boyle Brightshell was murdered. Just straight killed. And it was so funny because the party, they're all like, oh no, not Boyle Brightshell. Shoot. It was so funny because like obviously they have to find out who killed him because there's a killer on the loose in the everywhere, but also they don't really care about who exactly was murdered. Oh my goodness. I need to text this to Root. This is awesome. This will summon the shiny. I'm so confident that this will summon the shiny that I'm putting it over top of the game itself. Hold on, let me text this to Ruby. So I'll explain actually what happened in the campaign. So one of the members of the campaign was named, his character was Rook Vale. And behind the scenes, what I did is I did like a random number generator to pick one of the party members. And it just happened to be Rook Vale, where the big bad guy of the entire campaign was another Rook Vale, where the idea was that throughout the multiverse, there is only, like, every Rook Vale is evil. And the one that was part of the Void Jumpers was, like, the only good one. And this evil Rook Vale that was working behind the scenes tried to frame the party's Rook Vale for the murder of Boyle Brightshell. Because, like, his fingerprints, all that stuff. And, like, everybody in the party hated Boyle Brightshell. So, like, it was actually very believable that Rook Vale would have killed him. It was, like, a whole thing that eventually led to, like, so difficult to remember now. But at some point, the party ended up in a Walmart in Alaska. Specifically the one that Pitbull visited because they have that that taxidermy bear. And they were there to like find magical artifacts or whatever, and they were being led towards the North Pole. And they eventually got to the North Pole, and there was like Santa Claus. This was taking place during Christmas, this part of the campaign. but it wasn't actually Santa. It was Rook Vale in disguise. And then it led into a whole like confrontation with like the Paradox Master. It was a whole thing. Actually, if you've read A Very Void Jumper's Christmas, the Santa that is depicted there is based off of the one from the campaign, but I had to change it for copyright reasons. Because in the campaign, there was a concept known as multiversal Santa. Because what I did was I got my friends actual presents, and then I handed to them the physical objects, but they also corresponded to magical items that they got in the campaign, gifted to them by multiversal Santa. The thing is that multiversal Santa in the campaign was literally just Thanos, like Infinity Gauntlet and everything. But he used the gauntlet to create gifts and would like go to a bunch of different universes and give them gifts instead of going to a bunch of different houses. But I really liked it. My favorite gift that was given was I got an Among Us plush because of when this was like 2022, 2021. I got an Among Us plush for one of my friends, and the in campaign equivalent was a little creature called Mogus, and Mogus was like an NPC that I controlled that was ended up becoming part of the party. And the way Mogus functioned is that I think this is probably the best thing. It was a very homebrewed campaign, by the way. But this was probably my favorite aspect of the entire thing, because it was definitely the funniest thing about the entire campaign. Like, the campaign could be broken down to pre and post Mogus. This is how Mogus functioned. As a part of the party, if you present Mogus to somebody, the person that they're talking to will immediately, without fail, 100% of the time, fully believe anything Mogus says. So, like, if they needed to persuade somebody, Mogus would be the way to do it, right? Without even needing to do a check. Mogus would, every time, without fail, convince somebody of something. Very persuasive. Which, on the one hand, feels very overpowered, right? Here's the catch. Whenever I, personally, think that it would be funniest, I roll a d20. If it's a 1 or a 20, Mogus will pull out a gun and shoot somebody. So, like, on the one hand, they wanted to keep Mogus with them in the off chance that they could use him to, like, persuade people, because that's very overpowered. But on the other hand, at my discretion, I would get to decide whether or not in a given moment I think it would be funny at the chance that Mogus shoots somebody. And there was a point where they were like, a ship was crashing, like actively they were crashing, and they needed to find a way to land. And one of the players made the mistake of asking Mogus for help, and I rolled the dice and got a nat 1. So instead of helping, Mogus shot the pilot in the thigh. we were all playing outside around a bonfire at night, and it was so funny. It erupted into laughter. God, I love Mogus. We got more Bounsweet art. Shout out Mogus. For real. There. Awesome. Yeah, that was, I think, my favorite. Another gift. I'm trying to think of what the other gifts were. Because, again, very, very incredibly homebrewed campaign. Ruby's, I got her, a wallet that was, this was when I was working at GameStop. So, I got, like, a Christmas bag. Like, the kind of bag that, like, Santa would give gifts in. It was all GameStop themed. And I filled it with a bunch of stuff from GameStop as I left work on, like, it was sometime in December, and we were meeting up for the campaign after work. And so I went directly from work with all the gifts that I got from work to give to them for the campaign for Christmas. And so, like, I got, like, they were all things that were sold in a GameStop. So, like, Among Us plush, a glow-in-the-dark D10 or something. A really funny, like, D&D mug. Uh, and Ruby got this wallet that was, like, themed around Boba Fett. And so, in the campaign, it was, like, the bounty hunter's wallet, where every time they defeated an enemy, their entire net worth was transferred into the wallet, and Ruby could pull out of the wallet whatever currency they needed at a given moment, because it was a multiverse story. So, like, depending on what universe they went to, it was a different currency, but it, like, automatically changed or whatever, so that was very overpowered. AJ's was the glow-in-the-dark dice that made him, like, lucky. It gave him, like, extra rolls for certain things. And then Randy's was fun. Yeah, no, incredibly broken. Randy's was fun in that, like, he had previously had a character in a different campaign that, like, had a mug or something, and I forget the exact point of it, but multiverse story, I got him this mug that was connected to a character from a previous campaign, and it was like, this is soul bonded to you across the multiverse as an alternate universe counterpart of yourself. And I forget what exactly it did, but that was the flavor of that item, where it's like, this is yours from another life type thing, which I thought was fun. There was also a point where they, during the campaign, got their hands on a time machine. And, like, having a time machine in a campaign, horrible idea. Unless, of course, you're operating in a lore where the Paradox Master exists. So, like, they kind of knew the rules about how to use it, and only one of them had it. It was AJ that had the time machine. And it was really fun, because there was a particular moment where, like, AJ would text me specifically a plan that he had, time travel related. And so we were doing, like, secret rolls. And what happened was, during a fight, AJ from the future showed up. And himself from the present and himself from the future worked together to do a certain combo move. And then his future self went away. And then when the fight was over, AJ was like, okay, before we move on, I have to go back in time and do that thing that I did. I'm like, oh yeah, for sure. So then he went back in time. Like, he had already pre-rolled via the text. And I had to make sure it all worked out. But he had to remember to go back and do what he did, so that it was all airtight, canonically speaking. It was very complicated, but it resulted in a very fun fight. It's important for the vibe. Is Mogus the size of the plush with a normal sized gun, or was he Mogus like guy size? Mogus was about this big with a normal sized gun. They carried him around. But yeah, that was like a horrible campaign for me to run personally, because I'm not good at being a DM at all. And I gave them a multiverse story. The first day, I was like, okay, there are 3 options for where you want to go. Which universe are you going to? Horrible idea. They kind of just went anywhere. I had a general plan, but I had to constantly adapt it based on the decisions they were making, which, like, obviously that's how a campaign works, but with the wide open multiverse, that was horrendous to keep track of. Bogus is just a straight up Among Us guy. He's just like an Among Us guy that was this big. Red. You pull out a gun sometimes. Also, he only said Mogus. Which is really funny, considering that his whole deal is that whoever he talks to, they instantly trust him, when all he can say is Mogus. Yes. So, okay. Let me get into... I'm surprised you remember that, Inner Potato, because I knew I mentioned that, but that must have been years ago now. So, Randy's character, Zook, was his name. One of the things he wrote on his character sheet was, like, I think I don't think he was a barbarian, but he had some sort of rage mechanic where if any character were even remotely like bigoted, his character would necessarily have to rage out with like very little mechanisms of control. And this never came up. But I kept thinking about it because the rest of like AJ Ruby, they're like, why would you put that on your sheet on purpose? If we're ever in a situation where like there is a character that's bigoted, you have no, like, we can't do any strategy to survive a situation. And Randy's like, when will that ever come up? And him saying that, I was like, uh-oh, I have an idea. And so walk with me on this. Hear me out, okay? Hear me out. This is gonna sound horrible, but trust me, it ended up okay, okay? So you know how J.K. Rowling sucks? And she's actually, like, super transphobic, among many other things, and how she wrote Harry Potter. So this is a multiverse story where every story ever told is real. One of the universes that they went to was a universe based on what if J.K. Rowling didn't hide the fact that she was bigoted when she wrote Harry Potter? And so it was like an alternate take on the Harry Potter universe where every character was super bigoted. And they needed to sneak through to get an item and leave. And the entire time Randy's character is on the verge of just losing it. And at a certain point, it's so funny too because you know that thing in Harry Potter where like in order to get to the Ministry of Magic or whatever, they have to like flush themselves down a toilet. So they're in line for the bathroom. And Randy's character like taps on the shoulder of the character in front of him. The character turns around and Randy's like, "Hey, who are you?" The character in front of him turns around, looks him dead in the eye and says, "Oh, I'm transphobic Harry Potter." The character's name was transphobic Harry Potter. And please don't find a shiny. Randy, his character, like the rest of the party was trying so hard to keep him from losing his shit because they needed to get a specific item. So they eventually did get to the universe, right? But once they were there, they got the item and they're like, okay, we have to sneak out. Let's not make a big scene. Immediately, Randy brings out like a Gatling gun. And then chaos ensued. There were no survivors in that universe. Randy got to rage out. But the entire time he was raging out, the rest of the party was trying to find a way to get him out. They were trying to leave, but he kept being left behind because he couldn't stop being enraged. It was a very interesting puzzle where like I didn't really need to do anything other than put Randy in a situation. They are afraid of my swag. Why can't I save this image? There we go. They are afraid of my swag. I need to make that image slightly large so the text is somewhat readable. But yeah, no. So that was a very problematic universe they went to, but that was the point in a way. It was so stupid. Woodchippers 1, page 3. Goodness. We're doing this, aren't we? Guys, I write books. We've read 2 pages of Woodchippers 1 so far. Here's page 3. Oh, honey, want to be dangerous? Leisha Ironleaf, former elven sentry, held out her hand in a futile attempt to stop her young spring from acting on a destiny they had chosen long ago. Hel said nothing as they readied their rucksack over their shoulder. They looked into their mother's eyes. Leisha's face was slender and shapely, strikingly beautiful. Hel shared the same refined facial features as their 340-year-old elven mother, the same deep brown hair dropping down to the shoulders. They shared the same pointed ears. Pel's gaze shifted to their father. Alexander took a deep breath. To destiny, Pel had chosen. Pel smiled. Their freckled smile was the same as their 62-year-old human father's, though it was hard to tell as Alexander's was hidden beneath a bushy orange beard. Their bright green eyes, however, clearly linked the two. Pel the elf was assuredly the offspring of Alexander the typical setting of Eldiria, Pel was atypical. They were half elf, half human, a rare heritage. They shared the qualities of their parents in equal parts, and they seemed all at once as beautiful as they were handsome. Pel's striking looks were a lucky accident. Maintaining a certain androgyny with their appearance was important to Pel, and it had been for most of their young life. Boy jumpers. I almost just did the soft reset button combo. I'm still not... I got muscle memory. Oh, you're big dumpy Mike Wazowski? Good to know. Magnus Stella. Team Ironleaf. That's what I'm saying. When she's 340. Alright. I still have yet to find a standing shiny, by the way. Maybe Bounsweet will change that. Big Dumpy is gone. Obliterated. Tragic. Please, Bounsweet. Be so nice to me. Ella's getting a new dad. Me. Crazy. Bounsweet happens in the next transphobic Harry Potter universe stuff. No, because the video isn't about Bounsweet. It's about Orcorio and Rabombi. This is when the shiny does show up. It's going to be a small part of the intro. This will not get so much focus on it. I'm gonna include like very little build up. Oh yeah, Chicha Bounce. Well, if I find it today, hopefully, Chicha Bounsweet will be on the layout. I think the most time I've ever spent Masuda hunting at any given moment is like 2 hours, because that's how long the bus ride is. So 2 hours to class, 2 hours back, 4 hours in a day. So if I stream for more than 4 hours, that'll be like the most Masuda hunting I've done in a single day. That's why this has taken so long, besides it going over odds. It's just that I have not been hunting it that much. But it's gotten ridiculous. I need to get this done. Interesting fact, by the way, about the Boy Jumpers campaign. So every story ever told is real, but within a certain degree of accuracy. So I should remind you that that campaign happened to some extent, because if you've read Void Jumpers 1 and 2, specifically 2, they're calling out different Void Jumper names, and at one point they call out the last names Clearwater and Essence. That's Ruby and AJ. Their characters were Rain Clearwater and Parrot Essence in the campaign, and they both are name dropped in Void Jumpers 2. So like partially the events of that campaign are canon, at least to some extent. I don't think Zook is ever mentioned, but it was Randy's character. Oh, Bounsweet. What if you were shiny? Pretty cool, just saying. So awesome. This is gonna super skew my method average. Like, these are so many encounters I'm sitting on that I haven't even added to my total yet. My method average is 403 currently. 16,000 total method encounters. And 42 method shinies. This is gonna completely mess up those stats. Oh, I forgot to add numbers. Bounsweet Mother? I think I just have a generic Steenie. I think I hatched a Steenie from the shiny one, and then, or a Bounsweet, and then evolved that Bounsweet and made it the parent so that I could still store the shiny Steenie and Zarina in my boxes without having to have them held hostage. So it's like a generic Steenie and a Ditto. Actually, hold on. What ball am I hatching this in? Dusk Ball. I wonder if I should change the parent to, was it Vax? I think I caught in a Love Ball. Nah, I've got a bunch of eggs built up anyway. I like Dusk for, Bounsweet. It being named Elderia too. Yeah, that fits. Actually, now that I think about it, I think I caught a non-shiny one as the parent. I don't think I bred it down. Because Vax is in a Love Ball and Leisha's in a Heal Ball. So that wouldn't make any sense. This is a Dusk Ball. So yeah, it's just a wild, I wanted it to be in a different ball than the other two, so neither of the existing shinies are the parents. The wild Bounsweet. I also have to hatch these in Ultra Sun because Ultra Moon is my main file, and I want every dex entry to be shiny, but like, obviously to hatch Bounsweet you necessarily have to see non-shinies, so I'm not registering Bounsweet in Ultra Moon until it's shiny. Yeah, it's really weird. I think just because generally the levels are higher in Ultra Sun and Moon, and as a consequence of that, Bounsweet is not encounterable, and neither is a Alolan Geodude. That's weirder to me. Because, like, at least with Bounsweet, you could make the argument that it's somewhat serving as, like, a baby Pokemon. Like, it's not actually classified as a baby Pokemon, but functionally speaking, a lot of those are, like, breed exclusive in the older games. But Alolan Geodude not being in the wild in Ultra Sun and Moon is absurd to me, because that's an entire Alolan form. There is a full-on Alolan form that you cannot catch in Ultra Sun and Moon. That is so absurd to me. What did they mean by this? Mr. Beast! Yeah, it's just the case that, like, everywhere that Alolan Geodude spawned before, the levels are higher in Ultra Sun and Moon, and so they're just Graveler. There's nowhere with a low enough level where Geodude could be encountered, which is kind of silly to me, because, like, the alternative, just Geodude... Oh, that's the wrong one. Geodude is available very early in most Pokemon games, so, like, why not just make it available earlier than it was in Sun and Moon? Just put Geodude, like, in the Diglett Cave, or I don't know, 10 Carat Hill? Why is it not in 10 Carat Hill? That would make a lot of sense to me. Yeah, Zarina's cool. I'm at this point now where, like, at the beginning of the decks, uh, it was very easy for me to put together, like, a team because I had so few shinies. But now I have so many shinies that, like, it's so hard for me to choose which, like, 5 I want on my party. I can't usually do 6 if I'm shiny hunting because I want a slot open for the shiny itself. But, like, it's really difficult for me to pick what Pokemon I want to rep. Because I've got my favorites, obviously, but then there are also a ton from the decks that, like, I get the most out of shiny hunting by using the shinies that I find, and there are a lot that I haven't really gotten to use all that much. I haven't used Zarina, like, at all. Uh, but it's difficult because, like, I love having Decidueye or Delmise on the team, which I gotta have Zarina on the team. There are some Pokemon in my collection that I have been neglecting. I think so, Pycrest. Guys, I didn't get the creator pass for Pokemon Worlds. But also, like, nobody is getting the creator pass for Pokemon Worlds? I don't know what's going on. I think PM7 got denied creator pass. Which, like... Huh? Makes me feel a little bit better about me not getting it. Because if he's not going to get it, then, like, what the hell? But it makes me wonder who all is going to get it, you know? I don't think we know any of that yet. We only know the denials so far. Although this time around, it looks like the spectator passes are going to be a little bit easy. Where before, what happened was that AJ and I got won the lottery for being able to get a spectator pass. Ruby and Randy didn't, and the only reason that they were able to get in is because there was a competitor that had passes for viewers that, like, was in contact with her Toasty Toes. There was, like, a way that we could get those. But this time around, spectator passes come with a +1. So, like, if you get one, you can buy another one for somebody else. So, this time around, if only 2 of us get it, that should work out. That's nice, at least. Yeah, like, it's interesting to me that there are people who got Creator Pass last year who aren't like, Blue Factor literally, like, was part of a meet and greet last year. Like, he got the Creator Pass and was also, like, heavily featured, and then this time around, no? That's odd. It feels like getting invited to a club and then kicked out of the club. Very odd. I don't know what the thought process and what the decision making is like behind the scenes. I know they're scaling back this time around. But interested to know what the criteria are. It'll show the shiny when it hatches. It won't sparkle, though, unfortunately. They added that in Gen 8. Hello, hello, shiny gear. I'm interested to see where Worlds is going to be next year, because the only reason why the league's been able to go to the last one and this one is because they're both in California. We will be making our best effort to be out there this year, and I'll be printing out a second signature page for the Alola deck, so if you see me at Worlds, remind me that, like, ask about signing the decks, because it's going to be the second and last. I imagine the decks will be finished before the next Worlds, and also, I probably won't even be at the next World. Look, lore, guys, who or where are we talking about? Yo, speaking of some evil shit like France, Cove, this is Ray. God, what is there to say about Ray that I haven't already said? God, what is there to say about Ray that I haven't already said? What can I say? I feel like I've said literally everything. Man, I don't even know. I don't want to repeat myself too much. Clone of a clone of the main character. Head got chopped off, put on back wrong. Blind, needs the helmet to see and also to continue living because his head got cut off. Has a remote that manipulates people's emotions and he gives them visions and tells them to, well, I can't say that, it's TOS, but you can fill in the gaps. I don't understand how you people like this guy on a level more than character appreciation. This guy sucks. That's what I'm saying. People like him a little too much. You're supposed to hate him, you know. Oh yeah, that's something I feel like I don't mention a lot. It's funny because like in writing Thrones 2, I wanted to avoid that trope where like the only gay character is the villain because that's a pretty problematic trope. And but also I wanted to avoid the like the kill your gays trope as well. And so in attempting to avoid a lot of baggage and tropes that come with representation like that, I accidentally ended up with Thrones 2 being like all the way gay. There's like no it's like it's all the way down. Kind of funny. Like I feel like I need to balance this in some way. Hey, what about the token straight? Yeah, but like Nick isn't even like in a relationship at all in the books. Like I'm talking specifically relationship plots. Which I guess technically with Ray there isn't one either, but yeah, I guess Nick is there. Natus and Miser, Foxtrot and Ray, the women, exactly. We got more book lore. Guys, where are we talking about? Watch it be the other drawing of Ray. Huh, well, it's very connected still. So this is Vax. I love Vax, you guys. She's introduced in Thrones 1. I really like the way this art of her turned out. It's one of my favorites that I've drawn. I feel like I can't quite 100% get there when it comes to capturing the way I picture a character in my head. Vax is one of the few exceptions where I drew this and I'm like, oh my god, yes, that's exactly how she looks. She's really cool. She's introduced as a very depressed, down on her luck barista in the far future, living alone in a very trashy apartment, not really taking care of herself all that much, and she wants nothing more than to see the stars, but she lives in a big city with a ton of light pollution, so she can't fucking see the stars, bro. But then the Sentinel shows up, and shenanigans ensue, and I'm sure her life only gets better from there, and nothing bad ever happens. Certain. I like Vax. Vax is cool. Her name, by the way, inspired by exclamation mark Music Man, Lambvax. Yeah, well, she's French Canadian, which I don't know if that's better or worse. Yeah, her native language is Canadian French, which like I can't do accents at all, but it's kind of funny to think like if ever there were a live action Thrones of Time, like she'd have an accent, which is funny to think about. Because like when I read the audiobooks, obviously I don't do that. Although I can't say that. She doesn't always have the accent on account of circumstances. Gets hit with the stop having an accent beam. Icha just farted. I mean, it's not that it gets rid of an accent, it's just that it changes it. I think it only gets rid of an accent, insofar as you consider, like, an American accent to be neutral, which it isn't. Not necessarily, but just something different. It's not really pointed out either, but, like, obviously the other characters as well that change in some regard. Like, the voices aren't... It's not the same voice every time. Like, thinking about the Sentinel, it's not ever pointed out that there's any, like... I don't know. It's... I feel like the way I see it... Oh my god, voice crack while a burp was building up. The way I see it... if ever, like, Thrones of Time were adapted into a live-action situation, characters that change at all across the story would just inherit whatever accent the actor happens to have. There wouldn't need to be... Like, if you think about Doctor Who, right? Like, obviously, British show. Most of them are British. David Tennant doesn't have a British accent, but then he did one anyway. But then, like, Peter Capaldi comes along and they're like, fine, you can just be you. I think in the situation of, like, adaptation of Thrones, the Sentinel would be a case where it's like, there wouldn't need to be any reason for whatever actor is chosen to have to conform to a specific accent. It would just be whatever accent they have. David Tennant's Scottish, right? Yeah. In my mind, I've always fan casted him as Ganto. I think that'd be awesome. And now... I think you mean and now, actually. What if I found a shiny Pokemon? I think that'd be cool. I heard Ruby's excited about that. I'm excited for her about that. I don't have too much of a interest or stake in this, but that's cool. I think from, like, the perspective of, like, a indie creation thing, it's cool that it's gotten as big as it has. I'm happy about that. That's sick. Actors both good American. That Hugh Laurie and that one Spider-Man guy, Tom Holland. Yeah, it's American accents feel so much easier for people to fake than the other way around. And I don't know what it is. Would Benedict Cumberbatch do an American accent as well? Why can't they just do that? That feels unfair. We got book lore, but first, shiny Bounsweet. Damn. Oh, where are we talking about? So this is a showdown bot. No, yeah, he's straight up British. He was literally Sherlock Holmes in that one Sherlock show. So yeah, this is a showdown bot from Exquisite Quantum Showdown. They don't all have sword hands, but a lot of them do. They have camera eyes and they can turn invisible. And also, there seems to be some sort of connection to a certain orange cube if you look at its chest there. Very fun and cool. Excited to write about these guys. I have written a little bit about them, but they haven't done much yet. There's a really funny scene, actually, in EQS involving them. It's like, it's set up to seem like it's going to be a scene showing off how cool Keenan is, and it pulls the rug underneath and actually makes fun of Keenan. Yeah, that's true. His name literally is Benedict Cumberbatch. Like, that's not... Like, his name is... No? I think this shelf is gonna collapse. I should probably move all this stuff before a disaster occurs. I only know House MD, so true. Oh, okay, Cove. Yeah, yes. I get it. What if instead of not finding a shiny Pokemon, I found one? That'd be cool. There was a comment on the Tabu video. Hold on. I need to find this. Oh, it's gonna be... I'm gonna need to scroll a lot. A lot of really nice comments in this video, but I'm looking for a very specific one. Gregory House Tapu Lele? 10 question marks. I just wanted, yeah. Gregory House Tapu Lele? Yeah. Just didn't elaborate. You're calling 3.6K? I can't get a read on how quick Masuda is while streaming. It feels slow. I don't know, like, how long it'll take to get there. Forgot about that low-key. It was, like, early February. It was pre-Pokemon Day. It took so long to find all the Tapus that, like, Tapu House is ancient lore now. What's a guy gotta do? I feel like, wouldn't it be really funny? Wouldn't it be so funny if I accidentally been full odds hunting it this whole time? Okay, well, no, I'm definitely not. This is 100% Masuda. We got book lore. Guys, who are we talking about? Yo! Have we ever rolled this? Has this ever been rolled? I feel like I've never seen this in book lore. What the hell? This is Ilsos. This is honestly one of my favorite planets in Thrones lore. Don't question how it physically works, okay? To have 2 rings orbiting different orbital planes. The way I rationalized it, which, like, if an astrophysicist comes in and tells me I'm wrong, yeah. But canonically, the reason why it has 2 rings is that the core of the planet is like a different planet. There's like a separate orbiting core where, like, people live on this gas giant, but they live on the core on the inside. And it has the smaller ring. And then the outside gas portion has the larger ring. And they have, like, different orbits for some reason. But anyway, what's interesting about this planet is that this is, like, instead of there being a solar system with a sun that has a bunch of planets orbiting it, This system is Ilsos with a bunch of moons. There is no sun. This is like the light at the center. So everything orbiting it is very dim, and the moons that orbit it are like Andrometron, Galactic Jail, Beseed, Loron, Sanzi, Parv, and Dial. And we only ever visit like 3 of those. But what's fun is that each of those rings consists of countless asteroids and like small rocky objects that all of them, both of those rings are chock full of clone production facilities. So all of the clones, 1AAAA through to 100ZZZZ, were all produced within the rings of Ilsos. So those rings are almost entirely filled with clone production facilities, which is pretty fun. Art moment, by the way. How long is your Masuda method? I'm at 3,490 currently. It's absurd. Yo. Small. Tiny. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Tiny little thing. No shiny charm. So 1 in 683 are my odds. Yeah, I'm doing the method right. This is the same file, I think, that I found like Poplio in 23 eggs. So this is just like absurdly over odds. That's just the way that it is. Thought I was on fire? Yeah, no, there's flowers back there. Is that online? 3DS? Oh, this is my 3DS. I just got a capture card. House MD the music? That'd go kind of crazy. Yeah, 3DSs are harder to come by now, huh? Unless your name is Randy, in which case you get them for free. He's got like a crazy 3DS collection right now. People are just like giving him 3DSs. Nuts. I want to get the Sun and Moon 3DS so bad, but they're all so expensive, even like used. A little bit upset that the 2 3DSs I have are just the standard gray ones. I think it would have been cool if the Ultra Sun was the red and the Ultra Moon was like the blue. We got more book lore. Guys, where are we talking about? Yo! So this is Quinn Carter. Or her full name actually is Carol Quinlan Carter. But they call her Quinn. She's the Sentinel expert. Very fun aspect of the books is that, like, because it's time travel related, she's introduced in Thrones 1 as a character who is an expert of the Sentinel who's a time traveler, but the Sentinel meets her when he, like, just starts. So he's like, how are you an expert? And he's more heavily featured in the second book because that's when she actually becomes an expert about the Sentinel. It's just a fun, like, non-chronological aspect of time travel storytelling that I like a lot. I like Quinn. She's really cool. Get down, Miss President! Yeah, she is the President of the United States at one point. When I was... So, for Thrones 1 through 3, I got the first one professionally edited, which I think I got scammed. It was so much money, and to this day, I still find issues in Thrones 1, like minor spelling mistakes, that I think at this point, the document's just so old that, like, it's degrading somehow. Because most of the time, the problems I find are, like, words missing a letter. Or, like, a space that's gone. And it's, like, they definitely weren't there before kind of thing. Anyway, that's tangent. The reason I'm bringing this up is that it was professionally edited, And one of the changes that the editor suggested was that Quinn Carter kept being referred to as like President Carter. And she's like, you can't refer to this character as President Carter because we already had a President Carter. And they'll kill you. Like, okay. This is a different, but okay. Sure. Alright. Alright. Like, they'll sue you for slander. I don't think so. Like, I'm only 15 at this point, but I don't think so. I think I should be fine. I probably would have been fine. Yeah, President Carter himself would kill me if I didn't refer to her as literally any other, like, Madam President, sure. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Like when I was 15 and I heard this information, I'm like, I think it'd be fine, actually. Insisted. Now you gotta change it. Hey, I guess if you say so. For the professional editor that I'm paying way too much for. Not that you shouldn't pay editors, but like I think in this one specific instance, I might have been a little bit pranked. I think. You were recommended this editor through a friend of a friend, and I don't think that's the channel you should be going through. I think I want a shiny Bounsweet. Is that too much to ask? Seeing the number... This is why I prefer doing Masuda method in my own time, right? Because, like, if I'm just absent-mindedly Masuda methoding while on the bus listening to music, and I don't have the number in front of me, because typically I only add to the number once I release a bunch of the hatches. So at any given moment, I don't actually know what number I'm at. But now that I've added the counter, I do, and I don't think I like it. I'm being constantly reminded that, oh yeah, I'm over odds by, like, a lot. Miss JFK. Hope he comes back in Thrones after. I gotta draw JFK in my book art style. I gotta add him into the book lore. It'd be so funny. He's gonna be such a minor presence in Thrones 5. Like, such a small piece. But, like, I've gotta draw him, though. It'd be really funny to have him in the background of the trailer. Yeah, JFK PNG. I gotta do it. JFK and book arts. Yeah, shot of the trailer that has, like, the Oval Office, and then Kogar and JFK in the same frame for, like, 1 second in the trailer. Yeah. Book redeem, where are we talking about? Slight pause after the art shows up on screen. Go like, yeah, so this is President John F. Kennedy. Thanks for the shiny luck. I'll draw him. If he's going to be in the trailer, he's got to match the art style of the rest of the characters. Oh, 100% Cove. No, none of the Pokemon in the decks are going to be named JFK. Although if I were going to name one that, it'd be Blacephalon. Because his head just did that. Although I'm actually going to be naming Blacephalon Ray. The color scheme matches, and also Ray's head just did well. In a slightly different way, but... Off goes the Weasel type beat, I guess. Oh, the non-shiny one, name it JFK? I could do that. That's crazy, PK. I think Stack Attacka, I was gonna call it something else, but I think I've changed my mind. I'm gonna call it the box. I forget the plan I had for it originally. But yeah, I'm gonna call it the box. Oh, Funky Square. That was gonna be its name, actually. Yeah, it was gonna be Funky Square, but I think the box fits better. Do not step on a freaky square. It will lick you crazy. Yeah, the Ultra Beasts are shiny locked in Sun and Moon. But in Ultra Sun and Moon, they aren't. Which, oh my god. Like, I'm actually surprised that Stack Attack and Blacephalon aren't shiny locked, because the way they're encountered is very similar to how the Ultra Beasts were encountered in Sun and Moon. But I guess because they unlocked them for the wormholes, they felt like they needed to unlock the wild ones as well. Oh my goodness. Oh. Why am I tired? I had coffee, slept well. That's not fair. I want a refund. 3,500. How did I get here? What happened? What actually happened? Why does Bounsweet hate me? You know what sucks too is that like I've got extra Steamy as phases for the Lush Jungle Hunt. Like why? Like if those were Bounsweet encounters, I'd be set. You know. At this point, I would much rather random encounter, which I can do in Sun and Moon, but I want it to be from these files. Is the problem. Thanks for the shiny luck. Yeah, I mean, coffee, it's kind of like the situation where, like, if I don't have coffee, I'm very tired, and if I do, I'm, like, annoyed. It doesn't, like, wake me up so much as it doesn't... It makes me neutral. So obsessed with Plants vs. Zombies, you missed a deadline? That's kind of crazy. Drink eight monsters and see how you feel. I'm excited to die while looking for the Ultra Beasts, because I think like every Ultra Beast stream, I need to have the Hawaiian monster that says Unleash the Ultra Beast on it. Because what the hell did they mean by that? It's Hawaiian themed and it says Unleash the Ultra Beast? I need to have one of those for every Ultra Beast stream. Like, that's a necessity. But it's a monster energy drink, so I will die by the end of the... There are 7 Ultra Beasts that I need for that video. It took me 2 months to get 4 Tapus. This shirt was from the Pokemon Center. I think it's sold out right now. They have other ones like it for different Pokemon. They have like an Ice Cube one that I also have. Yeah, I got one, PK, and I liked it, which is a little bit unfortunate because I typically don't like energy drinks, and I took a sip and I'm like, oh no, it's good. But then Ruby tried it, and she looked at me with the most concerned face. I think she thought less of me for enjoying it. Like, this is not good. This is bad. Drink 1 can and fill it up with something healthier every time? That's a good idea. I'll just lie. Yeah, that's a good idea. I like that. I like lying. To tell an ultra lie, yeah. Oh. Can't believe in you unless you see you crack it, the can every stream. Oh god. Yeah, starting every Ultra Beast stream like that would go kind of crazy, actually. I want to try to... Obviously, I want to get the Ultra Beast within a reasonable amount of time. So I won't be exclusively doing them on Wednesdays, but I will definitely be streaming the Wednesdays that I do hunt. Because getting Ultra Beast on Wormhole Wednesday would be awesome. But they won't be Wormhole Wednesday exclusive. Why am I counting? I need to only count when they hatch. I wonder what my class schedule is going to be like. I hope that, like, by the time I go for the Ultra Beast, I don't have classes on Wednesdays. I think timing-wise, it might actually be, like, my graduation. Oh, it would be, like, November, December, probably. Probably don't have Wednesday classes that semester. Or at least, like, maybe they're online. Poison flavor. Yeah, if I start with Nihilego, I won't be able to finish. I'll just die because I'm like, okay, guys, we're starting with Nihilego. You know what that means? Poison drink. Might be smarter to drink rocks. I saw someone on the internet claim that Glamora was the first and only rock poison type. I had to scroll past because I didn't want to be an actually guy. Buzzwole Punch goes crazy. I forgot to record the footage of entering an Ultra Beast world for the first time. So I need to, like, do an entire new playthrough. Or I guess just find footage on YouTube, but that's boring. Hummingbird outside. Awesome. I'm so excited for Naganadel. Poiple and Naganadel, because, like, every single playthrough of Ultra Sun and Moon that I've done, which I should remind you is, like, far too many. Enough to stockpile a shit ton of apricot balls. But every single Ultra Sun and Moon playthrough I've done, I have denied the Poiple gift. With the thought in the back of my mind, I'll shiny hunt this later. And I never did. It's been almost 10 years now. And I've denied the Poiple gift every time, thinking I'll shiny hunt it later. I can't wait to finally shiny hunt it for realsies. Also really excited for Naganadel because I'm going to name it Calathorn. And I just think a Princess Calathorn reference Naganadel goes crazy. Not yet, but that is in my plans eventually. A really interesting hunt. Yo! 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 Is this about Calathorn and Naganadel? Because if so, I agree. Calathorn and Naganadel goes home. I'm really excited. I'm very excited. Calathorn is also the name I give to, like, whenever I use a Vespiquen. I've got Fishing Delmise, yeah. Exclamation mark YouTube. I've got the whole Alola series. I did a video about the Delmise. Yeah, Poiple's gonna be interesting because I gotta go for it twice. I think my plan is to I'm doing 2 different Ultra Beast videos. I'm doing a video about the original Ultra Beast, then a separate video about the Ultra game Ultra Beast. And in that video, I'm going to start with Poiple, because like it's the canonical like starter of that world. And then I'll do Stack Attack Blacephalon, and then I'll end with the Poiple that's going to evolve into Naganadel. I think that's the plan. I really don't want to like back-to-back soft reset for Poiple, especially considering that the second one will have to be single hunted. There's actually going to be a lot of that toward the end of the decks. Like, type Null, I'm going to have to single hunt. When I get around to the box legends, I can double hunt Cosmog, but the second one I'll have to single hunt. I'm kind of thinking, let me know if this is crazy, but I'm thinking for like pacing reasons. When I get to the box legends, I could obviously side-by-side hunt Solgaleo and Lunala, but I kind of want to just start with solo hunting Solgaleo, and then move into a solo Cosmog hunt, and then solo hunt Lunala, and then solo hunt Cosmog again. So just a series of 4 single hunts. It'll definitely make it take longer, but I think they kind of deserve their own focus, if that makes sense. I think that's what I want to do. Ooh, a remake of the Alola starter? I do have a plan for... Oh, for Poiple being the starter. That could be funny. My plan is, like... You know how, like, the starter video thumbnail is, like, the white background with the 3 goobers? And the title is my Alola Living Dex finally begins. My plan is for the last video to be Necrozma, and the title to be my Alola Dex finally ends. And it's going to be the same white background, but Necrozma in the middle in that pose where it's like in the crater. So, not gooberfied, but like white background crater defeated Necrozma in the center. With like a mirrored title situation, I think is the plan. Yeah, I could go way over Odd Signer, but that would be, the Box Legends would be the second to last video of the entire Dex Quest. And so I kind of feel like doing a series of 4 single hunts would draw it out in a way that I think would be good, actually. Because I don't like endings. And I think it'll be nice to essentially really drag out the end. Give it the sort of importance that it deserves, I feel like. I really want to appreciate the end of the decks. No, Necrozma is going to be the last. So I actually have a plan that's a little bit different than my original plan. But here's my thinking, right? For me, personally, I started the Alola Dex Quest on June 13th, 2024. But because of how long it took for me to find all of the starters and make that video, the first video wasn't until October 25th. So, from the perspective of viewers, it's as if the Alola Dex started in October. And so there's a whole chunk of it that, to me, like, I spent so much time working on it, and yet, from the perspective of viewers, that doesn't really register as time spent in the Alola Dex. And so my thinking is that I want the final shiny and the final video to come out as close together as possible, so that the end of the Alola Dex, from the perspective of viewers, is as close as it is from my perspective. So this is my plan. Necrozma will be last, but I want 2 Necrozmas, just so that if I wanted to, I could have both fused forms in my party at the same time. Just a personal preference thing. And also because I would like to get it from both of my files. So my plan is for the last video to be about Necrozma, but only 1 Necrozma. Put out that video, then edit the entire finale movie. So the big recap of the entire Alola Dex. Have that 99.99% edited. Then start the hunt for the last Necrozma, the second one. And basically the idea is when I find the last shiny of the dex, which would be the second Necrozma, plug that into the timeline of a video that's already 99.99% complete, export it, and then upload it like immediately, so that the last day of the Alola Dex for me is also the last day for the channel, or as close as possible, so that like when it's done for you is the same as when it's done for me. And it'd also be cool that like if I'm getting 2 Necrozma, that you can kind of see the time it took for me to edit the finale video by looking at the gap between the Necrozmas. I think is the way I want to do it. Because to me, like, the Alola Dex is, like, cataloging a very particular moment in time, so I like the idea of, like, using those shinies as, like, a sort of benchmark. I'm excited about that. Which also means that, like, the big finale video, like, I don't want the finale video to take away from the viewing experience of the playlist and vice versa. So, like, the final shiny will be exclusive to the finale video, without taking away a solo video for Necrozma. So I like that I'm going for 2 Necrozmas for that reason. Best of both worlds type situation. I'm also really excited because the last Necrozma is going to be named after a piece of music that Lamvax made in high school for Void Jumpers, that when I approached him asking him to make it, I told him, like, could you do something in the same vein as the Ultra Necrozma fight? And the track is called Final Boss. And so the last shiny of the Alola Dex will be named after that track because of the connection it has to the Ultra Necrozma. And so the last shiny will be named Final Boss. And I think that's just so fitting. I'm really excited about that. But I'm going back and forth on what I want the first Necrozma to be. Because currently in my document, it's just going to have the name Void. Like, you know, Void Jumpers reference. It's literally the Void. But it doesn't feel like... It's not a character name or anything. And it's not, like, directly linked to anything very specific to the books. I've been going back and forth on naming it the name of a character from Thrones of Time, whose name I never say, and whose name I redact. But I don't know if I want to reveal it that way. But I'm thinking about the fact that it fuses with Solgaleo Lunala, and that's like a sort of type of possession, and it just kind of feels perfect. I'm also going to name Solgaleo Lunala Solare and Celeste. So, like, you know? That might be the way I reveal that name, I think. I think at that point I'll just give up trying to keep it a secret. I'm really leaning towards that. It's funny though, cause like Celeste as a name for Lunala, like it kind of makes sense. I like the Solare, Celeste, Solgaleo Lunala, but also like, I don't know, it's just a funny connection to make. Just add him to book lore and show him off there. I want to talk about him so bad, and I literally only care about the fact that he's hidden as like a piece of like, I don't know, how big of a deal is it for those that have read Thrones? Like, would it have ruined the experience for you had you read Thrones and knowing about the existence of this character? That's what I wonder. No. Because to me, it feels like a big reveal. It, like, recontextualizes everything. A little? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's why I've been so secretive about this character. Just his name alone. Like, if you're even a little bit familiar with Thrones of Time, you can kind of connect some dots. Yeah, the trailers the most we see of him. I don't know. I've been so back and forth. Yeah, it's not too difficult to predict his existence. So I don't know, like knowing about him, it would make it a lot easier to put together some pieces. Yeah, we're talking about redacted. I'm thinking about naming Necrozma the end of the decks, and I kind of feel like I gotta call him that. Yeah, Vine Boom, the shiny Ceruledge. Speaking of the Empty Throne, I was thinking about the other day, about like the the theme music that Lambac's made. Um, and I really like the idea of like each of the themes being referred to by the subtitle of the book, like the Paradox Master theme. You can think about it like that is the Paradox Master theme. But the way I use it in trailers, it's the paradox. Like I'm thinking specifically of the way the motifs work in the Thrones Aftertime theme and the Thrones Aftertime trailer I'm working on, and like the way I use the Paradox Master theme refers to a couple of different ways to interpret the Paradox Master. Broken Universe theme, there's really only one way to interpret that. I use that motif whenever referring to the Broken Universe. The Empty Throne motif, though, is really interesting to me because there are two characters you could use that motif to refer to. How many hours? Not sure. But I've been looking for like 10 months on and off. The bulk of this hunt has taken place like on the bus. 2 hours one way, 2 hours the other way. This is the first time I'm actually sitting down and fully focusing on. But very over odds for 1 in 683 chance. I think the mystery added to it in my first read through, but as a number now, I don't think it's a spoiler. Maybe when I get Necrozma, that's when I'll finally reveal and allow myself to talk about this character. Thanks for the shiny luck. The problem is if I put that character in book lore, I could say so much. It is so painful to keep this character a secret because there's so much about him. I could talk about this character for like the entire duration of a stream. That's crazy, PK. I mean, it's like, it's funny. I say I'm not a superstitious person, and I literally made up the books, and they're not real. But I kind of don't like referring to him by his name just because of, like, the canon aspect of, like, whenever you say the name, it gives him strength. Like, ooh, scary. Don't say it. But that's another reason why I don't even talk about the character, because it just adds to the vibe of learning about him in the books. I think Z moves make the most sense as just being crazy powered up moves. I think Ultra Necrozma is a special case. Before stream, I made sure to get a box full of eggs to start. How many do I have in there right now? Got a box of eggs here, and almost a box of eggs here. I can't, if I do roto hatch, I end up hatching faster than I can collect eggs. So just flame body is fast enough. Actually, I think it's magma armor. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna put him in book lore. I'm just gonna put him in book lore, and uh, the moment that will decide when I start talking about him is whenever it's randomly redeemed. At this point, we've said so much that like you can connect the dots. It's in the trailer. Leave it up to random chance whether or not I end up talking about this guy. Or folder is. All right, he's just in book lore now. We'll see how long it takes before the band-aid is ripped off. This playlist is public. It's one video on the Nova League. Stream music to whatever to or something like that. It's on the league. Oh god, we got book lore. Could you imagine? Off rip. Who aware we talking about? So this is the Sentinel. Sorry, I get distracted by a holla crabominable gif in the Nova League Discord right now. This goes hard. I'm adding this to my favorites. Anyway, this is the Sentinel. Main character of Thrones 1. I like him a lot. What have I not said about this guy? He basically, this is like the first Sentinel, so it's the way the character starts, and I'm really excited to write about him again in 5 Years Gone. Art moment. We got more. A little Bounsweet. Gotta put this Bounsweet out. Yo, speaking of the first Sentinel, what's up, Blue Vector? You voiced that guy in a trailer. At some point, I will need to return to your voice acting skills for a future trailer, but that's like years away. Oh, that accidentally hit it behind a. Put this in the. What? Where are you? There you are. All right. Continue. I don't know why I'm an onion. This isn't the first time I've been turned into a grunion. It's just something that happens occasionally. I built a time machine. Speaking of onions, you see they're making Lego Shrek sets now? It's kind of funny. There's like a giant brick-built like Shrek and Donkey, but like scale-wise, Puss in Boots is just a minifigure, which like I understand, but I can't get the thought out of my head that Shrek and Donkey are just massive. Thinking about Puss in Boots being minifigure size. Yeah, the second Redacted is rolled, I will say his name and we're allowed to talk about it. But it's up to random chance now. The reveal of this character existing is up to random chance. I think it is a little bit of a spoiler, but I don't think it ruins the books to know about him ahead of time. But it does, like, if you guys want to go into Thrones of Time with the ideal circumstances, do it now before this character gets redeemed currently. You need to read all 3 books before Book Redeem rolls this character in the next 2 seconds. Well, where are we talking about? We're shiny hunting for this character now. So, this is another character whose name I can't say. Oh yeah, Redacted is in book lore now, so fully possible to redeem. This is another character whose name I can't say. She's really cool. I just call her the Ghost, or Ghost Lady, or in the key art in the Nova League Discord, Mysterious Yuri. I I love this character. What can I say without spoiling things? There's one particular moment where you can kind of see like the sort of like the dark aura like flames. There's one moment where she uses this power, and like I need to like I wish I could draw. I did a lot of little doodles and notebooks in class when I was originally writing Thrones, where this is the wrong layout. Like there's a moment where her power just breaks through, and just like the dark flames are encompassing everything and going insano style. And I think about this scene frequently. I'm gonna hatch another Bounsweet, and then we got another book lore. You guys are shiny hunting for this mysterious character reveal. No shiny, guys. Where are we talking about? Yo, Ayla Tempest, depressed, alcoholic, sister of a single mother whose responsibility of raising the kids has fallen onto her somehow, wants absolutely nothing to do with the plot of Thrones of Time, and yet she is a Thrones of Time character. So unfortunately, she has to deal with the plot of Thrones of Time. That's just how it goes. You got more book lore. This is going to be the rest of the stream now, I feel like. Where are we talking about? Yo, well, actually, we talked about him earlier, so I gotta re-roll. You're lucky. Yo, Andrew Hall, half-brother of Eve Sanchez. Introduced in, like, 1982 at the point of the books, and he's like a bit of a rambunctious high schooler with like a group of rowdy friends, not too serious into school. Very stereotypical type of character. He's really into comics. Very into the pop culture of the time. Loves Star Wars and Indiana Jones. Really excited about the prospect of being caught up in a Thrones of Time adventure. That excitement does not last very long because the reality of the situation hits pretty hard, fairly quick. I like that character a lot. And I like the dynamic between him and Eve. He will not come back in Thrones 5, but I do think we will briefly see him in Thrones 6. Medic Mane, I've been meaning to ask, did your opinion change on Andrew Hall? Did your opinion ever change of this character throughout reading Thrones 3? No? That's crazy. That's crazy. With one eye open, Gremlin? Okay. Hey, this is a fun message for knowers. We got more book lore. Where are we talking about? Did I put new eggs in my party? Yeah, okay. Sometimes I forget. Phoebe! Very fun character of Voyager Pursuit, namesake of the shiny Sylvali for the Dex quest, that is still yet to debut on the channel. He's a cool guy. He's like 3 weeks old, and going through an existential crisis. Very fun character to write about. I wanted him to be involved in Thrones 4, but I found I had some difficulty figuring out how to keep him involved in the plot because, like, don't want to bloat a story with characters that have no purpose for the plot to be there. But when I did figure it out, I got really excited. I'm happy with the plans I have for this character and how he's going to be involved, and I'm looking forward to writing about that. What I get Voidtrippers we don't know how to read? Exclamation mark Voidvod, links in the chat right now because original meme just did it. I read Voidtrippers 1 live and uploaded the VOD. 10 hours, so if you're a shiny hunter, that's pretty good. Put on in the background. Every page is shown on screen, and every time a character speaks, their profile picture shows. No shiny. Guys, where are we talking about? We're like double shiny hunting. We're lore hunting. The originals. From left to right, you got Sogar, the first ever Gar, King of the Gars. You've got a terror drone representing Kranika, first ever Krantharnic, Queen of the Terrors. Right in the middle, you've got Modius, the first Quadstella, King of the Quadstella. Bottom left is Dial, the first ever Deus Aves, and bottom right is Dracona, the first ever Drago Lupus. All of these characters are historical figures in Thrones of Time. They're like deep lore past figures, except for Sogar and Modius, which persist a little bit into Thrones of Time. Sogar the least, Modius the most. Dracona actually appears at the beginning of Void Jumpers 1 due to time travel reasons. But yeah, these are all like historical figures that were part of the first ever war, so they're like long gone now. And like the deep lore of Thrones of Time is interesting to me because like it is relevant to the story, but like whenever like I want to advertise the books, like Thrones 1 touches on the existence of those originals. It does not like bit of writing advice. Don't front load lore dumps. They need to feel earned. If somebody is like reading your story for the first time and you just like hit them with like a wall of text explaining the lore of your universe, they're out because they're not hooked yet via like characters or whatever. They don't care about the world yet because they haven't been in it. So in Thrones of Time, there's like a ton of crazy deep lore that you don't even really get to learn about until like bits and pieces throughout Thrones 2. And then in Thrones 3, there's a moment halfway through that is just a lore dump chapter. But because you've stuck with the story for so long, it feels earned in a way where it's like one of my favorite chapters. Where it's like finally you get everything like fully explained. And at that point, you're so bought in that you're willing to accept just walls of text of lore. Very fun. No shiny, more book lore. Guys, so where are we talking about? Captain Bragg's Slippy of the Tempest Blight. Picture a Diplocaulus floating, Dragapult style, dressed like a pirate, talks like a pirate, and just wants to collect treasures from across the multiverse. And you pretty much got Captain Bragg Slippy of the Tempest Blight. Love that guy. I also hate him, but I love that guy. He's wet. Gross. Yeah, he's slimy. No, it's not purple yet. Like with liquid time and other substances. Yeah. That's one of my favorite aspects of the Dimension Pirates is that, like, you know the trope of pirates getting drunk on rum? In Void Jumpers, the Dimension Pirates get drunk on liquid time. Because they're like, they sail the Nova Storm, the space between all worlds. And whenever it rains in the Nova Storm, the rain is time. And they drink that and it gives them like visions of the past and future. Which makes them like, not drunk, but like somewhat delirious in a way. It's just a fun twist on it. We got more book lore. Guys, where are we talking about? I almost full sent this character's name, which is a crazy spoiler. This is the astronaut. I love the astronaut. One of the most, like... The story was originally based off of what was essentially a direct ripoff of Doctor Who. The astronaut is one of the things in the story that remains as, like, the biggest noticeable inspiration from Doctor Who, like based off of River Song, was the original idea, but the character and the storyline ended up incredibly different. It's just the basis of that character arc in Doctor Who served as the inspiration point for me wanting to make that character, despite them turning out to be completely very different. But I really like the astronaut. Really the only aspect of that character that is carried over from River is just the thought of someone meeting, a time traveler meeting a character out of time. Which is to say that, like, when those characters meet, the astronaut knows more about the Sentinel than the Sentinel knows about them. Sentinel's meeting them for the first time, astronaut has a bunch of history already with the Sentinel. That's like the inspirational basis, but everything else from that point ends up very different from that aspect. Yeah, it kind of just does just feel like a unnecessary trope for a time travel story. There's two different characters actually that have that as like the basis of their character, and they both end up turning out very different. Every character with a redacted name is the same person. That isn't interesting. There are multiple characters with redacted names. I'm going to maul you to death now. Love that. Full odds maul you to death. Random full odds mauling. Not just the Paradox Master versus the one next, where I have to deal with everyone. So true. How's the new video doing? Apu video is 8 out of 10 right now. Not doing so hot. Hope it picks up soon. The average view time is really high, so I hope YouTube looks at that and goes like, hey, wait a minute. Book lore, guys, who or where are we talking about? Yo, the Sentinel. So we talked about the Sentinel earlier. This is also the Sentinel. 2, as it were. The second one. Incredibly depressed. Oh my god. Like, just experienced some of the worst trauma he's ever experienced. Not the worst trauma he'll ever experience. Just the worst up to that point. And really can't deal with it. In fact, fun fact about this character, you'll notice a little bit of a gauntlet on that clenched fist. That gauntlet was created for the express purpose of subduing his power so that it doesn't get too powerful and too out of control, because he has a deep fear of accidentally expressing too much power. And I wonder where that fear came from. That's crazy, PK. Got more Bounsweet art, by the way. Large image. I've got pretty much all day to stream, so I really hope that I can get this today. This is a nice layout for what otherwise would have been an off-stream hunt. Can I redeem book lore? I can do it infinitely, so I won't. Yeah, whenever someone sends an image that's like a picture taken from their phone, I'm always prepared for a PNG bomb. Because phone cameras are so like high resolution now. We got more book lore. Guys, who or where are we talking about? The Riptide, speaking of the astronaut, this is the astronaut's ship. Now, what's fun about this is that it looks just like a space shuttle, simply because it's just a slightly near future spacecraft from Earth. So the idea behind it was just like taking what we already have and making it slightly more advanced. It's so much smaller than a typical space shuttle. Space shuttles are huge, but this one is much smaller, much faster. But yeah, the idea behind it is just distant future Earth tech. So it's one of the only spaceships in all of my lore that looks the most like a regular ass spaceship. More book lore. I haven't even hatched another Bounsweet yet. Guys, who aware we're talking about? We're looking for big red, but we found small red. This is Ganto. And now. So, 3.5 foot tall Ilsean, a very minor background character in Thrones 2 until he eventually becomes so central to the main cast of Thrones 3 that he's practically the main character of Thrones 4 that I'm working on right now. I love the way this guy changes throughout the story. Because, I'm gonna be real, he kind of begins as a bit of an asshole. He doesn't really lose that entirely. But he's like a bounty hunter who just likes killing for money no matter what. Who claims to be heartless, with no emotions. He's very crass. But the second things kind of get real and he's more involved with the main group, things kind of force him into a situation where he has to reckon with his emotions. And I like that about his character arc. The initial inspiration for him, by the way, was Rocket Raccoon from Guardians of the Galaxy. And also, and I hate to admit this, but it's true and reflects where my mind was at when I was writing Thrones of Time. I'm ashamed to admit that I liked it then because of how the fan base turned out. But Rick and Morty had a character named Crumbopulous Michael, who was like a bounty hunter, and in the episode he's like, I love killing. Here I go killing again. And he's like a bug guy. That was also a big inspiration for Ganto. So the inspiration behind Ganto was Rocket Raccoon and Crumbopulous Michael. That's fun. Yeah, I don't think I felt like the show I think fell off for me after like 3 seasons in, and then of course a lot of stuff came out about like the main guy behind it all, and so I'm a little bit soured on it, but like I did enjoy it for the time that I watched it when it was new. I watched the first episode when it came out, because one of the YouTube channels I was watching at the time was sponsored by the show, which is crazy. So I watched it when it was brand new. And I think you can actually pinpoint the exact moment that the show became insufferable. And it was the McDonald's Szechuan sauce situation. The second that happened, I'm like, oh, okay, I no longer care. I no longer care about this shit. Ooh, that's awesome, Jelly Blueberry. You know what's funny is that what the Paradox Master did with the ships, I'm writing Thrones 5. I just referenced that again. For the first time since it happened. Oh, hold on, I was overcounting. Oh. Yeah, so what happened with Rick and Morty was, I think it was season 3 or 4, where like they released the first episode of the season really early. And in that episode there was a bit about McDonald's Szechuan sauce. And for like to capitalize on the hype around Rick and Morty. Yeah, it was a Mulan promotional item, and then Rick and Morty brought it up. And then McDonald's was like, oh, we'll bring it back. But the rollout was super limited, and they didn't expect how many people would show up. And it turned into a whole situation where a whole bunch of, like, super cringe... like, people just showed up to McDonald's and made, like, horrible public scenes. There was the one guy who was making fun of Rick and Morty fans, but ended up wrapping back around into being the problem himself, where, like, he put the shirt over his head and went on the floor and started rolling around in circles, screeching about how he couldn't get his hands on the Szechuan sauce. It turned into, like, a whole thing that, like... And I think around the same time that Reddit copy pasta showed up, where it's like, to be fair, you have to have a pretty high IQ to understand. It's, like, the exact moment where the show went from, like, a pretty niche, like, small internet community to, like, over-the-top cringe situation. It's when I kind of lost all interest. I was like, I don't want to be a sip. Oh, more book lore. You don't have a limit on book lores? That's kind of scary. Guys, who aware are we talking about? The triplanetary orbit. You've got Omega 5 on the left, Janistar at the top, the Pantheon space station in the middle, and New Earth on the right. Planets moving around is a common thing that happens in Thrones of Time. They have the tech to just kind of do that. Which is like, it's not very realistic, but it's a fun aspect of the lore to me. I like the fact that planets just kind of move around sometimes. It opens up a lot of crazy story potential. If you think about it too hard, it makes no sense, but just don't think about it. We got more book lore. Guys, what way are we talking about? We're shiny hunting for a new character that got added. And if I talk about this character, it's a massive reveal. But instead, we just got Laura Sanchez, mother of Eve Sanchez. She's actually a pretty important lore character who I'm excited to flesh out as a character in her own right in Thrones 5. Because she's very important, but is also simultaneously an incredibly minor role that at the moment, it needs more. There definitely needs to be more, but I've known that I've planned to give more in Thrones 5 and Thrones After, or in 5 Years Gone, so I'm looking forward to that because it's like sort of the final piece of this character's puzzle to really flesh her out as a fully formed character in her own right. I'm excited about that. Please, Gremlin, I need this. My throne is kind of empty. That goes hard. I have no idea, Magpie. I'm going to figure it out when I get there. There are a couple things I think I'm willing to say, and a lot of things that I don't want to get into, but that I really... I could talk about this character for an entire stream's duration. I really could. Guys, who are we talking about? Ew! This is Siriv, or as Ganto calls him, a dickless piece of scrap metal. He is Ganto's cousin, which I think is a really funny relation for characters to have. He's missing 3 arms and a leg, a bit of an antler, and one of his eyes is scarred. He moves around in a suit built of calcareous, which is a near indestructible material. And his name, so the suit looks like a virus, which is why I named him Siriv. Because if you ever wonder how I come up with names sometimes, his name is just virus backwards. It's quite shrimple, actually. His mech suit looks like one of those spider viruses. Therefore, his name is Siriv, or his name is, virus backwards, Siriv. Originally, actually, interestingly, I was working on a game in middle school that I eventually continued working on in my freshman year of high school called Temple of Rogar. Temple of Rogar was a game about a character named Soap the Bubble who lived on a world with only 4 islands. The idea was that there was a boss battle on each island before he eventually confronts the final boss, which is Rogar. And in this game, there was a mayor named Loron, who was a short red bug guy with purple antlers and 6 arms. And one of the bosses, and the boss of the first island, was a big orange virus named Siriv. And the final boss of the game was Rogar. I repurposed so much of that game for Thrones of Time, as you can probably tell. Let me hatch this one, and then we'll do another book lore. We're double shiny hunting right now. I'm looking for shiny Bounsweet. You guys are looking for the new book lore character. So yeah, Siriv was actually like retroactively made to be an Ilsi. Because originally it was a boss battle in Temple of Rogar that was just actually literally a giant virus. It was just virus backwards. But then I reused the concept as like a mech suit for an Ilsi. We got back-to-back book lores to redeem. Guys, who are we talking about? The originals, we already talked about those, so I gotta roll 2 more times again anyway. Yo, a harvester. These are like the main bad guys of Void Jumpers. I love the mystery about the harvesters and Void Jumpers. They have a territory in the Nova Storm called Harvester Space where it's just universes that they frequent to steal objects from. They just kind of go around stealing stuff, and they're very animalistic and apparently dumb. And so a lot of the mystery comes from like whatever plan they've got going on seems genius and well thought out, which is very incongruous with their animalistic dumb nature. And so like a lot of the mystery stems from like what is the deal with these things. Also, this is based on type null. And now we got another book lore. We already talked about Ilsos today. Free reroll. You guys are getting a lot of extra rolls here. We already talked about Quinn today. Free reroll. You guys got the shiny charm. We already talked about Vax today. Free reroll. Ah, this is what you guys wanted, right? This is what you guys all wanted, right? This is a funky square. So, in Void Jumpers, there are these things called funky squares that are the key to anti-grav tech. Just kind of like, if this was a real funky square, I could let go and it would just be there. This blue side has its own gravity, so you could stand on it no matter what direction it's in. Orange side doesn't. If you smash it with a hammer, it turns into 4 more small, funky squares, but they stay square-shaped. We've got more book lore. Guys, where are we talking about? What the hell? We already talked about that. What is going on with the rerolls of the same thing? What, is it broken? Did adding something new break the RNG? We're just getting repeats. Well, would you look at that? Well, I guess, technically speaking, if you really want to think about it a little bit. So, the new character that was added to book lore that everyone's trying to roll right now, this is his... I don't know how much I want to say. This image is related to him. Fear the Empty Throne, I guess. That's crazy, PK. That is nuts. We've got more book lore. I'm not finding Bounsweet today. There's no way I find Bounsweet today. I hate this guy. Dude, I hate this thing so much. I hate him. This rabbit made Joe Wizard cry. Okay? He was like the leader of the test of the wizard. And he like flies around in that top hat that he gets, that he can kind of retract into. And he was so mean to Joe Wizard that he made him cry. I hate him. Cut off his feet. Rabbit stew for this one. He's cute little bunny. I hate this guy. I hate him so much. He's so mean. I do not like that rabbit. So mean to Joe Wizard for no reason. Yeah, Cove, it's just visually a shuttle, just to, like, because it's near future human technology. So I wanted it to be something familiar for human tech. It doesn't really make sense for it being like a fast, agile fighter that can also take off and leave the atmosphere on its own. But I wanted it to look familiar and recognizable for human tech and also have wings. Because otherwise, like, rockets would make sense, but as far as like being able to land and take off on their own, I just liked the idea of essentially taking space plane to its logical extreme. It's a lot smaller than a regular shuttle. Make it an F-13. That would go kind of crazy, yeah. Yeah, the space shuttle's cool. I like them because they look the most like what you would expect a spaceship to look like. Like, I understand the science behind why, like, the moon lander needs to look the way that it does, but it does look really silly, especially on, like, re-entry. Like, the thing I like about the shuttle was, like, yeah, like, that's a spaceship, you know? I read it, Sriracha. The last line... Fire emoji react. Thanks for 29 months of Prime, by the way. That's crazy. Oh, also, just to, like, you're just jumping in right now. Everyone's redeeming book lore because I added a new character to book lore who I've actively refused talking about. Because I've gone back and forth on whether or not it ruins the experience of Thrones of Time to know about the character ahead of time. And so I've decided that the deciding factor of whether or not I'll talk about this character or not is up to random chance now. We got book lore. Guys, where are we talking about? Because we need this. Yo, it's Terry! Hi, Terry! I love Terry, you guys. This is one of Ganto's best friends. Ganto is introduced as a group of bounty hunter pirates. And so you've got Ganto the Ilsian, Vogar the Gar, and Terry the Larinian. He can't speak English, he can only speak Andromedan. He's so, like, chill with it. Like, he's a pirate bounty hunter, but also he bakes cookies. I love Terry. I love him so much, you guys. I don't understand a word he's saying. Well, I do because I wrote him, but, like, you don't understand a word he's saying. But I love this guy. So silly. Oh, Bull Slug, that's the other thing. Larinians, canonically, every single Larinian is like the Hulk, in that when they get angry, they transform into like a big monster. Those 6 little stubby arms become like large, bulky legs, and they kind of like become bull-shaped in a way. So that he can just do that. We got more book lore. Guys, where are we talking about? Really? Reroll. Death. This is the Death Master. So in Thrones of Time, you've got the Time Master, the Plasma Master, the Life Master, the Death Master, and the Paradox Master. This is the Death Master. Master of Death, obviously. He did not want that job. Canonically, I think we learn right around Thrones 3 that what went down is that when Vita and Morty approached the Extraverse when they wanted to instate the concept of life and death into the multiverse, Vita gladly accepted the position of life, and Morty only accepted the position of death to appease his friend. He did not want it, and the responsibility that comes with being the Death Master is crushing. I feel bad for the guy. More book lore. I'm never getting this Bounsweet. I need to just keep hatching. Oh, hold on. Let me just hatch this. I need to keep running in circles while explaining book lore so that I can at least hatch stuff in between each redeem. Guys, where are we talking about? Brando the Bear. Very minor character in Void Jumpers. Practically boils down to just being a running joke. But I'm glad that he's like a canon real guy in my lore now, because the idea behind them was something that Randy and I came up with in high school, and we really wanted to make like an animated show in the vein of like regular show or something. And obviously we didn't have like the means to do that. And so the dream of Rando and Corner as a show will never happen. But I'm glad that Rando ends up existing in some form or another in the books. Every story ever told is real, and that's like an aspect in Void Jumpers that is focused on. And because of that, the Rando and Corner show is a canon show in the lore of Void Jumper. I think that's been the best way to do it, honestly. Because I don't want it to just sit as an unused idea forever. So I like the idea of it being like a real animated show in a fictional universe. I think that's a fun way to do it. Missing Gremlin, for the sake of finding this guy, I need super mod at least for this interesting request. Rando will become more important in Thrones 4. Guys, where are we talking about? Ooh. Franthar the Great. One thing about this character that I really like is that he's introduced as a historical figure in Thrones 1. So the first time you ever hear reference to Franthar, he's already dead. He's referenced as a dead character. And what's cool about that is because it's a time travel story, when you get to Thrones 3, because of time travel reasons, you're in the past, the main villain of part 1 is Franthar. And so, like, as a reader, you already know he's going to die, which at first you'd think would erase some tension, kind of like what happens with prequels sometimes. But Franthar himself has been made aware of a prophecy, and he knows he's going to die in the future. And so part of his motivation in Thrones 3 is preventing that from happening. And so there's like a fun dynamic where, like, you already know he's going to die, but because he also knows that, now there's a new tension reintroduced of like, can he change the future? What would happen if that happened? You know? That's probably my favorite thing about Franthar. Evil book lore? Fighting in the chat. I hate him. He is like a speciesist. Franthar sucks, but he does look really cool. Visually inspired by Origin Form Giratina. Yeah, stop talking about Void Jumpers Redeem makes me stop talking about Void Jump. Yuri Cove! How many points does Yuri Cove have? Starlock. He's a Dragolupus, a psychic being that can't talk. He projects thoughts into minds and then reads minds. That's how he converses. He can run at near the speed of light, just like every Dragolupus can. He's introduced as a historian who runs through space looking for wormholes, going through them, and then studying whatever happens to be on the other end of that wormhole. He's introduced at the beginning of Thrones 2 as a very, 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 very minor piece of the story before he disappears for the entire rest of the book and is reintroduced in Thrones 3, where he becomes one of the central characters. I like him a lot because he's just a big dog. The Dragolupus are interesting because it's like a kind of a gradient between looking more dog-like to wolf-like to dragon-like. And I'm really excited for Thrones 4 because I'm introducing a new Dragolupus named Dreadrear, who is going to be the most draconic of the Dragolupus that we see so far in the books. Way more scales than fur, freaked up teeth, spikes, stuff like that. More book lore. Guys, where are we talking about? Repeat, free reroll. Yo, Miser! Head of Galactic Jail, lost to the planet. All of his coworkers hate him. He has a loving husband named Natus, and a 6-year-old daughter named Jane. He's pretty cool. Weird character, though, because, like, as far as connection to the rest of the plot goes, there actually isn't that much. like he's a friendly guy, but as far as connections to everybody else, he's more of the on the Andromedan side of it. So there's some connection there with Vistor, and a little bit with the Sentinel, but like he kind of gets swept up in the story, and I don't know. I just like the role that he plays. I think him as a character kind of feels like it kind of gives more space to the world, makes it feel more lived in. Like there's stuff going on outside of like the main group, despite the fact that he does get sort of caught up in the main for a little bit. But yeah, he's a pretty chill guy. More book lore, guys. Where are we talking about? Pell Ironleaf. We talked about Pell earlier, so I got to roll 2 more times because we got back-to-back book lore again. Joe Wizard, a rabbit made him cry. He's on a funky square here because he has a pretty extended cameo in Void Jumpers, but he does have his entire own book series, kids book series that is meant to go on forever, but I've only written 3 of them, and I need to go back and do more. Second book lore, and we got a third one after that somehow. Ew! This is a Nolo, alien species from Void Jumpers that are based on the idea of like sci-fi aliens that are clearly just dudes in suits. That was the inspiration behind those things. Third book lore. Guys, where are we talking about? Ew, repeat. Let's try again. Where are we talking about? Okay, repeat. What's going on here? What's up with the RNG? Hell yeah. So this is the Paradox Master. Gotta be one of my favorite characters. I think the concept of the Paradox Master as a role is my favorite aspect of Thrones of Time lore. He's 5 million years old. His job is to prevent and repair paradoxes. What that means, for the most part, is he's kind of focused on fixing the broken universe, mostly, but elsewhere in other universes, what he'll do is basically, like, the most common thing he has to deal with, which this doesn't come up in Thrones of Time, really, because the focus is on the broken universe, but his job elsewhere, most commonly, is, like, the grandfather paradox, where, like, a time traveler goes back in time to kill an ancestor of theirs. He kind of, like, shows up to stop that from happening, because, like, that's impossible. Like, if you killed your ancestor, you wouldn't exist to go back in time to do. So, his whole deal is, like, preventing and undoing time paradoxes like that in other universes, so that, like, they don't fall apart. He exists as part of Void Jumpers for a very similar reason, where, like, Void Jumpers, they're constantly, like, jumping between different universes and stuff, and introduce a lot of, like, weird stuff when it comes to the health of universes. Like, jumping in and out of a universe frequently is not good for its health, which is why he gets involved with the plot of Void Jumper. He's literally just there to do his job, but then chaos ensues, and he kind of gets caught up in the plot. But yeah, I really like him as a part of the lore. More book lore, guys. Where are we talking about? We already talked about that thing. Showdown bot from Exclusive Time Showdown. Okay, what's going on? What's going on with the repeats here? Hora, astrophysicist, hermit crab, best friend of Pell Ironleaf. Saved their life, really. What I find interesting about Korra, and I don't know if I necessarily went about this the right way, but in Void Jumpers, when Pell is abducted from their world and ends up stranded in a sci-fi planet, Korra becomes their best friend and, like, sort of saves them and helps them find their way. But the thing is that all happens during, like, a 4-year time skip. Like, we get a flashback of when they meet, but I don't know necessarily that I did it the right way. I think I did. I think I like that you have to kind of fill in the gaps where, like, they're sort of introduced as already best friends. The only friendships we get to see develop are between Pell and the new Void Jumpers. So, like, Citron, Keenan, Mr. Johnson, stuff like that. Korra is introduced as, like, already Pell's friend, essentially. And I do like to think about that period of time that the book doesn't focus on. But I think it would have slowed down the pacing of Void Jumpers if I spent too much time in that period before the Void Jumpers were founded. And so I hope that, like, the brief flashbacks and explanations we get are enough to solidify their friendship. We got more book lore. Guys, where are we talking about? This is the original drawing of Rey from my friend in high school who created the character in 2016, and the original 3D model of Rey when he was supposed to be a video game character. So this is how Rey started before he was turned into what he eventually became as the main villain of Thrones 2. He was originally straight up just a TV head guy before I slightly altered it to fit better with the lore of Thrones of Time. So instead of like a TV head, he's got like the clone suppressor helmet, which is basically a TV head, but no like antenna or anything like that. That character is like 10 years old now. Which is funny, thinking actually about like the way the clones work in Thrones of Time. I think that might actually be how old he is. He comes out as a fully grown man, but like as far as how long he's existed, like in lore, can't have been that long. Check the Thrones 3 chat, but also don't check the Thrones 3. What the hell is that? I hate that. That'd be a really funny thing to reveal that character with. Guys, where are we talking about? Ew! Reroll, we talked about him. Yeah! Okay, I talked about this with Vax earlier, but there are a few pieces of art where, like, I feel like I'm not the best at drawing my characters exactly the way I picture them. I love this. When I finish drawing this Eve, I'm like, this is not only exactly the way I picture this character, but exactly the way I picture this character in this particular scene that's happening here. I love Eve. I think she's one of the coolest characters in Thrones of Time, and I am both really excited for and dreading the direction this character goes in Thrones After Time. Because on the one hand, it's really cool, but on the other hand, incredibly depressing. It's gonna be fun, though. Poor Eve. Not no long story. Long story. Guys, where are we talking about? I'm never finding this shiny, by the way. Alright, let's get a repeat. Nothing! So this is the background, the Nova Storm. It's the space between all worlds and the main location for Void Jumpers. This is the Void. If you're wondering what this background is, this is the Void. This is what the space between worlds looks like. When the Void Jumpers, when they're called that, that means that this is the space that they are crossing. Orange and blue with hints of green and green lightning especially. It's a massive infinite universe that itself contains every other universe. Logically speaking, the Void should be a void, but as far as like imaginative thinking when reading and not having a boring location, the Nova Storm I feel like is a more interesting space between worlds than just a true nothing zone. I will say though, true nothing zones do exist. You've got the Infinity Raccoons Void, which is a pure white expanse, and you've got the Extraverse, which has a pure white expanse as a lobby before entering the actual Extraverse itself, which is a pitch black expanse with stars in the distance. So like space, but not quite. And also, in Thrones 4, Ghosts of Nowhere, I plan on exploring what is referred to as the True Void. So I'm looking forward to that. I'll get Bounsweet when we roll the new character, Bounsweet will shine. That's the rule. Book lore, guys, where are we talking about? Revstone, genuinely, this might look like the most boring redeem. I know we just redeemed nothing, but like Revstones for me are, I think, if I had to pick my favorite aspect of the lore. The amount of things I can do storytelling-wise with the concept of revstones, combined also with the concept of time travel, is insane. I think all of the best plot points in Thrones of Time revolve around revstone. Basically what they are is, you know how like in Star Wars, the Force is described as being a part of every living thing? In Thrones of Time, there's the master element, plasma, which makes up literally everything. And especially plasma-powered individuals have a lot of it inside them, so they kind of have like a shadow of their soul in a way, where plasma's like a living thing that sort of like clings to whatever it's using. But anyway, all this to say, if someone with plasma powers can extract a memory out of somebody's head and create a revstone, which can later be reviewed as a visual memory or like reintroduced into somebody, or it can be used to make wormholes. Another way to make revstones is if somebody dies, you can extract their essence into a stone. You can also turn a full living person into a revstone. So there are kind of like layers of like, there's what's called a perfect revstone, which is a stone containing an entire living essence. They're essentially indestructible, unless they're thrown into the heart of a black star, which is a plasma star. And then you've got imperfect revstones, which are memories or stones of dead people. They can easily be destroyed. The problem is, now, typically speaking, in stories, if there is a mechanism by which dead characters can come back to life, kind of want to be careful with something like that, because the second that characters can come back to life, the impact of a character death becomes subdued. And you want to be careful when writing a story like that. That's crazy, Cove, to see that name again. You want to be really careful with characters being able to come back to life, that there are consequences to that happening. Because otherwise, death is no object, right? Death means nothing if a character can just come right back. And the thing with revstones is that if you trap a dead person's essence into a stone, you have trapped them to constantly relive their last moments over and over and over again. And if you do decide to bring them back from that stone, they will be what's called a plasma ghost, which is a limited time echo of what they used to be, constructed only of their plasma, that if they use too much power, they disintegrate. It's almost worse to come back than it is to stay dead. Are those 3 book lores back to back to back? I'm never finding this shiny. That's a repeat. So that doesn't count as one of the 3. I need to like keep a count here. Okay, King Omega Nolo. With that Nolo we saw earlier was like a regular one. This is the King of the Nolo. King Omega Nolo specifically is a canon character, which is to say, one of our moderators, Omega, this is their canon character. One of the only to actually get art drawn of them, actually. That's one of them. There's 4 and 5? Okay, this is how Pell Ironleaf looks in Thrones After Time. I love this character. I wish I could say more about what their whole deal is, but just look at them, right? Cool as hell. Okay, we got 3 more, I think. Tardigrade, another book lore, Evil Absoltastic. This is a Tardigrade. This is actually a fully rendered drawing of a chapter drawing from the print of Void Jumpers 1. This depicts a specific, oh my god, there's another book lore. This depicts a specific scene from the book that actually happens. We got another book lore redeem. Where are we talking about? Another book lore? This is the Void Station, known as the Everywhere, aka Gym. It's where all the Void Jumpers live. Another book lore. Guys, where are we talking about? Another book lore? This is King Omega Nolo. That doesn't count. I have to do a reroll. Squalligan. These are the royal steeds of the Nolo. They have ostrich legs. They're rainbow. They screech so hard that you get a headache. Another book lore, I think. Thomas, Thomas! God, what do I... Another book lore! What do I say about Thomas? He's a really cool character from Thrones 3, 5 Years Gone. Cool guy, mentor guy thing. Old, really old. I love Thomas. Another book lore. Tom Itties! This is Adam Jaminsky. We talked about him, which means that doesn't count as a book lore. I gotta do a reroll. Andrew Hall, I gotta reroll again. We already talked about him. I still have 3 more to go, I think. Leisha Ironleaf. This is Pell's mom. She's like 340-something years old. She's a really skilled archer, and she's a minor character in Voyagerbers 1, but gets more involved in Voyagerbers 2. We got another one. Now, I think there's 3 left, I think. There's another book lore. Princess Calathorn and Owag, the best friend duo of Void Jumpers. I love them. Fun fact about Calathorn, she speaks English throughout the entire book because of the translator braces, but she's actually natively speaking Italian. We've got 2 more book lores on top of that somehow. I haven't even put a single finger down. There's just so many things to talk about. This is a time jelly. They live in the Nova Storm. It's where funky squares come from whenever they bathe in liquid time. We've got another book lore. This is King Vistor the Great, King of Ilsos. He's in charge of the bounty hunters, Terry, Vogar, and Ganto. He's really cool. He's introduced as an antagonist. He's actually responsible for Project Ray, but we love him. He's fine. He's done nothing wrong. 3 more, I think. Frick. Okay, well, that's a reroll. I'm never getting this Bounsweet, you guys. That's a reroll. Speaking of the freaking jellyfish, by the way, they can be like as long as the United States. They get real big. Vida, this is the Life Master, Friend of Death. She's really cool. She's one of the Thrones of Time. I like Vida. She becomes really good friends with Ganto somehow, which is really funny to me. Okay, we got 1 left, I think. God damn it. Okay, well, I got a reroll and somebody just redeemed someone else. This is the ELF, the Eldarian Light Fighter, fastest ship in the Voyager's fleet. And then we got 1 left. God damn it, that's Laura, which is a reroll, and we also got another book lore redeemed, so we don't have 1 left, actually. We got 2 left. BB is also a reroll. You guys are gonna roll literally everything today. What is wrong with you guys? This is Dracona, God of the Dragolupus, the original Dragolupus. This art literally only exists because she has like a couple speaking lines in Void Jumpers, and I needed her profile picture for the Void Jumpers audiobook stream. Okay, now we have 1 left. This is this is the Tempest Blight. This is Captain Bragg's Slippy's ship. Another book lore! I'm never finding Bounsweet. Alexander Ironleaf. This is Pell's dad. We got another book lore. Siriv, but in his suit this time. That's what it looks like. That's why his name is Virus backwards. I think we're safe now. No, that doesn't count as a reroll because that's a separate Siriv image. Evil Gremlin? Guys, where are we talking about? Another one! Kid Not Accounting the Third. This is a very minor character in Exquisite Quantum Showdown, but he has an outsized impact on Keenan Quantum. Stay tuned for the book coming out this year. You'll learn more about Kid Not Accounting the Third. I like Kid Not Accounting the Third. We got another book lore redeemed. Gotta do a reroll. Gotta do a reroll. Alexander Ironleaf, that's Pell's dad. Rogar! God, I love Rogar. This is the main antagonist of Thrones 1. One of the older characters, as far as like when they were created, AJ actually created Rogar as a villain for a comic I was writing in middle school. And I eventually ended up reusing him as the main villain of Thrones 1. And I love Rogar. So much so that my trainer sprite, if you ever wondered, in Nova League videos, is Rogar. I'm wearing a Rogar cape. If you've only read Thrones 1, it's kind of, I think, difficult to tell why I would like Rogar so much. Because as far as Thrones 1 goes, Rogar is a fairly generic antagonist, all the way up until, like, near the end, where we start learning a little bit more about him. And if you've only read Thrones 1, you would have no idea why I like him so much. But at the risk of spoilers, just keep reading Thrones of Time. I really like Rogar. Okay, let me hatch a Pokemon first, and then we'll do another book lore. Okay. Guys, where are we talking about? This has all been one batch of eggs, by the way. Reroll. Already talked about her. Reroll. Already talked about that thing. Hell, reroll. Already talked about them. You guys are redeeming literally everything. It's getting impossible to find something new now. Andrew, already talked about him. Nolo, already talked about the Nolo. You guys are getting through literally, you're redeeming so much that we're seeing literally everything. Steven, finally, something new. This is Steven and Dr. K, Exit the Rift Swarmer, and Jerry the Beetle. I love them. These are all Void Jumpers. Steven is literally just Steve Minecraft. That's just, like, so, like, literally, his pockets are, like, infinitely deep. He builds stuff. He comes from a world where he's the only living person. He wears a blue shirt. He's Steve Minecraft. His name is Steven. He's Minecraft. He's literally just Steve Minecraft. I cannot stress enough how much he's just a legally distinct Steve Minecraft. Cora, we already talked about her, actually. I'm trying to remember who or what we've already talked about. We gotta do a reroll. Oh my god. You guys have literally redeemed everything. You've exhausted the redeems. This is the Sentinel again. You've seen everything. It's getting increasingly difficult to find something you haven't already seen. Owag! Owl with a gun. So picture this. A 10-inch tall burrowing owl who, against his will, had one of his wings straight ripped off and had a gun melded with his flesh. He's a cybernetic owl. He talks like a Wild West cowboy. Incredibly tragic backstory that he isn't even entirely aware of. I love this guy. One of my favorite Void Jumpers characters, honestly. We've got another book lore. The Infinity Raccoon. So, okay, actually, I do want to say a lot about the Infinity Raccoon. Do not redeem any more book lores, alright? For a little bit. Let me talk about the Infinity Raccoon. So, in my lore, I don't know if we've ever rolled Infinity Raccoon. So what's really funny is that, like, Void Jumpers and Thrones of Time are connected. And the Thrones of Time lore takes itself very seriously. But the thing is, Void Jumpers introduced some of the weirder aspects of the lore. And if you guys remember, I think it's a coconut, right? Or is it a pineapple? There's, like, a viral post about PF2 where, like, there's an image, I think it's a coconut. There's, like, a PNG of a coconut in the game files that, like, no one knows why it's there. And if they delete it, it breaks the game, right? That idea, I don't even think it's real. I think it's a fake post. But basically the idea is, like, unexplained PNG in a video game that, like, if you get rid of it, everything breaks and no one knows why. The idea behind Infinity Raccoon is, in the lore of my lore, in the Nova Storm Chronicles lore, the Infinity Raccoon is a being that predates the multiverse somehow. Predates the advent of life as one of the members of the Extraverse. The gods that rule over everything have no idea what her deal is. The Infinity Raccoon herself also doesn't know what her deal is. She's just like a ginormous raccoon that exists in a endless white void with no explanation. Who is very confusing, like, her whole deal is just being so confusing. That's like her whole vibe. And I like her a lot because also she's not only predating the multiverse, but like somehow the gods of everything have determined that like if the Infinity Raccoon were to be killed or removed, the multiverse would break. No one knows why she's there. No one knows what she does. She's somehow essential. So basically, she's the TF2 coconut of the Novastorm Chronicles lore. And I think that's really funny. Ooh, page where you first introduced the Infinity Raccoon. Good idea. Boy Jumpers 1, chapter 0. Mr. Johnson goes to the bathroom. Okay, there's actually a couple pages here for context. Nothing was more satisfying than a perfectly normal afternoon spent being perfectly normal, being a perfectly normal person doing perfectly normal activities at a reasonably normal job. Something Johnson had noticed that helped the sense of normalcy was that days at the school were fairly laid back. Once he had told the students what to do, they would, for the most part, take care of it themselves. He could dip in and out whenever he pleased to convene with the other teachers and plan the next big collaborative project. The students did the same, commuting between next-door classrooms to cooperate with the other students in the program. The generic, perfectly normal, not at all extra-dimensional door to Mr. Johnson's classroom was naturally one often used by countless people each day. It had been opened and closed, entered and exited through countless times on a near daily basis for decades. There was no reason to believe whatsoever that there was anything special to do with this completely normal, totally extraordinary, not extra-dimensional, unusual metal classroom door barely coated in old chipped green paint. So unremarkable, in fact, that any amount of time spent remarking it would be a waste of time and very strange. As far as doors go, there was one. Alright, so the files should be in the classroom folder. Just follow the steps and have it done by the end of the period. The chatter of the classroom started before Mr. Johnson had even finished relaying his instructions. The students quickly went to work, or pretended to at least, and Johnson was left to attend to his daily ritual. He stood up to quickly go to the bathroom. He carefully pushed the classroom door open, leaning on it with his back. Spun around as the door closed to arrive in what he thought would be outside the classroom and to an open-air hallway. He had no reason to think that he would appear anywhere other than outside his classroom. The door was, in fact, normal, of course. Johnson paused and stared. Pure white surrounded him. He found himself enclosed by a void of nothing. He and the freestanding classroom door stood out in this void, completely contrasting against the bright, infinite white. He stared at himself. Surely, he must be dead. What a weird way to go. Hello, Mr. Johnson, human male from Earth, space-time dimension coordinates OTL 220. A woman's voice echoed. Johnson turned, expecting to be met with the face of God, or maybe some sort of angel or angel analog, ready to escort him to the great beyond or something. Ah! Johnson reeled back in fear. A massive, towering figure sat before him. No angel, no God. It was a really, really big raccoon. What? Fear not, Mr. Johnson. Ah! I said fear not. Ah! You're fearing, Mr. Johnson. Ah! I said not to. And that is the introduction of the Infinity Raccoon in Voyager. I like the Infinity Raccoon. We got book lore. Guys, where are we talking about? Dr. K, astrophysicist, cat from a world of cats. She plays her universe's version of Minecraft, which is called Dig Build. Pretty cool if you ask me. Yeah, the K stands for cat. Oh my god. My progress in hatching is completely halted. I fear it may have been a mistake to add that new character into book lore. Because you guys are just shiny hunting now. It's a good thing you wasted all your points though. I won't have to deal with a random reward for a while, I guess. What, Snail? We have 55,000 points? Random reward? Right when I said that you guys are wasting all of your points and can't do a random reward? Guys, if you don't know how we do it here at twitch.tv/thegremlingremlin, this is a D20. Each one of these numbers corresponds to a random reward. If I found out a Bridget bug just went out big or wasted 20,000 points. What does that do? Oh, 20,000 points for this. Awesome. And we got another book lore. Guys, where are we talking about? Hey, we can't all be winners. Boat! So this is a rowboat, passed down through the quantum family. It eventually ends up becoming, through a crazy series of events known as the book Exquisite Quantum Showdown, which will come out later this year, it eventually become the Makba boat, which is the ship on the cover of Void Jumpers. This ship is built around the skeleton of a wooden rowboat. Fun. And then, of course, we've got more book lore, because what else would happen? Guys, where are we talking about? It only, like, counteracts one. Stop talking about Void Jumpers. Alexander, we re-rolled already, so we get a free re-roll. Already rolled this rabbit that I hate. We already rolled Leisha Ironleaf. Already rolled Steven Minecraft. This is getting ridiculous. Soap the Bubble. So a really fun aspect of Soap the Bubble is that, you know, the running theme of Void Jumpers is that every story ever told is real. And the way Soap is introduced is as a kid's book character that was an integral part of Pell Ironleaf's childhood. And so Pell looks up to Soap because as a half-elf, Pell is incredibly frail and sort of afraid of close combat. And they look up to Soap because Soap the Bubble is a bubble, and yet he's a very heroic character, but a fictional character. Except for, you know, when they get into the bulk of, like, the Void Jumpers plotline, where, like, Pell is starting to realize, you know, every story ever told being real is a true thing about Keenan's theory. And eventually Soap becomes a Void Jumper. And so it's like, basically put yourself in the shoes of Pell, and it would be like if you were going on an adventure, and at some point, like, the comparison I made is like my Ruby, my girlfriend, if she were the main character of a story in the place of Pell, it would be like if Sonic the Hedgehog suddenly became her friend. Is that 3 book lores back to back? We've got 3. Guys, where are we talking about? There's one of them. We got to do a reroll because we already talked about Kid Not Accounting in the 3rd. 4 now. I'm never getting this Bounsweet. This is the Maka boat. I was just talking about it. Deep inside there is a wooden rowboat. This is like one of the most iconic Voidcraft of Void Jumpers, and I like it a lot. EQS that I'm working on right now is basically the origin story of that boat. Okay, now we've got 3 more. We already talked about Quinn. Reroll. Foxtrot. This is a clone of the main character. One of the main clones that we get to see the most throughout Thrones 1, 2, and 3. He is a very interesting character that people like. It's funny, too, because reading Thrones 1 and 2, you might actually genuinely really like Foxtrot. And then, well, the plot happens. We got 1 left. Guys, where are we talking about? We already rolled this version of Pell. We got to re-roll. Oh, different version of Pell. So this is what Pell looked like before Void Jumpers. This is how Pell appeared when they lived on Alderia as an elven sentry. And this is what they looked like when they first set out on their journey. Now, Pell, their hair is naturally this dark brown. And also, the long hair, Pell, who is that they, them, non-binary, of course. But the long hair didn't really have any connotations in Alderia, because of, you know, all of the elves have really long hair. But when Pell is abducted and sent to Ladulus, suddenly there ended up being some sort of, like, baggage around, like, long hair came with it assumptions about gender, which is why Pell's hair is cut short in Void Jumpers after the time skip. The hair being dyed, unrelated. That's just a fun thing Pell wanted to do. We got more book lore. Guys, where are we talking about? Galactic Jail, top left, loss. Galactic Jail is a planet. How many accounts do you have, Cove? Gotta wear the long hair and a top knot. It's a long hair gender hack. I've been thinking about time skip design for Thrones After Time. That is one of the options. Guys, who are we talking about? You know, I wonder if, like, adding the new character even, like, registers in OBS. Like, what if this is all for nothing? What if it doesn't even know that there's something new in the folder? This is Amber Vela, one of the central characters of Exquisite Quantum Showdown. If you were to read the books that exist currently, she does appear in a very minor role in Void Jumpers, but that's only because she's necessarily there as part of Keenan's inner circle because of EQS. She is the mayor of Velo City, which used to be San Francisco. She also is a firefighter, is where she has that axe from. That's definitely not a firefighting axe, but, like, the reason why she knows how to use an axe is because she was a firefighter. I say is a firefighter. She was a firefighter, but then Exquisite Quantum Showdown happens. Then post Exquisite Quantum Showdown, she's like a wanted criminal. So she can't really be a firefighter anymore. More book lore and a random reward. Guys, if you don't know how we do here at twitch.tv/gremlingremlin, the D20. Each one of these numbers corresponds to a random reward. To find out what code this is one of big ways is 20,000 points. What does that do?
Oh my goodness. Oh my lord. Who is that they, them?
Who is that they, them? We've got 2 more book lores, I guess. Guys, who are we talking about? Reroll. We already talked about the astronaut. I almost said her full name. We already talked about the original drawing of Rey. Guys, we're running out of redeems. I'm starting to think it isn't even going to work. We already talked about the Shardigrade. I'm starting to think that maybe, like, OBS doesn't even know it's there. Ooh, Allie, clone 1ALLI, trans clone. She will appear in Thrones After Time. She was introduced in Thrones 2. I like her a lot. The clone suppressor helmet is so she can breathe in the Nova Storm. Ooh, I wonder what that means. Okay, one more book lore, guys. Who are we talking about? The Frey sent. This is Ganto's house. That's his ship. It's real big. What's happening? Okay, let me explain briefly. So, I write books. I talk about them a lot. I have a book redeem where I roll a random character or concept from one of my books that I have to talk about and explain some lore. Here's the problem. Normally, they aren't being redeemed this much because people don't want to hear me yap too much, right? However, I just added a new character into the random pool, which is a character that for years I have neglected to talk about and been keeping a secret, and I've decided that I will finally reveal this character and freely, openly talk about them only after it's been randomly redeemed, and now everyone is effectively shiny hunting for this new character, which is preventing me from actually shiny hunting for this Pokemon. That's the short of it. Look at book fart. Oh no. Okay, we got another book lore, but let me look at book art real quick. I love that. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, we got more book lore. Guys, who are we talking about? I can't rip the band-aid off, PK. I cannot control this random thing. I can't rig it. Multiverse Rumble. Smash Bros. Ripoff I made in high school. That was the first time I combined all of the characters I made from books and games that I wrote. This is the first time that stuff like the Paradox Master and Soap the Bubble and OAG crossed over. And Keenan and Joe Wizard. Basically the precursor to Void Jumpers. John McCain doesn't have enough points. I could have told you that. Yeah, PK, I'm seeing original me's message. The expressions are so peem. I love how somehow you're able to convey emotion in characters whose faces are literally just spiral galaxies. It's so good. Is that another book lore? Oh, okay. Hold on, let me hatch a Pokemon at least. Let me get a shiny Pokemon real quick. You just hatch a shiny Pokemon real quick. Fine. Guys, who are we talking about? Conchna! So this is a clone of the main character, and the attempt was a rival galaxy was trying to create their own version of the superhero type persona that the Sentinel has, but they were able to clone his body and not his powers. And so, completely disappointed by this attempt, they threw him away. And that's sort of his origin story. And we've got book lore from Old Shieldon somehow. Melon the Fruit Phoenix. So, in the lore of Joe Wizard, the kids' books, every single bird is fruit, and all fruits are birds. And they're all phoenixes in that, like, Melon, which is Prince Pirate's parrot, can turn into a watermelon. And so, like, he'll turn into a watermelon, they eat the watermelon, and then from the rinds is reborn a baby parrot. So, like phoenixes burn into flames and are reborn from the ashes, it's like that, but with fruit. How many points does Old Shieldon have? Guys, who and where are we talking about? Okay, we got a reroll. That's a time jelly. We already got that. They could be as long as the United States. This is Ganto. We already rolled him. We're in the infinite book lore dimension. More book lore. Matrouse. Integral to the Void Jumpers. So quick at building ships. Without Matrouse, the Void Jumpers would not have gotten nearly as far. This guy is the GOAT. He experienced a workplace incident that gave him like 2 months to live, and so he contacted the Void Jumpers asking for a higher calling. And so he went crazy mode nutso style on making ships. And then we've got another book lore from Old Shieldon. Guys, who where are we talking about? Already rolled Galactic Jail. Let's get a reroll, guys. Who where are we talking about? Already rolled Laura Sanchez. We got a reroll, guys. Who where are we talking about? You've literally rolled everything. You guys have exhausted everything. Daquan Quantum. Keenan Quantum's younger brother. We'll get to learn more about him in Exclusive Quantum Showdown coming out this year. But of all the Quantum brothers, he's the most normal guy. He's literally just a normal guy who really doesn't want to get involved with all these wacky shenanigans adventures. And yet his older brother is Keenan Quantum. So that's kind of out of the question. He's gonna get involved in wacky adventures. We got book lore. Guys, who where are we talking about? Strix, the bird before death, an omen of the end times. The function of this character when I created him in Thrones 3 was to add size to the world and give the reader a perspective of how much the threat has extended to the entirety of the Broken Universe. Strix, for like his entire life, has been essentially fighting the fight of the main plot for millions of years before the main plot actually kicks into action. Basically the main character of his own story that's been happening simultaneously. Still a incredibly minor character in Thrones 3. I'm excited to explore more about him in Thrones After Time. We've got, oh, not actually book lore. 2 more lores? Am I still behind? Am I behind on book lores still? Okay, fine, 2 more. Come on. We already rolled Calathorn. Guys, let me breathe. I can't breathe. You're gonna kill me. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna literally die. Amber Vello, I'm running out of things to talk about. We've already rolled these. Quinn, we've already rolled. Harvester, we already rolled. Fax, we already... Oh, hold on. Give me a second. Sriracha did a book redeem. Okay, I'm going to read part of the introspective balcony scene. I'll pick a page of the introspective balcony scene. There is introspective. Johnson gets an Uber. Oh, here we go. Introspective balcony scene. Introspective balcony scene. Finn whispered to himself. Got out of his bed. Kyle leaned on the railing of the balcony landing strip in front of the storage unit. They looked out over the huge hole that exposed each sublayer of the inner city. They stared into the sky to the surface of Latulus and admired the intersecting sky highways of flying vehicles and twinkling lights. Got you up this early? Keenan asked. Pell wasn't surprised. They could have heard Keenan approaching from a mile away. They needed some air. Mm-hmm, that's what they always say. Keenan stood next to Pell and leaned on the railing of the balcony, looking up at the sky. He glanced at them. What you thinking about? What's going on in that elf brain of yours? Spill the beans. Pell's focus broke away from the sky. They raised a brow at Keenan. I mean, tell me your feelings. It's like, Keenan thought about how best to explain it, saying, the beans are your feelings, so spill them so I can look at them and go, hey, I relate with those beans. Let me show you my beans. Then we can bond over our similar beings and gain a better understanding of who we each are as beings. As beings. Pell blinked. I mean, like, no, I get it, thank you. Pell stopped Keenan from rambling on nonsensically about beans any longer. He looked back up at the sky again. Keenan didn't. He looked over Pell's face, studying it. Pell sighed. I wanted to go home. Keenan listened intently. But, he said, hoping that Pell would continue spilling their beans. But I don't have a home. Not really. Pell's hand hovered unconsciously over the iron leaf sigil above their belt. I was born in Resno. I lived there all my life. I never got the chance to explore the rest of Eldiria. I want to go home and let my parents know that I'm okay, that my quest has changed. I'd like to sleep in my bed again. I'd like to see the ocean, but I would leave again. I still have a quest. Evil persists. I still need to complete my quest. You need to? Desperately. Pell's eyes watered. Keenan didn't poke further into that can of beans. You could tell it was a sensitive subject. Boy jumpers. Then we've got more book lore. But first, oh my god, let me hatch another Bounsweet. Okay? Give me a shiny Bounsweet. I hate everything. Guys, where are we talking about? Evelyn Sanchez, main character of Thrones 3. Teenager in 1982 who is essentially not the chosen one, but kind of fills that role of like, hey, the future of reality, it rests on your shoulders. Figure it out, kid. Not a great position to be in. I feel so bad for Eve. She's been through so much. And then I think we got one more book lore to catch it. 2 more? How am I that behind? Guys, where are we talking about? We already talked about Allie. You guys are literally, you're exhausting the redeems. We already talked about Dr. K. We already talked about Melon. This is not a shiny hunting streak. We already talked about Adam Jaminsky. Guys, I'm starting to think this new character isn't even going to show up unless I, like, restart OBS. Patrona Tempest, central character to Thrones 1, adopted daughter of the Sentinel. I love this character. It's a very satisfying character arc. One of my favorite bits when people were first starting to read the books is Opal Tokyo reading Thrones of Time, getting to a certain point in Thrones, and then jokingly saying in chat, guys, read Thrones of Time. I love Matrona. She has such a satisfying character arc. Running bit that would happen in chat frequently. And then Opal Tokyo finished reading all of Thrones of Time, and then came back and said in chat, in all caps this time, guys, read Thrones of Time. I love Matrona. She's got such a satisfying character arc. I like Matrona. And we've got one more. Guys, where are we talking about? We already talked about Vita. Gotta reroll. Guys, where are we talking about? Ridley Manatone, musical magic guy, who appears in one Wizard book so far, but I want him to come back. Namesake of the Shiny Pass Simeon in the Alola Dex quest. Character created by AJ. He's a one-man band, so he can create like ghostly copies of himself or ghostly instruments, and can play music all the ways. He's got an electric guitar. And he can create like physical music notes to attack people with. We've got more book lore, guys. Where are we talking about? We already talked about Miser. Guys, where are we talking about? We already talked about Adam Jaminsky. Guys, where are we talking about? I'm stuck in forever book lore. It's taunting us. Fear the Empty Throne. Guys, where are we talking about? The forever book lore brownie. Rando the Bear. We already talked about Rando the Bear. Guys, where are we talking about? Guys, we already talked about the Makubo. Guys, what were we talking about? We already talked about that rabbit I hate. Guys, what were we talking about? I think we've seen everything. I think we've seen everything except for the one new thing. I'm thinking about it. I don't think we've seen Christmas Keenan. We've seen the Squallion. There's like maybe one or two things we haven't rolled yet. Oh, we haven't seen Triceratops today. We've talked about Galactic Jail. Let's roll Triceratops. We haven't seen that today. Or the Terror Drone, yeah. Or the Celestials, yeah. There's still stuff. How are we getting so many repeats if there's still stuff we haven't seen? We've seen 2 today. Okay, we've seen the Infinity Raccoon. What is going on? How many rerolls is this one gonna get? This is still one book lore. I'm still trying to find one thing we haven't talked about yet. This is still one book lore redeemed. Let me hatch an egg. Okay, let me hatch an egg real quick. Let me hatch a shiny Pokemon real quick. Another book lore? Okay, I've got 2 in the chamber right now then. No, it's not possible to restart OBS without stream dying. We did actually talk about Rogar already. Another book lore? I've got 3 in the chamber. 4? No, I've got 3. I've been keeping track. I got 3, alright? We've talked about Matrouse. I've got 3 in the chamber. Okay? I've got 3. I'm keeping track this time. Okay, now I've got 4. Andromatron, Moon of Ilsos. The planet is actually hollow. All of those man-made rivers have like elevator buildings that can extend like skyscrapers onto the surface and then descend to skyscrapers on the inside of the surface. The hollow planet, it's really cool. I like it a lot. Okay, we've got another one. Guys, where are we talking about? We got 3 left. You guys are counting wrong. We already talked about the astronaut. Okay, now I've got 4 again. We already talked about Matrona. We already talked about Melon. We already talked about Leisha. Guys, I don't even think there are 4 things left for me to talk about. We already talked about, almost just said that character's name. We already talked about Allie. I can't just pull him up. I can't influence book lore. We already talked about Terry. I don't think we've rolled I don't think we've rolled Bogar today. We already talked about Steven and Dr. K and Exit and Jerry. We already talked about Conchana. We've already talked about VB. We've already talked about Conchana. We've already talked about Steven. We already talked about that rabbit that I hate. Okay, Citron. One of the founding members of the Void Jumpers. Integral to them being as successful as they are, she's very familiar with Harvester. She's holding a Harvester skull there. She's very familiar with Harvester space. And so it's because of her that they're able to safely traverse the Nova Storm. Citron was one of the most fun characters I've ever had. The most fun time. I'm forgetting how to read words. Also, no, the streams aren't usually like this. This is because a new character's been added and they're trying very desperately to find it. I've got 3 more to talk about. Citron's one of the most fun I've ever had writing a character, is what I meant to say. We already rolled Andrew. I'm just going to keep talking about Citron as we look for a new one. Citron's one of my favorite characters. It's the most fun I've ever had writing a character because of reasons. Hatch eggs, hatch egg, hatch egg, egg, hatch egg, Vax. We already talked about Vax. Let me hatch an egg. Let me hatch a egg. I will hatch a egg. I will hatch 1 singular egg. And then also, I need to be right back. I've got 3 in the chamber. I know about that. Let me just hatch an egg, and then I'll return briefly. We're going to get a book ad. Thrones of Time. I'll return.
You're going to change, Adam. Your new life will be dedicated to protecting others. You will become a guardian, a defender, a sentinel.
I think I built a time machine.
I was promised adventures with the Sentinel when I was a kid.
Matrona, I'm so sorry.
The future is written. I will always win.
We are not gods. We are not meant to be known or worshipped.
I am the Sentinel, and I'm in control.
Control of my own destiny.
No, Sentinel. I am the Paradox Master. Your destiny is mine. We're gonna blow up Mars.
Nick Tempest. That's a new one. Nick, normal guy. That gun he's holding is a calculus gun that shoots calculus bullets. Calculus is an indestructible material that can only be destroyed by the same material as itself. I wonder what stone he's holding. Partners in Time was one of my favorite chapters of Voyager 2. I really like Nick Tempest. We've got 2 left in the chamber. We saw a new one. For anything else we haven't seen today. We already saw Vita. Let me hatch another egg. Let me hatch another egg. Let me hatch another egg. Guys, the point of adding this secret character into the book lore was to eventually roll it one day, not to shiny hunt for it today. I'm going to talk about this character whenever it is randomly redeemed. That doesn't need to be today. It is, yes, I reached Twitch partner. Okay, let me hatch another one. See, the thing is, I added this character because I've gone back and forth on whether or not I've been keeping this character a secret for so long, and I don't know if knowledge of this character ruins Thrones of Time, but I think we sort of reached a consensus that it doesn't. Like, reading Thrones of Time without knowing about this character is better, I think, but knowing about this character doesn't ruin Thrones of Time. And also, it's kind of like lore that needs to be discussed in the lead up to Thrones After Time, and it gets to be a certain point that, like, I can't really keep it a secret. And also, I want to name my Necrozma after this character. Okay, we've got, I think, one book lore in the chamber, and now we've got also a random reward. Guys, I don't know how we do it here at twitch.tv/thegremlingremlin. This is a D20. Each one of these numbers corresponds to a random reward. We're about to find out if Lily Cove just won out big or wasted 20,000 points. We've also got hat time. I'm going to put on a hat before looking at what this dice rolls. I'm not looking. I'm not looking. I'm not looking. Where did that hat go? Yes, it did. Okay. What does this do? Okay. This could potentially be perfect. This is a 20,000 point book lore redeem, which means that whoever's rolled, I have to talk about for 20,000 points worth. Book lore has the chance to do something very funny right now. Let's see how many rolls it takes to get something we haven't seen today. We've seen VB. We've seen the Shardigrade. We've seen Foxtrot. We've seen the original Ray drawing. Seen the Showdown bot. We've seen Conchna. We've seen Galactic Jail. We've seen Soap the Bubble. We haven't seen Kaglos. So, I have to talk about Kaglos for 20,000 points worth. Which I can do, but I don't know how much of it I can do without it being crazy spoilers. We do have a book lore on the back burner right now that I'll get around to, but I do need to, you know, honor the 20,000 points worth of Kaglos. So, for those uninitiated, that is literally just a butterfly in a jar. However, it's also the main antagonistic force of Void Jumper. So, the idea is as follows. Thrones of Time is a time travel story. Void Jumpers is a multiverse story. Both of those things combined bring to mind the concept of the butterfly effect. Butterfly effect is the idea that, like, if a butterfly flaps its wings in, like, Texas, then, like, a hurricane happens somewhere else, right? It's just, the idea is, like, you know, the smallest change in something can affect something else. That idea is typically associated with time travel in a different way, in that, like, if you go back in time and step on a butterfly and go back to the future, then all of history has changed. Like the domino effect, right? So Kaglos is the physical embodiment of the butterfly effect. And throughout all of Void Jumpers, there is this constant sort of fear about this little-ass butterfly, where, like, if he's released from this prison, then essentially he's the embodiment of chaos and coincidence. And there's a fear that if he's released and that power is unchecked, then he has full control over the playing out of every event. And so free will ceases to exist. The story is no longer in your hands. It is decided by Wings of Chaos. Kaglos is one of my favorite concepts of the entirety of the Novastorm Chronicles canon. And somehow, despite there being 3 book lores still on the back burner, Cove has enough points for another random reward. Guys, if you don't know how we do it here at twitch.tv/thegremlingremlin, this is a D20. Each one of these numbers corresponds to a random reward. To find out if Lily Cove just won a bigger race 20,000 points. That is 13, which does this.
Not that! Oh my god!
Guys, so where are we talking about? Go Wizard. Already talked about him. Reroll. Guys, where are we talking about? Andromedon. Already talked about that. Guys, where are we talking about? Already talked about. Guys, where should we... Already talked about. Guys, if you don't know how we do here at twitch.tv/gremlingremlin D20, each one of these numbers corresponds to a random word of 100 because of Delaney's one a big risk 20,000 points. What does that do?
Oh my goodness. Oh my lord. Who is that they, them?
Guys, where are we talking about? Isha Ironleaf, I already talked about her. Guys, where were we talking about? Bello, already talked about her. Guys, where are we talking about? We're running out. We're running out of things to talk about, you guys. Paradox Master, we already talked about him. Guys, where are we talking about? I feel like there are like maybe 4 things we haven't seen. Somehow, I think everything that remains are celestial beings. I think, if I'm remembering what all is in book lore correctly. Daru, we haven't talked about Daru. Daru is a minor character in Thrones 1. who's kind of like a party goer, kind of a chill, laid back kind of slug dude. However, he is confirmed to be a part of 5 Years Gone. And Thrones 5 is subtitled 5 Years Gone. We're going to be learning about 5 Years Gone. And unbeknownst to Daru and also you guys and literally every other character, Daru is actually, believe it or not, the most important character in the entirety of the Novastorm Chronicles canon. Guys, where are we talking about? Already talked about Nick. Guys, where are we talking about? Already talked about Multiverse Rumble. Guys, where are we talking about? Ganto. Already talked about Ganto. Guys, where are we talking about? I'm trying my best to hatch eggs during all this. BB. We already talked about BB. Guys, where are we talking about? OWAG. We already talked about OWAG. Guys, where are we talking about? Sentinel. We already talked about the Sentinel. Guys, where are we talking about? Alley. We already talked about Alley. Guys, okay, I'm genuinely tempted to turn off book lore. I think what's happening is that we're getting the same repeats over and over again. I think that OBS, every time it opens, it picks a new random seed for how it randomizes. And I added this new character while live. I don't know that it's populated. I don't know that OBS acknowledges his existence. The point was that I'll only ever talk about him whenever we random redeem. I think we have to give up. I think we have to give up. I don't think it's possible to show up. I think this is a fool's errand and we're wasting points. I think we have to wait. Because otherwise, we're getting only repeats. Infinity Raccoon. And it's all the same repeats as well. We haven't seen Timeless Celeste today. And I'm wondering if it's even possible to redeem those because, is the random seed for this stream a specific way? Siriv, we've already seen Siriv. You know? I'm thinking, it's broken. We've already seen the Freyson. I think it'll only work in a new stream. Eve, we've already talked about Eve. I already talked about this version of Pell. I don't know that I can refresh the source because of the way that I'm randomizing this. Hypothetically, it should be added. Do you guys want a peek behind the curtain, removal of a little bit of the magic in learning and how I do the random book redeem? Because the way it works is very interesting. So it might ruin a little bit of the magic, but I'll explain how it works. Basically, I have on the book lore scene, there are 5 slideshows. Each one of those slideshows is filled with, there are 5 different folders that each have a series of images in them. When I hit the book lore, I switch to that scene and all of the slideshows are turned off. I press a separate button and it randomly turns on one of the slideshows. So there are 2 levels of randomization where there are 5 options of random sets and then a random set is chosen. And then when that slideshow turns on, it randomly picks one of the images in the folder to display. So there are 2 levels of randomization going on. And depending on how the OBS slideshow function works, I think each slideshow randomly picking an image might have the same random seed. And so it might be picking the same images. And I added a new image to a new folder. And I don't know if necessarily that slideshow knows that there's a new image in the folder or not. Not sure. We've still got 3 to go, though. So, let's see. I lied. There are 6 slideshows. So, for example, This is slideshow number 6. And if I go to my streaming folders and open up lore folder 6 has Vax, Second Sentinel, Triplanetary Orbit, Triceratops, Thomas, Time Master, Time Jelly, Terror Drone, Terry, Citron, Ciriv in his suit, Strix, Steven, Starlock, A Funky Square, and Soap the Bubble. So if you're wondering, the new character is in the same folder as the Fracent, Foxtrot, Eve, Dracona, the Everywhere, Kaglos, the ELF, the Empty Throne, Eve, Dr. K, Dimension Pirate Ship, Multiverse Rumble, Deathmaster, Daru, Daquan, Korra, and the Prophecy Dragon. The new character is in that folder. So if ever we roll one of those, it's pulling from the same folder as that. I cannot force a character. It's 2 levels of randomization that I have no control over. Boat. We've already talked about that. Funky Square. Already talked about that. Originals. Already talked about that. Guys, I think we've exhausted the randomization levels. If we can't see Time or Celeste, I think that, like, that proves that the randomization is based on, like, a seed that is decided when I open OBS. Revstone. Like, I think there's a specific randomization algorithm that I'm not in control of that is showing us the same repeats. Korra. Yeah, because we're seeing all the same repeats, and there are still some things we haven't seen that I don't even know it's possible for them to be rolled. Okay. I'm starting to think I have an idea. After all we've been through, it will allow me to finally shiny hunt. And I can talk about this while I shiny hunt. Okay? I've decided something. There have been so many points spent. I feel like you guys have earned this, and this is broken, and it should have happened. So I'm gonna do something. We have to get him naturally. I know. I feel like we do, right? We have to get him naturally. I don't know. I don't know what to do in this situation. It isn't the same. That's true. After that, okay. The idea of adding him is that I will only ever talk about him if random chance decides so. I'm going to keep rolling until we see a character we haven't seen, which may or may not prove that the randomization will work. Or, alternatively, you know what I'll do? I'm going to test something. I'm going to test whether or not it will accept new images mid-stream by filling every folder with a new placeholder image. And so if we get the new image that I've added, then it will prove that it's possible. So let me go into lore folder number 1, and let me just get like a random picture. John F. Kennedy. Images. Look at this one. Desktop. Okay. So I've got a picture of JFK. I'm going to get this picture of JFK and I'm going to put it in each random folder 5 times. Both. Okay, so there's 5 JFKs in that folder. Yeah, JFK is going to be in Thrones 5. Okay, 5 JFKs in that folder, 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 5 in this one, and 5 in this one. So There are 30 JFKs. If we don't roll JFK within a certain number of rolls, we can determine that OBS won't accept new images midstream. The likelihood of rolling a JFK is very high. And this will confirm for us whether or not it's possible. Okay, repeat CAD gloss. Vote. Garu. Dude, what even is live streaming? What am I doing, man? Dope the bubble. Time jelly. Guys, I'm starting to think that maybe new images don't populate midstream. Hell, there are 30 JFKs. It'd be really funny if I forget to delete the 30 JFKs before the next stream. Dr. K. Monkey Square. Guys, I'm starting to think. Cytron. Guys, I think the JFK experiment is showing that, like, it wasn't even possible. BB? Hold on. Let me try something. Give me a second, real quick. Oh! Okay, we haven't seen that yet today, but hold on, give me a second. Okay. Properties for image slideshow. Stop when not visible. Restart when visible. Transition fade. Time between slides. 80,000 milliseconds. Boop. Randomized playback. Image files. Okay, it pulls from the folder. So it's not each individual image labeled. It does have the folder directory. So Celeste is actually a new one, so that's a book lore. This is the Plasma Master, Son of Time. First line spoken in Thrones of Time is by Celeste, by the way. He can possess people. He's like 9.5 feet tall. Celeste is pretty awesome. We've got more. Let's see if we see a JFK. Dr. K. Here. There are 30 JFKs. Where are they? We're testing something, Helios, to see if adding an image midstream actually, like, allows the randomizer to pull from new images. It's starting to look like maybe not. We've been re-rolling a bunch to find one new character edition, and we haven't seen it. So I've added 30 JFKs to see if new images populate. And it's looking like no, because we haven't seen a single JFK. And again, there are 30 of them. Triceratops, we actually haven't seen that. So that's another book lore down. There are dinosaurs in Thrones of Time, and they have purple fire powers sometimes. Don't worry about it. They fight in war. It's a whole thing. Brace it. Had another 30 JFKs. Okay, but at this point, I kind of want to see JFK get ripped. You know what I mean? How many total images are there? Well, in every folder minus JFKs, there are 12 images, and there are 6 folders. So that's how many images total there are, sans JFK. Add 30 to include JFK. Make it all JFK and see what happens. Okay, you know what? That's a good idea. Let me go into folder number 1 and remove every image except for the JFKs and see what happens. Okay, so this will definitively prove whether or not this is broken. Because right now, Adam Jaminsky, Ayla, Agro, AJ, Alexander, Amara, Andrew, Andromatron, the astronaut, the boat, the box, Bragg Slippy, EQS Cabin, Conchita, Melon, Joe Wizard Shelf of Wonders, that rabbit, and Ridley Manatone, they are all out of the pool right now. So if any of those get rolled, this is fully broken. It should be hypothetically impossible to roll any of the things I just listed. Okay, that's folder number 5. I need it to be slideshow number 1. Originals, we already got that. Okay, slideshow number 1. It should be JFK. It's broken. Okay, so it understands when the images are gone from the folder, but it doesn't understand when new images are added. It can't pull... Oh! Wait, what? Okay, I put them back in. Wait a minute. Hold on. If I remove them again... Now, what happens? That was Andromatron.png. What if I rename this JFK to Andromatron.png? Ah! No way! Wait! Holy shit, wait, huh? How does this work? Wait, what? It's reading file names? It's reading file names! Wait! Okay, hold on. Okay, if I delete these and put these images back, if I find the folder that the new character is in, and I delete, for example, the empty throne, because we don't need to talk about the empty throne anymore. If I delete that, because what am I gonna say about that anyway? Empty.png, and I just rename this to empty.png. Hypothetically speaking, let me also delete these JFKs. Hypothetically speaking, we have seen the empty throne be rolled today, right? Which means I'll keep one JFK. I will. I'll keep one JFK in one of the folders because there's actually a blank spot that can be easily filled by a JFK. One JFK remains. We delete the rest of these JFKs. So one of the images should be replaced with an image that is still readable by OBS that could hypothetically be rolled today. So we've wasted a ton of points, but hopefully it will not be for nothing. There is still a chance because it's also an image that we've rolled today. We've still got 3 more book lores, apparently. I've replaced these eggs, right? No, I've been running around with a party full of Bounsweet. Eggs, do you see how much you distract me? If we roll the new character, I'm vetoing all of the other built-up book lores because we've seen literally everything, alright? Rolling the new character ends the book lore saga, alright? Who or where are we talking about? Let's hope for the best. Gilsos. We already talked about that today. Who or where are we talking about? Triceratops. Already talked about that today. Guys, who or where are we talking about? Galactic Jail. Already talked about that today. Guys, who or where are we talking about? We're gonna see it today, by the way, because there are very few other options. We've already talked about Dracona. At this point, you guys have redeemed book lore so much that it is a near guarantee at this point. Joe Wizard's Shelf of Wonders. We haven't talked about that today, actually, so that's 1 down. In Joe Wizard, there's an item called Joe Wizard's Shelf of Wonders. It's a little book that sits in front of an empty shelf, It can open only to those with trustworthy hands, and each page that is flipped to changes what items are on the shelf. So it's basically like a magic safe, and also slash like Minecraft inventory system type beat. Guys, so where are we talking about? That's a new one though, so we can roll new things. Speaking of Joe Wizard, there he is. Ayla Tempest, we already talked about her. ELF, we've already talked about that. Okay, I don't know if this is really nothing, or, yo, congrats on the Altaria. Is this really nothing, or is this a failed attempt at something? Is this the Nova Storm, or is this something broken? I gotta check. I actually have no way of telling. I genuinely don't know what this is. This could just be something broken, or it could just be the Nova Storm. Either way, we've talked about the Nova Storm today. It's difficult to tell the difference between something actually being broken and it redeeming outright nothing, because nothing is a redeem. Wait, the astronaut was there? Wait, I didn't even see that. Was the astronaut there? What the hell? That's weird. Maybe slideshow 1 is a little bit broken. That's okay. The character we're looking for is not in slideshow 1. This is Vogar, by the way. Another of Ganto's friends. Friends with Terry, Ganto, one of the bounty hunter pirates. The pose that he's striking here was integral to saving reality. Pretty awesome, if you ask me. That's also another new one we got today. Hold on, I gotta see this clip while this hatches. Oh! That's crazy! What the hell was that? That's so weird. Dude, I'm breaking things, I think. Fraud? Why is Vogar a fraud? Okay, let me hatch one more Bounsweet before rolling again. This is the least efficient shiny hunt known to man, by the way. Book 6, page 7? There is no book 6. Guys, where are we talking about? Tempest Blight, talked about that. Quantum Bot, already talked about that. Showdown Bot, rather. Thomas, already talked about him. 6th book that I wrote. That'd be, Joe Wizard... Page 7? It's nothing, Onyx. Just that I don't know if I have what it takes to adventure on my own, Mary said. Block, I do, Melon cawed. Prince shoved him lightly to keep him quiet. That shouldn't be an issue, Mary, Joe said. You are the chosen wizard, after all. Joe gestured towards Mary's enchanted staff. Anyway, Joe turned around and looked at the mailbox. Without further ado, he flicked the mailbox door open, and in an instant, envelopes poured out. Whoa! Prince stepped back in surprise. A wave of letters streamed into the castle, up the little steps and across the porch. 4 of them ran inside after the letters. The mailbox quickly closed. Arnold Bonehorse, in his excitement, followed the crew into the castle. He couldn't fit through the door until he collapsed into a pile of bones. He found his way in, forming into a skeletal horse once again, once inside. Itching for adventure, huh, bud? Ned teased. All right, Joe announced. Everyone grab a letter. Mary picked hers up first, a bright white and rather neat and important-looking envelope with a seal of the biggest and most respected kingdom of the mainland stamped on it, the shape of a cherry. All right, more book lore. Guys, where are we talking about? Kranthar already talked about him. Let's hatch another egg. Remember, this is a shiny hunting stream, by the way. It is, in fact, a shiny hunting stream. I just thought you guys should like the reminder. This is, in fact, a stream about shiny hunting. I'm looking at the Book Freaks that wasp image. All right. Let me hatch these eggs. Yeah, this is the closest we'll ever get to a pure book stream. Guys, who, what way are we talking about? Laura. Already talked about her. Do I have any more eggs to hatch? No, okay. Guys, who, what way are we talking about? Juan, already talked about him. Reroll. I am counting. It's just... Oh, you mean you guys shiny hunting. Yeah, well, it's a little too late for that. I didn't think it'd take this long, or that you guys would redeem this many book lores. Aggro. We actually haven't talked about Aggro. Another of the clones of the main character. He's honestly, you know, despite being named Aggro and coming across really aggressively when he's first introduced, overall, of all the clones we meet, besides maybe Allie later, he's like the most chill and normal and well-adjusted. I love Aggro. Guys, another book lore. Where are we talking about? We got one left, so hopefully it's like the one. You know what I mean? Rag Slippy. Already talked about him. Allie. Already talked about her. Nick. Already talked about him. Oh! It worked! Guys, it's finally time. It's finally time I reveal a secret that I've held on to for 10 years. If you are if you're a League head who's watched every video, you've seen my Violet badge quest, and you know about Vine Boom, the Cerulege, whose name I had to censor. I have been keeping this character a full-on secret for years, and now we can finally talk about him. And what's really funny is that the knowers are freaking out, but those who don't know have no context for understanding why this is such a big deal. And it's difficult because on the one hand, knowing about this character going into Thrones of Time, I think does ruin a certain aspect of it, but it might also help with advertising. We've got the random redeem, and so what I'm going to do is, at this point, we've kind of given up all pretense of this being a shiny hunting stream. I forgot these images were here. So, we're going to take a massive detour. Okay? Because with all the points given, I'm going to have to explain a lot about this character. And the thing is, I have to be very careful about the balance between discussing things I really want to talk about and what I think should be kept for things you learn while reading. But I'll give you the basics. The book is called Thrones of Time. This is Time. She's the mother of the extroverts. She created everything. She rules over everything. The Time Master. This is her son, Celeste, Master of Plasma, one of her first creations, and one of the first of the Thrones of Time. And then there's her other son, Celeste's brother. It genuinely feels like a word I'm not allowed to say. This is Ultime, which is a name I have refused to say for years in advertising Thrones of Time. One of the reasons being that uttering the names of celestial beings gives them power. And Ultime, I don't know what I should say and what I should keep secret. It's a really difficult balance. Where do I even begin? So, Void Jumpers, right? The Nova Storm is the space between all worlds. It is the universe that itself houses every universe in the multiverse, right? The Nova Storm was created. So Time is the leader of the Extraverse. He created the Extraverse. He created Celeste and Ultime, and they ruled over effectively nothing. They were just kind of sitting in thrones, left to their own devices, right? Time created Celeste and Ultime because she was bored. Celeste and Ultime together created the Nova Storm. When it comes to the lore of the Nova Storm Chronicles, Celeste and Ultime as brothers are the creators of the multiverse. The multiverse exists because of them, which is very interesting to think about when reading Void Jumper specifically, that like the main location, that like the Nova Storm, is created by these two. And the reason why I haven't talked about Ultime, and where it's a little bit difficult to decide what I should be allowed to say, is that when it comes to Thrones, his existence is a massive secret. He is Time's shame. She is so ashamed of him. He is the banished god. She pretends he doesn't exist, refuses to say his name, refuses to acknowledge his existence. In fact, again, this is a really conflicted position for me to be in. The thing is, I need to acknowledge Ultimate's existence in the lead up to Thrones After Time. But Thrones 1, for example, is, well, he's obstructed enough in the trailer where it's questionable like what exactly you're looking at. But the first page of the first book that I've ever written begins like this. A large celestial being of great power mumbled, "Time." Someone has been calling himself the Paradox Master without permission. The celestial being's body glowed with streams of stars in the vast emptiness of glowing green-blue space, constantly shifting with hints of purple. His blank and featureless face contained behind its translucent surface a twirling galaxy, spinning in his head. He sat on a throne of glowing purple fire and crystals, speaking toward another being next to him, Time, on a throne of ever-shifting gold. "I'm aware," Time responded. Her translucent, starry blue body shifted on the throne. "I have been keeping watch on him through the eyes of a human with whom he travels alongside. Would you like to see the man?" Time turned her featureless head toward the green celestial being. A galactic spiral shifted slightly inside her head. The other being asked, "Think he could be a valid replacement for Celeste?" Time interrupted the being and spoke with an uncertain yet motherly tone. "The only replacement." Celeste nodded. "Death." He turned his attention to a large black brooding bird. "Bring him in." So, if you're wondering, when I say that the Paradox Master is my favorite role of a character in Thrones of Time, I don't mean that the Paradox Master that you know is my favorite character. I mean that the role of Paradox Master is my favorite aspect of Thrones of Time. And I think the last thing that I'll say about this character, and the most that I'll keep secret for later, is that this is the Paradox Master. The original one. Which is crazy. So yeah. Ultimate isn't a secret anymore. And now I can finally continue shiny hunting Bounsweet. Yeah, first one. So when I say that the Paradox Master is my favorite role in all of Thrones of Time, that's sort of what I'm referring. Ultimate is probably one of my favorite aspects of the entirety of the Nova Storm Chronicles. But yeah, it's really weird because, again, you know, like, from the perspective of knowers, this is like a massive reveal. But from someone who like doesn't know anything about the stories, this means nothing. And it's kind of difficult to grasp how big of a thing this is. Like, I've been keeping the secret for so long, and openly talking about it feels so weird, but also it feels extra weird because, like, for those that don't care or like don't really have the context to understand, it's like, dude, what's the big idea? But like the family dynamic, oh yeah, non-spoiler art of Ultimate can be shared. Yeah, PK's got so much art that's been hidden because of spoilers. The spoiler being just the existence of Ultimate. But yeah, Slime Spawner. There were so many hits. But yeah, it's I don't know. It's just the family dynamic because, okay, I guess I will say a little bit more because this is my favorite thing about Ultimate, and actually this ties in a little bit to the Tapu video. In the Tapu video, I mentioned that like one of my favorite reasons, or one of my favorite things about the Tapus is that they're the guardians of Alola, not the guardians of humans, and so they don't really care for humans all that much. They're worried about the land, right? And so my absolute favorite aspect of the lore of Thrones of Time is treating humanity like a very small aspect of the wider context of existence, right? And so as far as being a villain goes, this is what I really like about Ultimate. Because picture this, right? Here's the scenario. Celeste and Ultimate, as brothers together, created the multiverse. Ultimate was created to be the original Paradox Master. And so he was sort of imbued with a very particular personality. That personality being a desire for order and keeping things organized and perfect and exactly the way they're supposed to be, right? And so in his mind, as a celestial being, a very powerful being, the multiverse was just a garden, right? He's cultivating a personal project where he creates this massive space that exists solely to plant the seeds of other universes and watch them grow, absent his interfering. But he's a control freak. And so when things go a little bit wrong, that bothers him a lot. Time, his mom, looked at the thing that he made and was like, oh, you know what? I've got a perfect idea, actually. I'm gonna create life. Modius, the Quadstella, Dragolupus, the Dracona and the Dragolupus, Sogar and the Gars, Dial and the Deus Aves. Here's a bunch of fucking, like, little creatures in your garden. You made a pristine garden, my son. That's awesome. Here's a bunch of freaks. Also, because I made them, they're your siblings and you have to respect them. And that, like, pissed him off so bad. And so, basically, the crux of the story and the motivation behind him as a bad guy is that he is the son of a mom who fucked with his toys, and he wants to take back his toys and do it over again in the way that he wants to. And he wants to play with his toys in a very particular way. However, because they're celestial beings, what that translates to as, from the perspective of human beings, is that God wants to kill you because you are a bug in his garden, and he wants to take out all the plants and replant them. So his goal is to reset the multiverse. But from your perspective, what that translates to, besides him being like essentially a bratty kid, is like that's an existential threat. You are a pest in his garden. Yes. I didn't know it at the time, Flower Bear, but the inspiration behind Ultimate as the main villain behind Thrones of Time was me trying to work through my own issues. He fears change. That is like the biggest driver behind him, is he hates change so much. And when I started writing the stories in high school, one of the things I wanted to do was try to use the stories as a means to work through some problems that I had. The Paradox Master plays on my fear of memory. Losing memory and what memory means to your identity. And the other Paradox Master plays on my fear of change. And attempting to deal with, like, essentially, if I make the bad guy the one thing I like the least about myself, and make the good guys arbiters of change, and make the main character someone who literally, physically, entirely changes frequently, in, like, the polar opposite of this, it's just... It is the core of the story, and it is something I have banned myself from talking about for years. But yeah, I mean, I didn't realize what I was doing at the time when using Ultimate as a foil for myself, but pretty much, yeah. I love Ultimate so. My favorite aspect of the lore is how petty the main dilemma is, and when you zoom out, how existential it becomes simply because of how powerful they are. There's so much more that I want to talk about that I just won't. Read Thrones of Time, by the way. Evie, this is the reason why I decided to reveal this character, besides the fact that I need to talk about Ultimate in the lead up to Thrones 4, but because I think I want to name Necrozma Ultimate. Because I'm planning on naming Lunala Celeste and Sogaleo Solare, which, let's not even get into Solare. Honestly, let's not get into that. That's a whole other can of worms. There is a ton of stuff about the lore that I just exposited that I didn't talk about. There's some crazy revelations about the multiverse and a bunch of other minutiae I don't want to get into, but that's the basics of it. All of their names are very tied to their concepts. Celeste, for example, the plasma as the master element makes up literally everything. And so Celeste is like a connection to like celestial stuff. So like, you know, the fabric of the multiverse and universes is plasma. And so that's why his name is that. Ultimate is like sort of the ultimate authority on what is allowed to exist. The ultimate power to decide what can and can't be. Time is very simple. Time. Oh, is that the back-breaking scene? Guys, I write books. Thrones 3, page 376, unredacted. Sentence starts on the page before. He saw the fear in her face, and he knew he had to hide the pain as best he could, but it was too much. Ultimate pulled his fist down, and with that motion, the plasma inside the Paradox Master burst. "I will not kill you," Ultimate said with a calmness about him that sent shivers down Eve's spine. There was no effort in the pain he caused. Paradox Master screamed as the veins in him popped, as his arms popped out of their sockets, as his knees popped and his fingers stretched, pulling the bones from their joints. His arms stretched from his body, as did his legs and his back. Ultimate clenched his fist harder, and the flames consumed the Paradox Master. Screaming, 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 kill me. I'm not going to actually scream. The Paradox Master shrieked in pain. "You may be immortal, but you feel the curse of life. Pain." Ultimate clenched his fist harder. Paradox Master's knees bent backwards, his elbows snapped, and his limbs were distorted into unrecognizable twigs and snapped sticks. I like Ultimate. Oh, also, fun fact about his sword. Okay, this I actually really want to talk about because it's not something that's ever pointed out directly in the books. Ultimate's sword might look a little bit familiar. Could you start with Thrones or Void Jumpers? Give me a second. No Bounsweet. Okay, so it depends on whether or not you care about these three being the first books I wrote when I was in high school. The quality does improve. If that is something that doesn't bother you, I would start where I started. Or, alternatively, you can start based on which one you think you would like most. Thrones of Time being a dark trilogy of 3 distinct stories that are connected and have very, very deep lore. Or Void Jumpers, which is a 2-parter of one story that is a lot more lighthearted and is multiverse focused. So multiverse, time travel, dark, lighthearted. That's a bit of the difference. So it depends on what you prefer. And also whether or not the quality improving is something that matters to you, because these are the most recent that I've written, so I think that they're the highest quality. However, something that I've noticed that I find interesting is that people that read all of the books, once they're done reading them, tend to prefer Thrones of Time. And I think that's just because the lore. But anyway, something I want to talk about. So if you look at Ultimate here, I can't believe I'm actually just talking about Ultimate. And if you look at his sword, if I go to Key Art, Void Jumpers, here's Mr. Johnson from Void Jumpers. So in Void Jumpers, in the beginning, Dracona creates these 5 swords for heroes across the multiverse. And she creates a sword for an alien in knight-like armor, dark knight-like armor. And that alien, each time, like, there's, like, glowing rods, they pick them up, and then the sword becomes whatever that person envisions a sword to be. So this knight creates this sword, and then Mr. Johnson was completely blanking, so when he goes to create his sword, he doesn't have a clear vision of what a sword looks like, and so he copies the sword that was previously created. So 2 of the 5 swords are identical. That knight in dark armor appears in Thrones of Time, and it's where Ultime got that sword. He took it from that knight. So if you're wondering about that unnamed knight in dark armor in Thrones of Time, that's where Ultime got that sword. So Mr. Johnson's sword does the same thing and is a visual copy of Ultime's sword that Dracona created in Void Jumpers. So when I say which one do you start with, and when I say that like each one has different things you get out of each one for reading them first, that's the kind of thing that I mean. Where like having already read Thrones, if you go into Void Jumpers, you might pick up on that small detail. That's the sort of connectedness that they have, where you don't need one to read the other, because that's a detail that you can miss and it doesn't affect the story at all. But that's like the extent of the connections that they have, where it's just small lore connections that aren't like so plot important that if you don't pick up on it, it ruins the story. But yeah. No, it's interesting too, because these swords, they're specifically designed to be able to kill immortal beings, because the way they work is that if you stab somebody, it turns them into a rev stone. So you'll notice that Mr. Johnson's sword doesn't have any rev stones, but Ultime has a bunch of stones attached to it. Each one of those is the soul of somebody that he killed. And he specifically ties them to the sword, and he keeps a collection of all of his kills constantly attached to his sword. So that's why the sword's like a little bit different. Mr. Johnson's has no souls attached to it, but Ultime is just constantly carrying around the rev stones of all those that he's defeated. That's crazy, PK. I really like a lot. In fact, okay, speaking of the Tapu video again, Tapu Bulu being named Soraya, that is a character that appears in Thrones of Time solely as a way to introduce Ultime. The character appears and then is instantly stabbed by Ultime. Like, immediately. It's so funny. Sometimes Amazon puts the books on sale against my will. I can't control it. I don't know why. I don't think I get less money when they're on sale, but Amazon does it, like, just randomly, and I have no control over it. Void Jumpers 1 is available for free as an audiobook, ! Void VOD. I streamed the whole thing. There are Thrones 1 and 2 audiobooks that are really old now. I'm going to redo those eventually in the lead up to Thrones 4, so that the books are as accessible as possible. Because like sequel crossover is a difficult thing to sell to a group of people that haven't even read the previous thing, so I want to make it as easy as possible to get into those. And also because like I wrote Thrones 1 through 3 in high school, so like, you know, enough people have told me they enjoyed them now where I don't feel bad advertising them, but like they're definitely not to my current quality standards as far as like sentence by sentence, and I think the biggest issue is Thrones 1. The pacing is awful. And so, like, if I can make those available for free, that's better in my eyes because, you know, obviously people want to buy them to have the physical versions, but, like, I feel better offering those for free because, like, those are my first books, you know? I still stand by the contents of them. It's just the way it's presented I would have done differently. Like that sentence, or that page that I read out where the Paradox Master's getting, like, all his shit fucked up. Too much repetition of the word popped. Like, I would rewrite that scene completely differently if I were writing it today. It's just like small things like that. Like, I guess it depends. It can vary on how much it bothers you, depending on how plugged in you are to writing. Where, like, it bothers me a lot simply because I'm noticing old habits that I have since stopped when writing. So it's a different experience for me, but I think the biggest problem is Thrones 1's pace. That, because, like, line by line sentence structure, I think, is something that you don't really pick up on unless you're really looking for it. But pacing issues are something that is very easy to notice, even if you can't quite place what is bothering you. That makes sense. And so I think the pacing issue of Thrones 1 is its biggest problem, simply because it's the most obvious to those that aren't even looking for it. But yeah. Honestly, though, I mean, at the very least, I think it's good that I'm able to see that there are improvements. Because I think I'd be a little bit worried if I couldn't notice improvements in my own writing. I think I'd rather it be this way than me, like, still fully be like, yeah, those are the best things I've ever written. They're not. I really like the lore, though. I'm obsessed. Just this one. I've got a full-on Steenie arena already. The only reason I'm Masuda methoding for Bounsweet is because you cannot encounter Bounsweet in Ultra Sun and Moon for some reason. So I kind of have to hatch it. Yeah, you know, Time Spawner, I like the pacing of Thrones 1, but I do acknowledge its problems. I don't think it's objectively bad. I do think that there's too much for the first book, but I wouldn't do it differently, because the only other way for me to fix that pacing problem is to turn it into like 5 books, and I can't do that. Because, like, the text on the spine in Andromedan and the color coordinations of the books. Oh, that's the other thing I should mention about Ultimate. Green, Celeste. Blue, Time. Red, Ultimate. That's one of the reasons, by the way, thanks so much for the sub, Ottoman. I really appreciate that. That's one of the reasons I decided to self-publish them, is because I wanted full, complete, and total control creatively. And if you go through a traditional publisher, you don't get a real say in the book covers. They kind of do it based on marketing so they can get more sales. And, like, it mattered more to me that I had full control over stuff like that than the books going crazy mode style. As far as, like, sales go. Because I'm writing them mostly for me. But yeah, I really wanted to be able to be in direct control of the color of the book covers and stuff like that. That's awesome, Flower Bear. I really appreciate that. Everyone's getting blasted with old main book art. I'm so free. Yeah, I'm free. It's awesome. God, your Ultimate art. Oh my. Ultimate's so. Oh man. EQS comes out this year. I'm not done with it. This is the closest I've been to, like, or this is the closest I've cut it to, like, a book not being done and me claiming it's gonna come out this year. It should be done soon. I'm aiming for sometime after Pokemon Worlds. I would like to get footage for a trailer in San Francisco. So it definitely won't be out anytime before then, but I don't know how much longer after that. But I do want it to come out this year because it's 10 years since I came up with EQS in the first place. Guys, if you don't know how we do it here at twitch.tv/gremlin, this is a D20. Each one of these numbers corresponds to a random word. If I find out if 99th King just went up big or wasted 20,000 points. What does that do? That was so close to being another book lore, I was about to start crying. But instead we've got this. Freaking love Mantine. Yeah, Astro Chimera, it is so surprising to me how much people care about and like my characters. It is such a surreal feel. Because, like, I made those guys up in my noggin. They're not real, you know what I mean? Like, the fact that anybody else is invested in them. Like, I don't know. On the one hand, the books could have had a wider reach had I gone through traditional publishing. It would have taken longer. I could have been technically more successful with these. But I really like the approach that I took in advertising them to a very small group, because I think it's really special compared to like the experience that other authors have with their books, that like I am able to directly interact with the 10 people that are fans of my stuff. And the fact that I can just directly how people interact with the stories is some of the most like inspiration fuel type shit I've ever run into. Like, genuinely, the concept of Thrones After Time is something that I always had in the back of my mind, but it was not anything I was ever going to write. Because when I had finished Thrones 1 through 3 and nobody read them, I kind of figured like, well, now that I'm out of high school and I need to get like a job and like go be a real person, I can't justify spending time on these stories that nobody reads. I'll just keep them in my head because they're just for me anyway. And then I had the idea for Void Jumpers, and I was like, okay, well, I'm not actually that busy being employed. I guess I could work on this. I almost gave up on that. But then the Safari Week 2021 videos started doing well, and that was such a massive burst of inspiration that I decided to actually lock in on Void Jumpers. And in advertising Void Jumpers to a growing YouTube channel at that time, it was sort of the jumping in point where people started going back and reading the books that I had written before. And the response that I was getting, because on the one hand, like when friends and family read books, not to say that I don't appreciate when they say that they like them, but it is difficult to get rid of that nagging feeling in the back of your mind that the only reason they like them is because they know you. They have that bias, or they feel obligated to like it, even if that isn't true. And even if I know that isn't true, I can't shake that feeling. And so it is so completely different for a stranger on the internet to say that they like something that I wrote. The only reason I'm actually committing to writing Thrones After Time is because of you guys. I couldn't justify it any other way. At the end of the day, there's still only going to be a small handful of people that actually read them. But the fact that anybody's going to read them, the fact that anybody is excited for them, and that anybody cares enough about the characters to see where their story takes them next. And it's also really bittersweet at the same time, because I could draw this out forever, but I think it's really important to end stories. I think Star Wars is a good example of something that, like, as good as some of the stuff that's come out since, Star Wars, I think, would have a much longer lasting cultural relevance had it been left alone. I want to be selfish and include the prequel trilogy because I really like it, but the original trilogy. If the original trilogy was just one and done, it would have been, when people say, oh, you should watch Star Wars, there would be no caveats. But now whenever someone suggests Star Wars to somebody who hasn't seen any of them, there's always so many extra little things they have to clarify. You know what I mean? And originally, Thrones 3 was a complete and total finale. But there are still so many things left untouched on, and I knew where the story would continue. And the thing that's so weird is that I'm working on Thrones After Time right now, and I'm letting you guys know right now. And I've said it before, I'll say it again. Can't convince me otherwise. There's Thrones 1 through 3, there's Void Jumpers 1 and 2, and then there's going to be Thrones 4, 5, and 6, and that's it. we'll never ever revisit the core group of characters or their stories ever again. Joe Wizard, I intentionally created to last forever, and we might see cameos in there, specifically Soap the Bubble. But as far as the Nova Storm Chronicles go, of like the core stories, EQS included, there's a very important reason why I'm working on EQS before Thrones After Time. Because when the Thrones series is done, I'm done with the Nova Storm Chronicles. Joe Wizard as the sole exception because of how little it's actually directly connected. And maybe aside from short stories on the website, I will never write another book about Pell Ironleaf, Keenan Quantum, the Sentinel, Eve, and the Thrones of Time. Will be over. And that is such a weird feeling because like people are only just now getting into it, right? People are only just now checking out the books that I wrote like 10 years ago. And it's weird to be like, hey, at a certain point it's going to be over. Like fully, 100%. And it's weird because I feel a lot of pressure for the finale. I have to ignore a little bit what I see readers say about what they want. Because I really want to try to avoid leaning into just doing what people want to see. Because at the end of the day, Thrones of Time and Void Jumpers were written for an audience of 0. And I have to keep in mind the sort of mindset that Thrones After Time can't be altered for the expectations of people. It needs to be exactly what I imagined it would be, and I can't compromise. But at the same time, I feel a lot of pressure for the finale that, like, the fact that it's going to be done forever, it's gotta be a really good ending. Not for you, necessarily. I'm actually a little worried some people are going to be disappointed in some choices that I make, or upset. But the ending has to be good enough for me that I am okay never touching the story again. And that's a lot of pressure. And I'm a little nervous. And I'm kind of worried, too, because the way I've envisioned the ending in my head, I don't know if I've earned doing it like this. I think I have because of how much needs to be wrapped up. But you know that sort of like infamous, not necessarily complaint, but like observation about the ending of the Lord of the Rings trilogy of movies? Where like the movie has like 4 endings. Where like it fades to black and you think there's going to be end credits. But then it ends again. That is an insane highlighted message, Zombie. I do have a lot of really small stories that are in the setting that I've made that I don't think I'll ever tell. Yeah, it's difficult because I think like every version of the ending that I've envisioned is going to be so drawn out. Like I think minimum the last book is going to have 3 chapters worth of the ending. Which feels excessive and also required. I don't want to wrap everything up too neat because I like the idea of people imagining what else could be happening. But I do need to like make it enough of an ending where I am satisfied never touching the story again. It's a big ask. It's a lot that I have to... It's kind of stressful a little bit. EQS will come out this year no matter what. I really want Thrones 4 to come out in 2028, Thrones 5 2029, and Thrones 6 2030, so that they're each 10 years after the original trilogy. But I will emphasize right now, EQS will not be delayed. I'll put it out no matter what. There is a high likelihood, depending on like if I ever get a job and how busy I get, that Thrones After Time could see delays. And I'm sorry, but at the same time, I need to be a perfectionist about these because it's the end. You know what I mean? There's no do-overs. They have to be perfect, and I don't mean perfect in the sense that like I've made the perfect thing. I mean perfect for me. I can't have any thing that I'm a little bit like, I don't know about that. I can't have any regrets when I'm done with them. I do think it's fully doable for me to get them out by the time that I've set, but I will delay if I need to. Insane image. Up where I left off, Void Jumpers 1, page 4. Alright, you're going to spend enough points to read this whole thing, even though the audiobook already exists and you can listen to it right now. Guys, here's page 4 of Void Jumpers. Maintaining a certain androgyny with their appearance was important to, and it had been for most of their young life. You know I must help my friends, Pell spoke up with a raspy voice. They shifted to their work desk. A bow and quiver rested against it, and on the desk sat a note, wet with fresh ink. Pell glanced over their shoulder at their father. Randolph the Beige would never forgive me if I were to cower and not lend my talents to the Fellowship. I don't much like that wizard anyway. I should emphasize for those not in the know, the beginning of Void Jumpers is like a comically absurd parody of Lord of the Rings. Like just one-to-one ripoff. It's important to the plot. Trust me. You promise you'll be careful? The blacksmith asked, holding his hands folded nervously in one another. Hal looked back. You don't trust me? Hal's mother smiled, hiding her true emotion. Her eyes watered. Alexander held her shoulders. Hal stood in the room before their parents, bow in hand. Took a deep breath. The world depends on the Fellowship, they said. The Fellowship depends on me. I have to take initiative now, or there won't be an Eldiria left for me to explore once the fight is done. So young, Alexander pled. I'm 22, Hal smiled. Barely a child. Risha concurred with Alexander. Hel's a half-elf. They're functionally immortal. So 22, the eyes of Lisha, who's like 340. Barely a kid. Yeah, plot-relevant Lord of the Rings bit. Where's that random quote? You shan't cross! Freaking love Mantine. Yeah, Pell begins the story at 22, and then there's a 4-year time skip before the actual Void Jumper stuff kicks off. So for the bulk of the story, they're 26. Same age as Keenan. Story. And there's a 10-year time skip after Void Jumpers into Thrones 4. So both Keenan and Pell are 36 in Thrones 4. Yeah, wait till you get to Thrones 5, Cove. I don't know, Cove. What do I mean by that? I feel like Lord of the Rings is like required nerd viewing. Star Wars is kind of losing that a little bit. The original trilogy, yeah. Prequels if you're a prequel fan. Sequels if you're a completionist. What do you mean just wait? In regards to Keen Unk? Yeah. Call me Old Shield on the way, I'm old. So true. I'm rewatching the Clone Wars right now with Ruby. God, the Clone Wars is so good. There's like season 4? There was a random couple of episodes back to back where like C-3PO and R2-D2 just go on a random adventure. They were fine episodes, but them being back to back is an interesting choice. I think it's really funny talking about the books And like, especially to those not in the know, I bet sometimes it comes across as like grand lore, in-depth, crazy, multiversal, time travel, complicated shit. But at the same time, the book I'm working on right now that takes place in the Novastrom Chronicles, the last thing I wrote was Keenan Quantum getting kicked in the balls by a 5th grader. The story's so stupid. In Void Jumpers 2, Keenan, like, is listening to a playlist in a party, and one of the songs on the playlist is the YouTube video, music parody, I Walked to Burger King. And then I walk back home from Burger King. These books are really stupid. I feel the need to emphasize that. Stoppy, you know I can't answer that question, right? Like in either direction. There are 2 He's Nuts jokes in Void Jumpers 2. And one of them is actually part of a flashback of a scene that takes place in Exquisite Quantum Showdown, which means that exact same He's Nuts joke will be repeated in a second book. This shit does not take itself seriously, except for all the times when it does. My favorite thing is trying to combine weird shit with serious shit in the same thing, specifically because real life is like that. And I find that very interesting about real life, in that stories, I feel like, don't often enough reflect, like, I get the idea of trying to keep things tonally consistent, and I understand the importance of that, but at the same time, the world isn't tonally consistent, and so in my mind, the only way to accurately portray the realism that I'm trying to portray, I feel like too often, people conflate gritty depression with realism, when actually, the world is as fucked up and evil as it is stupid and silly, and I feel like the only way to capture a feeling of realism and to really hammer home every story ever told is real, the only way for you to fully buy in to these characters being real people is if everything is just as stupid as it is serious, because that's how real life is. And I hope that I achieve that, but it's a really difficult balance to. Because what you don't want to do is what Marvel has been doing, where they undermine a serious moment with a joke. Don't want to undermine serious. What I really like doing is undermining funny moments with seriousness. Shout out Rebirthday Party, Void Jumpers 2. That's my favorite jump from ha 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 to oh my god! You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know. Like, on Ragnarok, I think was fine, but I don't know what happened in Love and Thunder. I don't. I was just kind of watching the entire movie with this face, like. I just didn't get what happened. Okay, that one part of Ragnarok, yeah, I don't like that either. They should have let him have a cool moment. Spencer is crazy. I don't want this to be over, but it will eventually. It's so sad. full odds over odds, that would be the funniest outcome. To go over 4096 for this Masuda hunt. That would be the objectively funniest outcome. I don't know if I want to get there. Because, like, obviously we got pretty distracted. I wonder why. But even regardless of that, the egg hatching is fairly slow. So it would take a really long time to get there. Original meme, it is in the Nova League Discord, in official key art channel threads, spoiled. Oh god, where is it? Official book art, Thrones 3 Part 2 characters, and it's spoilered, but it's in there. Maximum hyping, you're winding down. I mean, it'll still be a few years. You can catch up. It's kind of similar to me of like people subscribing to the Nova League from the Tapu video. I'm like, man, getting into the Alola decks this late must suck because like it's almost over. You know? Shout out to everyone who was there from the beginning. Kind of crazy. It's been so long. We're coming up on 2 years. If you guys want a reference, by the way, for like when the Alola deck started, because like it took many months for the first episode to come out. If you want a good frame of reference of when it started, the Platinum Dream Team Giratina video came out the week I got my Ultra Moon cartridge. So if ever you wanted to look back at the channel and see like a visual representation of how much of the channel has been Alola decks, Giratina video is when it started. On my end. Obviously, the first video didn't come out till months later, but if we're talking time spent of me doing it, and you want a frame of reference. Yeah, banger thumbnail, Zoppy. Four months, 20 days. Crazy. Yeah, so I mean, you're making pretty quick progress on book stuff then. That's the case. 3 years? Nuts. Old Shield on? That's almost a year ago now. Only a couple months till Fossil Week. Well, okay, I'm rounding up a bit. There are a few months before Fossil Week. Thanks for the shiny luck. I gotta stop counting up the counter when I pick up eggs and only do it when I hatch them. Oh, yeah, but if anyone's wondering about... I'm thinking about Ultimate still now that I can talk about him. My Violet Badge quest, Shiny Ceruledge, being named Ultimate, is so perfect, it's insane. Ultimate literally possesses a Dark Knight in a suit of armor that has a sword that is in flames, and the shiny has the red eyes of the possession of Ultimate. Like, Ultimate as a name for a shiny Ceruledge is so perfect, it's actually scary.
Mr. Beast!
Also, like, Plasma's Purple Fire, and Ultimate has control over Purple Fire powers, so, like... That's funny. Yeah, shout out Vine Boom. I spent, like, about 10 times longer editing those videos than I needed to, just to censor his name. If you want any indication of how weird it feels to finally be openly talking about Ultimate. I went through all that effort. Do you even watch the Nova League? Hope, it is so funny to me that, like, you're into the books and the streams and just, like, don't even... That's hilarious. That is so funny to me. That's really... Gen 2 is stinky, huh? You've watched every video from mid-2023 to June 2025. That's what's even funnier to me, though. Got busy and trying to catch up? I guess so. It doesn't help that so many of the videos lately are long as hell. Tapu video is 55 minutes, 55 seconds long. That's kind of absurd. It's kind of crazy to me that, like, anybody watches the... Like, I kind of ask a lot as far as time commitment goes. That's funny. Comment on the Tapu video. I always thought Tapu Lele was a snail. That's funny. Folklore name for shiny Charizard. Would fit better. This is kind of a funny one considering like how like the context of this character. Aragar. A-R-A-G-A-R. Incredibly minor character. But I think about him sometimes. And I think his color scheme kind of matches. Episode 5. Wishy-washy? That was a year ago. Yeah, I want to do another shiny race sometime soon. I feel like there are so many new subscribers to the channel that, like... Because I imagine most people don't go back to watch old videos. I could be wrong. But I feel like there's got to be a lot of people that are new from the Alola decks that just don't know the group channel aspect of the Nova League. It's also been so long since we've had, like, a regular-ass shiny race. I miss it. It's just so difficult to coordinate. Scytheguard goes crazy. Yeah, I also miss the shiny races. It's just kind of like... It's sort of the intersection of real life and the content creation that's getting in the way of shiny races. They're also my favorites to revisit because I like hanging out with my friends. That's so funny, Pete. Yeah, card openings, I don't think... I imagine shiny races will come back a lot sooner than card openings. Because the thing with card openings is that those videos cost money and nobody watches them. And cards are also so much harder to come by. It just doesn't feel worth it to do anymore. Although one of my favorite videos on the channel was me looking for the Farigiraf card and opening like 400 packs of Paldea Evolved. That was like probably the worst financial decision I've ever made in my life. Good video though. Yeah, Cove, I've been thinking about that. I do want to do the shiny race for Gen 5 shiny Giraffe rig at some point. That wouldn't be with the rest of the league, but I also really liked the beach episode. It had shiny race vibes. Ruby was part of it, and then it was, you know, Alola heads. It wasn't necessarily a race, but it was, the vibes were very similar. So I really liked the beach episode. That was fun. Yo, Obsidian Mage, that's awesome. Hell yeah, 15K? Is that the Game Corner one? That's awesome. Yeah, I'm thinking about doing because one of the things getting in the way, I think, of planning shiny races is wanting to do it with all 4 of us or nothing. I do think one-on-one shiny races are still worth doing. An idea I have that I got to talk to Randy about that I want to do. But the thing is, the other problem is, like, also, like, not only do I have to coordinate with the rest of the league, but they also have to like finish the video games. Like it's literally impossible for me to do like a DLC shiny race in ZA because I'm the only one that's finished the DLC in ZA. Like they're not only are they all so busy with jobs in real life and too busy to coordinate like timing things up with them, but they're also too busy to actually play the video game. Difficult. But I do want to plan a shiny race with Randy in ZA where the idea is that we race in a certain amount of time to get shiny Pokemon to build a team, and then we fight each other with those teams in ZA. I want to do that. Beach episode's one of my favorites, which is really funny because, like, of all the Alola decks, it's funny to think that one of my top favorites is the Pyukumuku and Bruxish episode. I think if I had to pick top 4 Alola Dex videos in my mind, Turtonator, Marshadow, Beach episode, Tapu video. It's weird to pick a top 4, but those are my favorites. And they're all my favorites for different reasons. Like, the Tapu video is my favorite when it comes to, like, talking about Alola lore. Beach episode is a really fun time with friends. Marshadow is a really fun technical one, and I really like Marshadow now because of it. And Turtonator is just a very personal one for me. So I like them all for very different reasons. I think those 4 are, like, the best example of, like, the variety of the Alola Dex series and why I like it so much. Your mind goes with the Beware? It's interesting. I always kind of feel a little bit bad about the way I did the plush video because I feel like it's so long and focuses so much on the plushes that to me it feels like almost as if Beware, Komala, and Mimikyu kind of didn't get as much spotlight as they should deserve, if that makes sense. Because like so little of the video that they're part of is actually focused on the shinies themselves, and so much more of it is the plushes. So I'm glad that you think about the Beware, because I feel like I bring up the Beware a lot because I feel like it's forgotten. I think Mimikyu is the worst, like, offender of that, where, like, Komala is easy to remember because it was one of the first champions in the Mount Lanakila video. Beware is easy to remember because they constantly bring it up, but I feel like Mimikyu gets buried in the plush video. I feel like there are some people that probably don't even realize that I have shiny Mimikyu already. Oh yeah, Absol had his shirt unbuttoned for like the whole video. He was very committed to the beach vibe. I thought that was funny. Yeah, I think the video itself on first watch is very cohesive, but I don't know if it's the most rewatchable. I like to rewatch the series every once in a while because I make it mostly for myself. But whenever I do a rewatch of the playlist, I always skip the Araquanid video because that hunt scarred me. And I always, whenever I get to the plush video, I only skip to the shinies because I don't care enough to listen to myself yap about the plushes. I feel like listening to myself talk when it's the scripted portions registers differently in my mind because it just feels like I'm thinking out loud about the stuff that I like. Alola, it's almost as if I'm playing the games. But then when I get to the segments where I'm just talking about the plushes and it's unscripted, it's like, bro, can this guy shut up? It's like, it's weird. I'm fine listening to myself when it's scripted, but whenever it's those, like, just me talking about the plushes, I'm like, bro, I literally don't care. Be quiet. And so I think that's why I have that feeling about the plush video, is that it's one of the least rewatchable for me personally. The totems? Are they bigger in the Dex intro? I know Mimikyu is bigger, for sure. I think Lurantis isn't that big in the intro. I don't think I purposely made them bigger. I just kind of organized everything in a specific way when I first made it. I tried to group together certain Pokemon thematically, but I didn't size them. I sized them just for how I felt they looked good on screen. I like that I did the plush video when I did, and it's kind of lucky that the Gen 7 Sitting Cuties came out when they did. Because I'm glad that I was able to touch a little bit on some of the Pokemon that I'm not going to be able to hunt for a really long time. Like, Diglett and Grimer, like those lines, I could hunt at any point, and if I was going in dex order, I would have found them already. But I'm saving them for near the end of the dex, and I kind of feel bad about putting them off for so long. So I'm glad I was able to talk about them a little bit in the plush decks. And just like the plush decks sort of right in the middle of the series gave me an opportunity to like talk about every Alola Pokemon before I got around to hunting. Oh yeah, speaking of the names of each of the plushes, I am still working on that second playthrough, like the plush file, and getting all of the decks. By the time the Alola Dex is done, I want to make sure I have all of the non-shinies also in my file, and all of them will be named after the names that the plushes got. Because right now, I don't have anywhere written down what names they all have, except for the video itself. So I'm going to have like all of the Pokemon collected on the files non-shiny as like a permanent reference to what they're all named. So all of the names and donations and stuff will come up again for the big finale video. So look forward to that. Yeah, Galar Sitting Cutie should be announced either at the end of this month or the beginning of next month if the timing is the same as Gen 7. Person. Applin is sold out. You will see me on the news. One of my favorite things in our apartment, we have a fruit bowl in the middle of our dining room table. It's like a big, like ceramic, like frog bowl with a bunch of little frogs on the outside. We found like a thrift store. And it's full. It's where we keep all our fruit, obviously, but also there's an Applin plush that's always in there. I just like that a lot. Got a bunch of real fruit and then an Applin. I can't wait for Paldea Sitting Cutie. They will finally be forced to make Low Kicks merch. Yeah, it's crazy how long that video, like, rewatching the Alola Dex, it's funny to see things mentioned that, like, have come to fruition. Like, I forget which video it was, but there's a part of, like, the narration where I talk about, I think it was the Turtonator video, where I said I was shifting focus of streams to a different non-shiny hunting related Alola thing. Because I did most, like, everything about the Turtonator hunt I did offline, because I was streaming the plush fundraiser at the time. And so it's funny to see, like, a clip of the plush streams in the Turtonator video, and, like, knowing what that ended up being for eventually. One of the things I'm really excited for the big finale, because something I want to try to do when the Alola Dex is done, is I want to make a big, like, finale movie about all of the Alola Dex being found. But I don't want it to take away from the rewatchability of the playlist, and vice versa. But I want to try to edit it in a very different way. One of the things that's going to be a slight difference from the playlist that I'm really looking forward to is that every shiny will be in chronological order, and for the most part, that isn't going to have that much of an impact, except in interesting cases like, I think the first time it'll become apparent is the Araquanid video came out after the Executor video, but Executor was found in the middle of the Araquanid hunt, so the Meowth entry will come first, and then the Executor, and then Araquanid. But a more extreme example will be like Wimp vs. Brawler. The loser I found but didn't include until the Mount Lanakila video, but in the big finale video, it'll be like just right after the rest of them. And also in the same day as the Stuffle from the plush video. So it'll be fun to see those two shinies back to back, despite the fact that as of the playlist, you have to wait like multiple episodes to see that. And another of my favorite examples is that I haven't made the Sylvalai video yet. But for those uninitiated, I have shiny Sylvalai already because I needed to hunt type null before looking for Zygarde. And I haven't made a video about it because I haven't hunted the second type null yet. But I found it almost half a year ago already. And so it'll be really funny to like put out the Sylvalai video in probably June, where it's like Sylvalai and Type Null in the same video. But the big finale movie The Sylvale will be found right after Drampa and before Magirna. And it'll be a really funny thing to see the gap between those two. And like a bunch of other weird, like chronological inconsistencies. So I'm looking forward to that. Editing that video instead of like grouping Pokemon together thematically, but putting them in the actual order that I found them. Which is like slightly different from the way the playlist is. Also, I'm a little bit conflicted about what to do when it comes to phases, because on the whole, for the big finale movie, I'm going to ignore phases, but there are some like pretty important phases, like all of the Araquanid phases. Like, you kind of need that context for why I pop off so much for Araquanid. So I'll probably do like a rapid fire recap, but then also there's like the Togedemaru before Turtonator in that same day. So there will be a couple phases that most of it's going to be streamlined to just targets. I've already done both the, I've done the Rainbow Rocket plotline on both files. I thought about doing Electro, but I decided against it. Just because, like, there are some Pokemon that, like, I want to hunt because of their, like, weird oddities when it comes to the Alola games. But also, the main premise for the Alola Dex is that it's the only region that I feel like I could do a living dex of, because there are some Pokemon that I literally just don't care to shiny hunt for. And when it comes to Electrode, I just couldn't be bothered. I don't like Electrode. Like, it is a really interesting, unique hunt to do for the Met location and the fact that it isn't even part of the dex, like, in the game, and despite it being catchable, but I just didn't find it personally worth it. Titan is big in Japan. That is really good to hear. I love Titan, and I want it to be in future games. So hearing that it's big in Japan gives me hope that they bring it back in future games frequently. We got hat time.
Mr. Beast!
Cock! I was hoping it would be Cock. Been a while. Let's find this Bounsweet. I love how normal chat gets when Cockhat is rolled. Yeah, Masuda method, by the way. No charm, but still, 1 in 683 or whatever it is. What's up with that? Chicken! I'm excited about the Type Null video. I reached out asking for someone to lend their voice for a dramatic intro. I want like a dramatic reading of the Beast Killer files from Sun and Moon. And I have a really fun idea for a cold open. Zingdra has agreed to dramatically voice the Beast Killer files for the intro of the Type Null video, and I'm really excited. I think he'll do a great job. For those unfamiliar, Chizindra has a podcast where he interviews a bunch of Pokemon creators in the space, but also is a caster for like Pokemon events like Worlds last year. He's really cool. Cool guy. It's a good thing that Type Null isn't Shiny Lock, though, because I asked him, because he works with, like, Pokemon directly sometimes, he's like, yeah, I'll do it, so long as there's no, like, nothing not legit in the video. I'm like, okay, thankfully this is not a lock removal video, you should be fine. Got this. Oshawott will shine eventually. I almost said soon, but I can't promise that. It'll happen. Eventually. You just gotta keep going. God, that'd be so cool, though. Oh my god. Damn it, now I'm thinking about that. And you got me thinking about that. I think, like, an Alola revisit with Paldea Pokemon added to the dex, I would cry. That would break me. I feel like I can't like live react to any Pokemon news in the off chance it's Alola because I will be embarrassed of the person I become whenever an Alola revisit is eventually announced. It will be an unuploadable reaction. Ooh, that's fun, Signer. 1 William Years. Hello, hello. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with Bounsweet. We haven't talked about any podcast appearance at all, but that would be cool. Stoppy, what the hell is this? That's insane. That's literally... Why do you want Keenan to have cancer so bad? Oh heavens. Yeah, Masuda method odds, by the way. 1 in 683. I've been looking for this for 10 months. It was an off-stream hunt that I was doing on the bus, but it got to such an absurd number that I felt like I had to stream it because I wouldn't have had any reaction had it appeared anywhere from 1 to 2,000 encounters. Everything after that, I'm like, this is ridiculous. I'm actually going to pop off when it shines. Typically, I don't usually get that excited about Masuda hunts, which is why I do them off recording for repeats for the decks. But this is a special case. We beat Zoppy with hammers? That's crazy. Yeah, old Bounsweet, which is honestly kind of fitting for the name I have planned. I'm going to call it Elderia. Based on an Elderian apple from Void Jumpers. Zombie execution in phase, don't be lit. By the way, here's the no text version. Oh, because I definitely wanted that. Yeah, thanks. But now he just looks pregnant. Oh, it's called KeenanPreg.png. Okay, so I guess he is. Yeah, that's quite the sentence, Cozy Delay. I'm inclined to agree. Pregnant is crazy. It's 7 p.m. already? How long did we get distracted trying to roll for Ultimate? What the hell? Just got back from doing all your mothers. Have you gotten the Shiny Shinies? That's crazy. No, I have not. So weird to me that Ultimate is just a thing I can talk about now. What's up with that? That's weird. I have revealed Ultimate and talked about him now, but I will let you guys know, for those that are Void Jumpers 2 knowers, I will never, ever discuss intricacies of Kaglos. That's off the table. Ultimate can be revealed. The Kaglos stuff from Void Jumpers I'll never talk about. Which is crazy, because I want to so bad. It's so difficult to keep a secret, isn't it? Cozy Delaney. You know, it was so hard to not talk about that in the lead up to the book, and much harder to not talk about it after the book came out. Actually, it's been easier not to talk about it after the book came out, because at least I could talk about it with the people that are knowers. It was so hard keeping that a secret, especially because I really, really, really wanted to complain about how difficult it was writing the books. Like, if you were here in streams during the era where I was finishing Void Jumpers 2, pretty much every stream was just me complaining so hard about how difficult of a time I was having finishing Void Jumpers 2. I don't know if any of you guys remember that, but I think particularly during the Violet Paradox hunts, it was like that was the worst that it was. And if you've read the books now, you'll know why. But it's so difficult not to talk about why. Yeah, I'm still alive. No Bounsweet. Talk about it. You know why Void Jumpers 2 on Kindle, yeah. It's unfortunate that I couldn't find a workaround, but... Oh, Shrimp, did you miss the, Yeah, Shrimp, have you looked at the Discord at all? That's really awesome, and I really appreciate you saying that, June, because I often get a little bit self-conscious about talking about the books, especially for people who aren't aware, because I feel like I'd be scaring away people who aren't aware, or that I'm annoying for only ever talking about the things that I made that nobody else knows about. So I appreciate hearing that. It makes me feel better about talking about this stuff. I'm glad that people find it interesting, even if they don't have a stake in knowing what it even is. Yeah, what's up, Ego? That's very normal sentence. Welcome in. I like that you want to delete that message and also simultaneously end it. You're difficult to understand, Cove. Yeah, I will say, there's a reason I don't stream Masuda hunts. I think it's so weird, the disconnect, where I really enjoy hatching eggs when I'm, like, in the car, on a bus, in a plane, laying down. The second I'm sitting down and it's the only thing that I'm doing, I hate it. It's so weird. Like, I despise Masuda method purely in the context of sitting down and it being the only task. The second you put me in a moving vehicle as a passenger, this is the most fun shiny hunt you could possibly do. I don't get it. I vastly prefer Masuda hunting as like a chill off-recording thing. I know there isn't a shiny in Pelago. There are 3 Pokemon I refuse to accept that are just kind of sitting there and they won't go away. I'm waiting to do a Pelago hunt eventually, and then I'll finally clear those out. I also, like, if ever a Gen 7 Pokemon I don't have shows up in the Pelago, I can't accept it because I want my Dex entries to all be shiny first. I mean, one of the reasons I don't get car sick is that, like, especially when hatching eggs, I don't even look at the screen. I think that's the problem, is that when I'm streaming, I'm, like, looking at the screen. But it's like a very passive activity where I just kind of look out the window and I only look down every once in a while to check if there's a new egg to pick up. You should write a book, Party Dragon. Anyone that's ever had any idea for us, you should write it down. Even if you don't finish it. It's fun to do. Even if no one reads it, if you just go into it thinking like, I want to make this story for me, it's so worth it and I highly recommend. It could end up being that you don't like it and you stop, and that's fine. And it could end up being that it snowballs into something that you do want to show to other people. And that's really fun. Thrones of Time started as a story I was writing for myself. It began as a Doctor Who ripoff. Essentially, I didn't really know about fan fiction, so I effectively accidentally recreated the concept of fiction, and it was going to be purely for myself, but the moment I started thinking about the story more and realizing the stuff I wanted to do differently, and the fact that I was having fun writing it, I tried to remove as much of the Doctor Who ripoff aspects of it as I could, and turn it into something for other people. It did not begin as something that I wanted to write for other people. But after it turned into that, I was like, oh, wait, this is really fun. Red Boy got name dropped. Ultimate has been revealed, and it's really weird for me to talk about Ultimate. But I can just talk about Ultimate now. I can say his name. Ultimate. Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird to hear out loud? I don't think I've ever said his name out loud. Outside of the context of talking to my friends about the books and stuff. That's awesome. Those are so... Yeah, right? Isn't it so weird to hear Ultimate? I mean, it's really only weird for knowers. Those who don't know don't have enough context for it to feel spoilery and weird. And I feel like it's extra weird for people who only kind of know. Like, people who are reading Thrones 1 and, like, saying it, it's like, okay, well, that's a weird thing to know about. I don't know. It's weird to talk about out loud now. But he's revealed, because that's the name I'm going to give my Necrozma. I think I've fully decided now. Spoilers be damned. And also, I need to talk about the celestial beings in order to talk about Thrones Aftertime to make any sense. I need to acknowledge the existence of the celestial beings. Yeah, there's a cat behind me. I don't know why I'm an onion. I think sometimes people like to turn me into onion. No, she's just been laying down in her bed this whole... We acknowledge time. Creature, were you here? Were you here for the reveal? Because, like... We're very acknowledging time. And her son, Ultimate. I've been keeping this secret for 10 years. This is Time's son. For shame. He hates him. Really doesn't like him. He views him as a mistake. Ooh, you know what's fun? I can add a bunch of Ultimate quotes into random quote now. Yeah, I read the back-blowing scene. Yeah, this is Celeste's brother. Time's son. Remember, you know, before random quote redeem, there used to be, or the random quote command, there used to be a random quote redeem, where I would just pick up the book, flip to a random quote, and one of the reasons why I created the random quote command was because I was tired of taking out Thrones 3 and coming across an Ultimate quote that I couldn't read. I'm trying to think of what quotes. I mean, there's the obvious trailer line. When I get my way in the Extroverse is mine, the thrones of time will be reborn in my image. The Extroverse will be reborn in my image, and the thrones of time will fall. Haha, I forgot about this. I can do anything. I like this character a lot. I've like memory hold most of him because I feel like I've been banned from thinking about him. Oh, doomed? Oh, goodness. Where are my friends? Yeah, that's a good one. Not you too, please, Kanto. Not you too. That's awesome. Can't watch this. Questioning my power will be the mistake you make. I like him. hold on, wait. I know what quote I want to read. Say my name. Every galactic cluster with the misfortune of holding life in it has had one of you. You see those stars? I made them. They are mine. Staring like you always screw them up. You think time and space is your domain. You think it is yours to meddle with and travel through freely. Change and warp in your image to break, conquer, and create. Plaything. Hobby. Pastime. Life was a mistake. Death is too impermanent a... Death was a gift for you, my son. It was meant to introduce balance. I love the idea that the only reason why time introduced death was to compromise with Ultimate somehow, and yet Ultimate thinks that death is too impermanent a fix. It's not good enough. Characters that predate the concept of life and death have such an interesting view on mortality. I love Thrones of Time. Come by Cozy. For Rigoraph time? What's this? Global Challenge Special roster? Are they limiting the pool even more? What is this? Recruit ranch prospect. Oh, this is the ranch recruiting. I gotta hunt for Rigoraph and champions. Book art. Oh, finally. Hey, that goes hard. So weird that he's free now. It sucks because I want to wear this hat so bad, but it's way too hot in here. You know what? I'll be right back. I gotta get more water. In the meantime, can I play the Thrones 3 trailer without triggering an ad? I'll be right back. Give me a second. The transition into the ad's gonna be a little bit weird, but I gotta do it this way to avoid playing a Twitch ad.
Evelyn Sanchez, I'm sorry, but the universe needs you.
It's me? Why does it have to be me?
The Sentinel's army lost their only hope. She's gone. My name is Thomas, and I will train you, and you will not be alone. You will never be alone. There's something I need to tell you, Eve. It's about time. It's about the Paradox Master and the Sentinel. And it's about you. It's always been about you. From the very beginning.
What if I can't save them?
You will, Eve. You will.
way, and the extraverse is mine. The multiverse will be reborn in my image, and the thrones of time will fall.
Isn't it crazy that the cover of Thrones 3 is literally just his face? Like, he's just staring right at you. It's literally just his actual face. Considering that, you know, it's just a galaxy in a head. He's looking right at you. Pretty sick. That's the other thing, actually, is that, that's one of the fun about book covers, is what the colors represent. So you've got, like, green for Celeste, blue for Time, red for Ultime, but also green for Rogar, blue for Rey, and then red for still Ultime, actually. So they each represent the celestial beings and also the main villain of each respective book. Art. Life must not persist. Chud's son. Times Chud's son. Yeah, green for Rogar, blue for Vogar, red for Kogar. Celeste in Spanish means light blue. Considering... No, I shan't say. Thrones 3 readers will understand what I'm thinking. Alvin and the Chipmunks too, yeah, that's what the 3 covers of Thrones represent. It gets a little bit different in Thrones After Time because the covers are going to be yellow, purple, and then back to green again. They don't actually represent celestial beings or the main villains. The cover colors for Thrones After Time are different, and Void Jumpers serves as a sort of like cutoff point where like they're both the Novastorm colors. So like imagining all the books on a shelf, Void Jumpers would be in between the 2 Thrones trilogies and be like a little bit of a breaking point where the color of the covers can change. Yeah, Grass, Water, Fire. They are each generations. Thrones of Time Generation 1. That's all Pokemon inspired, by the way. There's no, like, reason for books to be labeled as generations. Like, volumes, maybe. That's how Void Jumpers is broken up. But Thrones of Time is all broken up into Gen 1, Gen 2, and Gen 3 because of Pokemon. It doesn't make any sense. It's just a decision I made in high school, and I'm kind of, like, saddled with it now. Like Thrones After Time Generation 4 Ghosts of Nowhere. It's unfortunate that we're never going to get Gen 7. Gen 7's my favorite Pokemon games, and yet Thrones is going to end at Gen 6. It's just so upsetting. I forgot about the Alvin and the Chipmunks art. Okay. That's crazy. Come by June. I still like finding Bounsweet. Yeah, I'll find it right now. Right here. Damn. Good luck on Heatran. That's awesome, Sriracha. Ruby has discovered that there are no censors in Tamagotchi life. Added me, AJ, and Randy to her island. And Randy and I are now friends, and his nickname for my character is Dumbass. I think Ruby's unlocked a new power by discovering the lack of censors. Yeah, happy prison release date, old. I hope I get a shiny to commemorate. That is insane, Cove. Have fun seeing what Citron's up to. I love Citron. That's crazy, PK. I don't... No, I did not, Cove. Can't say that I did. That is hilarious, Helios. Paradox Master would hate that shit. That's so funny. Shame for you, I know, but you should learn from your ancestor. Not all stories end happily ever after. Mine does, though. I would understand if you welcome death. Dying is really your only option. I can give it... Is that what you want? I can give it to you. That's a fun quote. I like that one. Another choice, lad. Leave me now before I change my mind. The altered wake is yours. Hey, that's a Thrones 4 quote. I wonder what that means. It's beyond comparison. Yo, rare Matrouse quote. Is that the only Matrouse quote? I feel like that might be the only Matrouse quote in the entirety of random quotes. He isn't changing it, no. The past you know has been shaped by him from the start. Yo, shout out Matrouse. Also, shout out Calathorn's Uncle Meritrees for unrelated reasons. Yeah, Masuda odds, by the way. It's so funny. I didn't expect people latching onto Matrouse. I really didn't. Because literally everything about him was like, I don't fucking know. Like, when I was making up the character, I was like, what's his name? I was writing the scene, I'm like, what's his name? I don't know. Matrouse. What's he look like? Fucking tentacles and shit? Probably? I don't know. Something by Party Drag. Yeah, 6 times over odds. I hope that, like, this is like a siphon for all my bad luck. Okay, I know that this hunt literally started in the middle of last year, but can I just say that my luck this year has been super stinky? What's going on? Am I out of good luck? Am I not allowed to have good luck anymore? What's going on here? I really like the sort of off-screen friendship between Matrouse and Steve. I found that very nice. You know what's interesting, Helios, is that Matrouse was almost a Liridian. I thought about it. I was trying to balance how connected to Thrones of Time I wanted Void Jumpers to be. And I decided against it. But I was real close. Several years, Sriracha? That's crazy. Months away from Safari Week. April, May, June. I would caution against assuming 2 months away from Safari Week. I don't know how much we're supposed to know publicly, but we might have a little bit more time. At least 2. There are no current images of Lyrinians in beast mode. I'm gonna have to draw Daru for 5 Years Gone. The only reason why there aren't any is that every single attempt I've made at drawing them, I really didn't like. I'm like at a weird point in my art ability where like there are a couple things I can do that I think I am like proud of and really like, but I'm not good enough to just like outright do everything directly out of my head. And the beast Lyrinians are something that I've always struggled. It's like the beast Lyrinians and the pre-cybernetic Citron that like for whatever reason I can't figure it out. But I'll have to figure it out for Daru for the 5 Years Gone trailer eventually. Pick that photo of JFK. I don't know. I just picked it. My JFK photo ranking, that's like 9th. Crazy that you have a ranking. Harry is a name for Drampa, especially a shiny one, goes crazy. Okay. I must have missed. Can't be. Count up by 5. You know, for an alien planet, this looks disappointingly a lot like LA. Whoa. Which one alien were LA? I think I would end it all. I think that's Quinn talking about Janistar, if I'm remembering right. I don't know about double the original meme, but they definitely do get bigger. Because that is the idea, that their lab gets like repurposed as like, it's like all the mass that they have in extra bulk becomes hardened muscle. It's such a weird aspect about the Lyrinians that, if I'm being honest, having written Thrones so long ago, I actually frequently forget about it. Because if you think about, like, actually in the story, I think it happens, like, 3 times. And it's never really explained. And also, usually the only, like, alien species with, like, weird abilities are the originals. And so, like, it's just kind of funny that these Lyrinians, like, they could just do that. And it's, like, it rarely ever comes up. And it's like, yeah, I guess that is possible. It's just kind of, like, a part of the lore that, like, happens. But nobody ever really dwells on it, too. That's so true, though. I should describe it like that in Thrones 5. Daru locked in and got hard. Yeah, that's a good sentence. Yeah, it is like Keenan having a mech suit. I'm looking forward to writing the mech fight. I just wrote a scene. Like, I know I said that I'm a little bit iffy on everything that I've written at post Keenan getting kicked in the balls by a 5th grader, but there is one scene that I wrote where I'm like, okay, visually this is really awesome. I do need to reword it to be more effective, but there's something that's happening in EQS where I left off that I'm like, yeah, this is where it starts getting real cool. EQS just being like a mech fight situation is really funny to me. It comes out of nowhere. I'm trying to find a way to make it feel cohesive. I'm having a little bit of difficulty, but it's gonna be fun. Well, I don't know about that movie straight.
You know, I'm something of a
Stantler.
myself.
That's great. I don't know why that happened. Unrelated, probably. I do think that the Stantler layout wins out in Chaos, but because of how much stuff was on it, I do think the 2023 layout was more memorable. It had like, if I'm remembering 2023 correctly, that was the one that had like soaked up Toby Fox and my layout inside of a 3DS as like a picture. And like multiple of my cameras and so much like it's over. The Skull Joltic. That was a good one. The cool thing about that layout is that you can remember each individual thing. Stantler was just like green. It's Snover, it's Dover. Yeah, 2023 was the big phase. Oh yeah, I mean the Cutie Fly layouts were nice, but if we're talking strictly Safari Week here, I don't imagine this year's will be very crazy because there's not going to be a lot of room on the layout based on what I think my plan is for my game setups. I'm using the capture cards more, and I'm going to have, hopefully, by that time I'll Kanto Safari Zone. I do need to kind of lock in on Porygon soon. Difficult though, because like I got to do the Buddy Run. I don't know. It's gonna be weird. Although the decks might be way slowed down coming up, I think I need to prioritize Buddy Run and Fire Red Leaf Green Dream Team so that the files can be in the Safari Zone in time. Chapter 27. Which book? That Thrones 1. Paradox Mask chapter. Oxtron and the Astronaut, Paradox Mask. Yeah. Right? Pretty cool, right? that is something about Thrones that keeping secret is incredibly different. There are, like, as much as I've just revealed today, you know, considering Ultimate, there is so much that I still consider fully off limits when talking about the books that I will never talk about. It's difficult to keep like track in my head of what I can and can't say. Yeah, Ultimate's been revealed now. We can talk about him. Hi, Chicha. Yeah, he's part of book lore now. It was a whole thing. You should have been here. Voidjumpers 1, page 5. You're really committed to this bit, aren't you? Alright, so far we've read 4 pages of Voidjumpers 1 today. We're moving on to page 5. Hell laughed. They took one last good... I got this. I'm normal. Hell laughed. They took one last good glance at their room. Well, I'm already late. No good and goodbyes if we're going to be crying through them. Pell took the note off the desk and handed it to their parent. The second the note changed hands, Pell was off. They ran downstairs and bolted out the door, grabbing an apple off the table quickly before leaving. Pell's dog barked at them as they bolted for the... Goodbye, Strider! Pell yelled out to their white wolfish dog playing under the apple tree. Spring and Pell's step carried them away with excitement, but a weight of dread on their shoulders held them back. Pell was not tied to the coming conflict in any meaningful way. They had volunteered for goodness' sake. They simply had to do the right thing. Fighting to vanquish evil was usually as simple as that. Pell had convinced themselves that they were no exception. Alexander and Leisha Ironleaf unfolded Pell's letter, teary-eyed, and they read it. Oh, I missed it. Can you do the whole thing again? I want to see my least favorite guy ever. Yeah, so basically what you missed, maybe straight, was approximately like a couple hours of re-rolling book lore, trying to get the character, realizing that it was broken, and finding a workaround via a JFK experiment that finally allowed it to be randomly rolled. And if you're wondering what the JFK experiment was, don't worry about it. Is JFK still part of book lore? So he won't show up in this stream because the OBS needs to restart. But I did leave a single JFK image in book lore. Pod. We can't get JFK as of right now, but as of next stream, it will be a possible role. We've got book lore. That felt like I just got like a shiver up my spine. Guys, who are we talking about? And the chances are we've already seen them today. This will be a waste of points. Yeah, okay, here's the problem, right? Is that if I try to re-roll for something we haven't talked about, I'm not gonna get anything. I think we've talked about literally everything today. Maybe straight, I'm sorry, I think you just threw away points. Yeah, no, we've talked about everything today. Just keep rolling, I want to see someone. We've seen literally every single thing today. We've rolled everything. I think we've rolled every option. We didn't roll time. Okay, so I guess we got one. We got one option. I can't believe I'm doing this shit again. Seen him. We've seen Ray. We've seen Ridley Manatone. We've seen Quinn. Yeah, Ego, it was a whole thing. There was a point where I just straight up wasn't shiny hunting anymore. We've seen Aggro. We've seen Daru. We've seen the Fracent. Yeah, Shrimp. So what you missed was I was rolling so many things trying to get the new character that we've seen literally everything. And maybe straight redeem book lore. And I don't want to talk about a repeat. But because of how often we rolled earlier in stream, every single thing that we're seeing right now is a repeat. Which means that I think the only option we have is, like, time. Like, we gotta see something new in order for the roll to work. We've talked about Melon. So I'm not even rolling for anything specific, really. Just literally anything we haven't seen. Which is a very dwindling number. Because we've seen everything. JFK won't be able to be rolled because OBS needs to restart based on the JFK experiment. We talked about the Infinity Raccoon. We talked about Ayla. Maybe straight. Do you see what you've done? This is all your fault, maybe straight. I'm supposed to be shiny hunting. We've seen everything. I should just turn off book lore. Talked about it. Talked about it. Another book lore? I'm vetoing that. You guys are torturing me. You don't even get your points back. You're throwing away points. This is literally, you don't want me to get Bounsweet. You don't want me to get Bounsweet. This is evil. We've talked about the Paradox Master. We've talked about, oh my god, Melon, stop. We've talked about VB, oh my god. Yeah, you're feeling my pain, Cyanur. Oh my god, nothing. The Nova Storm, we've talked about that too. We've talked about everything and nothing. Tardigrade, we've talked about that. like 3,400 or something, Siren. We've made like no progress. We've talked about that. We've talked about Eosos. We've talked about the Tempest Blight. We've talked about Kaglos. We've talked about the Paradox Mask. Okay, you know what? Whoa, that's crazy how we rolled time. Whoa, that's crazy how we rolled time. And wow, it's crazy that we've rolled time in book lore. That's crazy how we rolled time in book lore. So this is the mother of the Extraverse. The creator of Celeste and Ultimate, and she rules over the concept of time. After reality was created, she controlled time within the multiverse. Sort of meddled with it by creating the originals. She's a pretty problematic figure despite being the mother of the Extraverse. Ostensibly a protagonist. However, read Thrones of Time. She's a very interesting character to me. I'm excited to write more about her in Thrones 5 specifically. There's a lot to get into about her characterization. I find her very interesting. She's definitely not perfect. She's problematic in certain ways. The titular title character, by the way, Thrones of Time, it's about her. Title is not a generic gesture towards the concept of time. The title is very literal. The story is about the thrones of time. It's about time and her thrones. Very literal. Yeah, I've done very few egg hatches in this very long stream because so much of it was consumed by book lore. This was the book stream. I hope that I find Bounsweet during this stream so I can upload the Bounsweet stream. Otherwise, there's no reason for me to save this VOD, really. Well, I guess the reveal of Ultimate is a pretty big deal, so maybe I will, but it's a long VOD. I'd like an extra bit of justification for it. That is insane, Slime Spawner. Oh my god. Everyone is so normal about time, celestial being. I need to draw key art of Time and Celeste not sitting in their thrones. I also need to draw Cosme and Nebulae, but let's not get into that. I've got Solare, but we'll worry about that later. The lead up to Thrones 4. I mean, Time's like a 9.5 foot tall blue thing. Yo, like the movie Avatar. You don't save the VOD, but you don't feign ignorance. That's true. Humana. You're lost. Crazy. Yeah, let the mass gaslighting come out. What are you literally talking about? What the hell is Ultimate? Ray is an interesting character who was created by a friend of mine in high school, and I asked if I could use him as a villain for a game I was working on. Then eventually he ended up being a character in the books. This friend also very influential in the books, redesigned the way Lyrinians work. It's a whole thing. But he is a clone whose head was not screwed on quite right after the incident. And he has the ability to manipulate people's emotions with a remote. Oh! 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 Shiny Bounsweet! I am so glad I don't have to do this more than one stream. No way! 3,686. 3,686 for Masuda method? Are you kidding? Seven times over odds. That's Eldiria. Let me save. Wow, thanks for the bits. Oh my god. I'm guessing quirky. Let's get some nature guesses in chat while I hatch the rest of this batch. There are so many eggs left over I gotta get rid of later. Oh, wow. That is such a relief. I have been looking for that since July. I am so relieved that's done. Antine. And now I have an excuse to upload this VOD. Oh, wow. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. What a weird Pokemon. I did not think that I was gonna have to stream this. I thought fully it was going to be an off-stream Dex entry, and yet here we are with a bunch of Bounsweet art on the layout. Oh, wow. I'm so happy with how that turned out. I've been live for 7 hours. We got incredibly distracted by book lore, but we did it. We got the Masuda Bounsweet. Disgustingly over odds. What a fun stream. This was a very fun stream. I really liked this one. Let's finish up this batch so I can send this out. I'm so happy. Now, there actually won't be that much context leading up to this shiny in the video, because this is purely just for the intro of the next video. Bounsweet will get very little actual focus. It's just a really quick thing to get out of the way before getting into the bulk of the next video, which will be Oricorio and Rabombi. I just wanted to get this hunt done, which I've finally done. Alright, we've got the batch. I'm guessing quirked up. We've got a bunch of nature guesses in chat. I haven't been really looking at them, but... Bold. Someone did guess bold, right? Was that the first nature guess? Yeah, Cove. Just ripped bold nature. Cove got it. Lily Cove got it. First nature guess was the right one. We got bold. That's... Look at that. That is a great shiny. I love that. That little comparison. That's so nice. Marking. I wonder what this is going to do to my average for method hunts. Okay, it's got the ultrasun markings. Move these into the box. Alright. Before I send this out, because it's level 1 and it'll immediately die, let's check it out in Refresh, because there's actually a fun thing regarding Bounsweet in Refresh in these games. This is, I knew about this. I tend to want to not know about these things before testing it, but this one I was made aware of. Bounsweet can high five for some reason, which is kind of funny because it's got no hands. Oh, you're adorable. Oh, look at you. All right, give me a high five. Come on. High five. High five without hands. You know you want to do it. I've seen it. You are adorable. Your ability is oblivious, and I can totally see that in your face. Littlest thing. Please high five me. How do you trigger the high five? I'm not insane, right? High five? Have I been misled? Am I hold on, let me feed you first. Maybe you need to like me better. Here's a rainbow bean. Oh my god, you open your mouth so big. What a little friggin' baby. You almost look like a cupcake a little bit. It's just thinking, wait, okay. There's not a lot going on in that head, I guess. That is such a nice shade of purple. Oh, yeah, there we go. Oh my god. It high fives with the stem. There it is. Oh, that's so funny. Do it again, do it again, do it again. High five me with the stem. Yeah! I love this thing. That's so funny that they decided to do that. Let's send it out. Move it to the front. I'm pretty sure Lele does high five. I can't test it right now because it's in the other file. Alright. We've got regular Mudbray and shiny Bounsweet. Look at that little thing! Oh, and it bounced, like the name suggests. I like the dusk ball particle with that, combined with the purple. That's awesome. You only know Splash, so you are going to die. Oh, you survived. What a silly thing. Okay, let's save you actually and switch into, what is this, Demon or Hells? Demon. Yeah, let's get out of here. Hi, Demon. Awesome. What a nice stream. I'm so glad to have that done. The bulk of the hunt for that was on the bus to class. It's been like, what, 10 months? 7 times over odds. That is crazy. Let me add that to the dex. Let's see what that's done to my average before we end it here. Open up my document. XQuest stats. So, what is that? Okay. Method. That's method shiny 43. Yeah, method shiny 43. Go to the method tab here and add 3,686, which is the next highest method encounter, by the way, 1,657. This is the highest by like a lot. Oh, right, the prediction. I almost hit the end stream button. What else do I need to add to the document here? Roll over to, this is an Ultra Sun target. Bounds. Size of this. Okay. Oh, that didn't actually affect my average as much as I thought it would. That's weird. Okay, so my average before, for method hunting was 403. And my method average now is 491. So it didn't actually skew it that much. Total encounters now 554,784. That is a Loladex entry number 82. Total bonuses included entry 110. 43rd method shiny. 192nd total shiny. My total method encounter. 20,607. Crazy. Now, where is Bounsweet in the actual dex? Is that a complete page? Have I completed another page? Question mark. What page are you on? Yes, that is another complete page of the dex. That's crazy. The progress has been nuts. April 23rd, 2020. I don't like the way that 3. April 23rd, 2026. 3,686 encounters in Ultra done. That's crazy. That is really funny. So on this page is also Steenie and Zarina, which were found July 10th or July 5th, 2025 and July 10th, 2025. And then Bounsweet, April 23rd, 2026. That is absurd. That gap is crazy. I started this hunt very soon after getting the Steenie entry. That is wacky. That's another entire page complete for the Loladex, which is nuts. Wow. That is such a relief to have done. Okay. Perfect time to wrap up the stream. There's nothing left for me to do. So, it's been what, 7 hours on the dot? Great timing. Who are we rating? Oh, Brosidon's live. Guys, get over there. You know what to do. The GOAT. A Void Jumpers 1 reader, by the way. Have fun over at Brosidon's stream. I'm going to chill out now. I want to EV train this Bounsweet, even though it literally can't do anything, but I'm EV training like every entry, so I gotta. Oh my god. Okay, I'm dying now. Bye.